Good morning, everyone. It is September 11th, 2025. This is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It is a work session to have presentations on all of our departmental finances, I'll say, because these are not budget presentations. I just want to apologize to everybody. I am the reason that we're late. Kind of a tough morning. I actually was sitting at home trying to figure out what to write about our latest school shooting when I looked at the clock and realized I was going to be late. So my apologies, everybody. For that, I think top of the agenda is hearing from the interim county manager about his long-term goals.
Can you present,
Yes,
or I can?
no, I can do it.
So well, mine's a little split here. The first 3 slides or so is really about long-term goals, and then the rest will be divisional updates just for all the other divisions. So in between those two, I would like Rachel will present to talk about the budget, talk about what the goal is to get out of the divisional updates, and then we'll come back and do the county manager divisional updates. So the reason that these are separated is kind of to set the tone here. So these are really just deputy county goals in my position as the deputy. This is really around a long-term vision towards 2030. Obviously, trend lines versus a year-over-year budget is the discussion that I'm really focused on in my position as the deputy. So I want to talk a little bit about that. Basically, what we're trying to do, at least what I am trying to organize, is a stabilization of operations while creating some capacity for change. So what that means is a pretty delicate balance between 4 things. One is budgeting, balancing capacity. So delivering existing operations effectively while creating room for innovation and reducing our reliance on a single large employer as an economy. The other one is how do we manage the fund balance? My opinion, and obviously this is a board opinion, this is a board decision, but my push is to use the fund balance to buy time when trend lines are positive, as in we're getting better.
Recording in progress.
When it looks like we are trending in the wrong direction, use it as a savings account and treat it like it doesn't exist. Because if we deficit spend while trend is negative, as in we're not improving, prognosis is poor, and this is an important distinction if we go into a recession. Is that if we do start massively deficit spending, we've lost our time to adapt, right? So I think that's a really tough conversation that might be coming. ROI-focused decision-making, evaluate expenditures based on the long-term stability. And what that means is sometimes budgets have room in a single year for an FTE or an ongoing expense to get added in, but then it affects those trend lines in that other box, right? So my recommendation would be to limit FTE growth to maintain services and only initiatives that have proven return over time, right? Technology optimization, leverage innovative technologies to maintain staff productivity while improving our ability to do more work for the same amount of money. We're really looking to create the level of county stability that can weather shifts and continue to provide services to residents. Right now, I think the county historically for the last 50 years has been a great knockout fighter, right? We had one big right hook. We had a huge single large employer. It paid most of the bills. It provided a lot of the services, but the problem is they didn't have if anything happened to that single large employer, everything else fell apart. We had one move. We were one trick. We need to develop a lot of moves now, right? And that's that diversity. The next thing is telling our story differently. So there's a couple of data-driven things that I'm really trying to focus on getting out into the community and making sure that people understand, because they're kind of the 3 pillars of our challenges for this county outside of the financial one. So one is our geographic constraints. We are extremely geographically constrained county. Only 11% of our land is developable. Most is already built out. But it is also an opportunity, right? We are 30 minutes from downtown Denver. We are an hour from DIA, right? We are very close to the metro, very close to a huge market that is both a good and a bad. We can limit the bad and enhance the good, right? Turn that from a liability into a opportunity. We also are an aging county, right? We are way, way, way older than the state average, way older than the Denver average, way older than the federal average, federal median. All metrics, we are aging and we are aging fast. So that creates a different dynamic for a county than other counties face, right? We have different services demands. EMS reflects that pretty acutely. We also have housing affordability pressures. When people bought a long time ago, not only are they struggling to stay in their homes, younger people are having an issue buying in, which limits our family growth, which limits our workforce, which makes us more reliant on other counties for workforce, which hampers our businesses, right? Our tax base doesn't grow at the same rate when people are moving more into the later years of their life on more fixed income. It creates a lot of challenges, and it's something that we need to adapt to because this used not to be the case here. 20 years ago, this county was in line with 35, 38 median age. So this has been something that has changed fairly quickly since 2000. And fairly quickly away from the national trends up too, accelerated way faster than the state and way faster than the national. So it's something that we really need to start thinking about because that does not show any sign of slowing down. The tourism reality is, again, one of base rates, right? We have 9,000 residents roughly, and we get 9 million visitors a year, right? So we are 1,000 to 1 on that ratio, which again is the most I've ever seen of any county in this state. We need to think about how to manage that effect because if we do nothing, it'll change us. It will change for us, right? It'll be an unmanaged growth. The pressure from the metro is huge. It's grown 50% in 20 years. We have not grown at all. They're coming here or they're passing through here. So figuring out how to balance the needs of our residents against the reality of the visitation, which is not going to change given our federal land exposure, requires a very proactive management plan and not a passive hope it gets better plan. Because that will just end up with the result you don't want, right? Because you're not dictating the path. The path will find its own way. So we need to communicate these realities with factual evidence and drive informed decision-making, right? And that's really where I'm kind of planting my flag going into 2030 is to try to work on these 3 pillars and get this reality out to our community, out to the business community, out to our neighboring counties and everyone who will listen because it is a very acute and telling story. And it's one that we need to be very loud about because we are an outlier in some of these areas and an extreme one. So I think there's a lot of avenues for this, but that's where my position and my goals are into 2030. Any questions? Okay.
Great.
Budget and then come back after you.
Oh, no, you can do the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the whole thing.
For the purposes of tracking our time, is that we're on to the 8:45?
Yes.
We go to,
I rush.
The page 122?
yeah,
Okay.
202, right there, that one pager right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So first wanted to make sure and introduce the finance team. You all probably don't get to see them very often, and most people don't. They're often behind the scenes and they help make sure operations continue to buy the things they need, know where their money is at, and can ask questions on how do I purchase things? Where can I find a grant for something? Sarah, do you know, is my P card up to date? Can I increase my limit? Those are the kinds of questions that team receives on it. So this is AJ Barton. He's the county's senior accountant. This is Dubik. She's our grants administrator. And then have Sarah Lewis. Sarah Lewis is the longest tenured on our team. None of us have actually been here outside of Sarah longer than a year. Next week, I'll be here a year. So what's the beauty of having Sarah? Obviously, we love having her, but also she can help on the consistency and trying to help figure out what has happened for us. None of us have used Springbrook, which is the accounting system. So we've all been learning over the last year. Myself, AJ's been here 9 months now, 10 months now. Erica, very recent in the last 2 months. And then Sarah, who is our AP clerk, and she manages all of the warrants as you see them every time the board receives them on the agenda. So I want to make sure you knew who they were.
Sarah, how long have you been here?
11.
It'll be 8 years in November.
Very good, thank you.
So 8 years, lots of change, and we're, like I said, grateful to have her. I'm going to start with the budget process, and then I'll go into the department section. So I had a chance to sit down with each of you to do a 101, and that was really based in the 2025 budget. So this conversation moving to what we're doing for 2026, I just wanted to seed it with, this is the budget process as it looks right now. And I appreciate the opportunity for all of us to come in and talk about what 2025 has looked like, just to give that big picture view of what the budget starts to look like. May through August is really where I start working with Carol Ann Colton, specifically on salaries and benefits, the intention to come up with some models that are repeatable. One of the realities of moving into this role was that there's not a repeatable method that I can rely on. Each system of budgeting reflects whomever has ran it. So I can't find stability in that year over year change. So I'm trying to set a model that can be repeated for both salaries and benefits and then capital improvement projects. Those are the two largest impacts to the county's budget. So we start there in building out the budget and finding out where our demand is on those two large impacts to the county. So I'll talk a little bit more about the models in a minute. But then August through the week of September 8th, I start building out with each of the departments and the divisions all of their funding requests. So I start plugging in the tentative numbers around salaries and benefits, plugging in capital improvement numbers, and also talking to each of the divisions. We had meetings and have had meetings with everyone, and they're called working draft sessions, and we sit and talk about their line items. I don't make them go through line item accounts because I can see over time what their spending has been like. I want to talk about what they need for 26 and anything that we've been missing or that needs to be addressed in the coming budget. So
What's a CIP?
capital improvement plan, sorry, thank you. Capital improvement plan and capital improvement project are used interchangeably by me. That's just my own stumbling block, so thank you. The capital improvement projects themselves, the county has a policy around the capital improvement projects and the plan itself. It's a 10-year policy that hasn't been followed this year. We're going to be providing it to the board in that method of following the policy. And so you'll get more information than you've gotten in the past around the kinds of projects and the demands that the departments are seeing and the divisions are seeing. Then I had, as I shared, we had 101s. I'm just moving to the week of September 8th through to October 10th. Those are the working session. This is the working sessions with the board. And we start to prepare and get ready for the submission to the board of the preliminary budget. And then we have to ensure that we get to you by statutory deadline, that October 15th preliminary budget. Then that really is us turning over to you as the Board of County Commissioners, the next phase of, okay, how are we going to get to the final budget? What are your concerns with the changes? Where have things changed? What we've done to build the budget. So that will happen. We submit the draft document or the preliminary budget document to you. Then we begin those further conversations around what 2026 holds. Then October 15th through December 22nd, we spend time talking about mill levies. So the county has to set its mill levies by December 15th. That's the county mill levies. So that's all of the approved mill levies by voters coming back to you. based on the assessed valuation and making sure that we communicate through resolution the passage of those mill levies. Once those mill levies are then passed, the second piece is adoption of the countywide and certifying of all the countywide mill levies by December 22nd. Those countywide mill levies include a second piece of evaluation for public engagement. Last year was the first year of that. Each of the jurisdictions within the county must communicate to me, and I must communicate up to the state what those communications look like. So there's a survey that I send out on top of details around the final mill levies. So just like we do on December 15th, all of the jurisdictions must complete their mill levy passage, send it to me. I ensure that that information is loaded into Department of Local Affairs system, which is at the state level, managed by the Department of Property Taxation. That data is then communicated to the Colorado Department of Education, as well as the Division of Local Government. Those mill levies are different than your final budget submission. The final budget submission is the document, the actual final document submission, which is the end of January 31. That document is then additionally uploaded to the Division of Local Government at the state level. So all of that is a progression. All of this work is a progression towards hitting these statutory deadlines and ensuring you're comfortable with what's submitted.
I have a question.
Yes.
Where does the BOCC approve the budget in this process?
So you're going to, December 10th is you must adopt.
Okay.
that. So that's.
So we had-
By which.
Because I just don't remember signing off on it in January after. we were
Correct.
sworn in. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So the budget is adopted December 10th. That includes resolutions. The adoption is actually a resolution that says fund balances. All the detail behind the scenes is the documentation. So you'll get, when you pass the budget, you're passing the resolution that sets expenses, revenues, and reserves for the year. That's the summation of your budget passage. The document itself is a complete document behind the scenes that informs that resolution. That document is then submitted by January 31.
Thank you.
Yes. And just scrolling down.
Just
Yes,
quick,
yes.
I just want to make sure it's understood by anybody listening that on October 15th, we do receive a line by line budget that's transparent. We don't on December 10th just pass a budget without. knowing those
Okay,
lines.
thank you.
Thank you. Well,
Or
and
without the public being able to inspect them.
what you'll be able to see, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. There's 2 public hearings that are required. Oftentimes we have those, we have to notice the hearings in front of the newspaper. All of that is transparent. To your point, Commissioner Marlin, the October 15th document has not been in the past a line item. Last year was the first time, as I understand it, you'd seen a line item. Is that not correct?
We've always,
You've gotten the line item and
that budget book that you have, we've seen versions of that.
that. Okay, so the final budget book doesn't include the line items. I've been including those moving forward. So this year.
But you've seen line items in
The
past.
proposed budget on October 15th has always had a line item breakdown. I mean,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, right? Sarah, you've been here for about 6 months more than me, right?
Then the final document does not have that, though. And that's the distinction this year. I'm going to be using that. What happens is an amalgam is used and we make summary statements. So you'll see the divisional sections within the budget document, that final budget document that we went over in the 101 sessions is a summation of all of the expenses, the summation of the revenue per division. It doesn't have the line items in there. That document doesn't allow the distinction for you to see between the October 15th and the final December adoption, those line item changes. So that's the distinction this year that we're going to be making. I'm going to make sure happens so that you see October 15th and December 31, the same information is presented. So you can see line by line any changes that.
Okay, so we
Change.
are going to get to see
You
line.
will,
Okay,
absolutely.
Thank you.
You will. Salaries models. So just to get after the intention of models, since getting here, I'm trying to translate for the team because there's been limited involvement in the creation of the budget in previous years. So this year intentions being that HR is our partner in drafting up all salaries data. The distinction between budgeting and day-to-day management of of staffing is in the FTE count. And the FTE count oftentimes can be greater than the amount of funding that is available. So that level of distinction hasn't really been used here. And I'm trying to get the team used to using, okay, you have one FTE. Are you fully funding that position? So are you right now at 32 hours? Are you at 40 hours? And stabilizing the distinctions between what an FTE count is and what a person working day to day is. Those communications are improving. I feel really comfortable that the team is beginning to understand that sometimes budgets can be adopted with more FTEs, but not fully funding those FTEs. You'll see people, organizations laying off. Those layoffs are because of the dollars. The dollars don't remove the FTE count. The FTE count stays. Every time a bill is passed at the legislature around funding for departments, oftentimes you'll see FTE. You'll get one FTE, but maybe only $50,000 is made available for appropriation. So a department can be stuck with a large FTE, but not enough money to cover it. So they could have discretionary money that they could cover it with, or they could not fund it completely. It gives more discretion to the departments to fund things, but it also is a distinction that's important in budgeting because you can have more FTEs again and not enough staff, or excuse me, not enough dollars.
So at the end of the year, you just have to fire, or, I'm sorry, I'm still
No,
missing.
that's the intention is so that when you get a budget, you see, okay, you have 13.75 FTE. You're only going to fund 11.75 this year. Why is that? I don't have enough money to fund the full 13, but if I do, I'm going to continue to spend down these FTE counts. That would be the distinction. Grants can be a supplement into that space.
I think as I've understood it in past years, part of what fits in this attrition model, and correct me where I'm wrong, is where you have vacancies. If you've got a vacant FTE that's costs $80,000
Oh,
a
okay, you
year,
still have the
you don't
FTE, but
necessarily
you're
want
not
to fund
funding it.
You're not funding it,
it's
correct?
part of how the board exerts control over the budget is by not
No.
appropriating dollars that we know won't be spent, even if we've got a position we know we need. And assume if it's vacant today and for 3 years, we may not hire it for the first 3 months of the year. Right?
That's right. And the intention though is to show, the departments get to show you, we have this demand and workload, but we just don't have the money to cover it. That's the reason you have the two separate sets of data. So in salary modeling, what we attempted to do was, there's a lot of conversation about paying people at market. And paying people at market was our first model. What would it look like per fund to pay everyone at market? And what's that gap? Then the second model was, what does an attrition model look like? And how far away from actuality are we budgeting per fund? So attrition value is taking the average per fund at market, then reducing it by 30% turnover, which is our rolling turnover rate, plus 10% movement in range. So we might have 30% turnover in a fund, but we actually have 10% movement in a range. So someone's getting a promotion, they're moving in their range up. We might even include the 3% as part of that across the board, as part of that movement in range. Then you multiply that by the number of FTEs, not occupied salaried people, multiply that number of FTEs, and then we get the per fund dollar amount. Look at how we've been budgeting, compare that model. So that's model number 2. And then the last model is actuals. And the actual model is the model we've used the last 2 years. And that model assumes everyone is in that position year over year, 100% of the time. And then times 0.03, which is the cost of living adjustment. That third number is the most conservative number and the highest dollar amount. What we want to do, what I would like to do as the budget officer, is get closer to an attrition value. The problem we have with an attrition value per fund is that we're a small organization. So we might have very little turnover in a specific fund because people don't move or they don't leave their positions. So that model doesn't play out for everyone. If we were all in the same fund, it would be easier. So that's the beauty of using models that can be repeated and established on a year over year basis. Carol Ann and I have already selected one that we will propose to you as part of the preliminary budget. The beauty of understanding that there are 3 different models that are options for you is that you get to decide what your comfort level is, with the intention being, we will share to you what we think is the most conservative model. You ultimately make the decision on where you want to place budget dollars. That outcome results in budget evaluation time between October 15th and December 22nd. You will spend time evaluating how we've built this budget, whether or not it's representative of the things that you want, your own operating budget ideas, and then what your plans are for the next year. So we'll be transparent on what those 3 different models result in and why we've selected one. And we want you to decide.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And colleagues, I hope I'll have your support in asking for, in years past, I've spent a lot of time asking questions about where there are vacant positions and how that's reflected in the budget. Because I do agree with you that we've been over budgeting on salary lines. And I think progress has been made over the years, but the more transparent that is, the fewer questions we're going to have to ask. And that will be very helpful.
I have a question on a 30% turnover. How do you get that number? Is that from last year or?
I'll punt to Carol Ann.
It's rolling, it's month by month, so we just look at it at a snapshot in time.
Okay, because I thought that was getting better.
It is
but-
getting better. It was at 47% last year.
Okay,
It's a rolling average though. So again, like you might have a high attrition month that like throws that number up and then it slows down. So it does move,
okay.
but it's that overtime trend that we're looking at.
And then the last model that we're implementing is around benefits. The benefits detail, if the benefits someone chooses to participate in are actually very related to their salary. So when I look over a 5-year period, I can see the percentage of a salary a person or the county is paying for benefits. I don't see what you pay, but I see what the county pays for that benefit. So if you go to your pay and you look at your time and your benefits, you see the contribution by the county and your own contribution. We don't see on the county side your contribution. I'm only focused on the county's contribution because that's a commitment we make to the employee. That commitment year over 5 years in relationship to the salaries yields a percent. That percent is a consistent rolling average, which I've been watching and I've suggested the method of using the salaries to base benefits on because it is the most consistent over time. As long as we're following the FTE count and the salary method. So there's a distinction between the FTEs and the salaries. So if we're still following, we only use money to fund FTEs, this benefits model works out. So right now we're at 31% of what a salary is that we pay. 31% of that is also what we pay on top of the salary for an employee. So 31%, and that's a 5-year rolling average.
And that's if they opt for the.
Correct, if they opt in.
So whatever.
Correct. And that's the aggregate for the entire county pool, not per fund. Okay, so then that is the distinction that I'm going to have to watch because some funds, and I've already suggested this to Carol Ann, in watching the teams talk about how much they spend in salaries and how many staff they may be bringing on, that may vary per fund. So I just have to look at what we see for 2026. For example, 31% is what I'm anticipating we'll be spending in 2025. Next year, I'm already hedging in 32% burden on top for benefits because we know benefits costs are going to go up to the county because insurance costs have increased for everyone. Those kind of percentages are the things that I'm trying to justify in a model so that someone can come in next year, they download the salaries data, we update the comp plan, we update the FTE count, we update the dollars, and you can see whether or not the benefit ratio is correct.
What mechanisms do you have in place to make sure that, let's say, someone opts out of health insurance because their spouse has it? We've been budgeting for those dollars, so there's benefit savings. What mechanisms do you have in place to make sure that those benefit savings are not spent on something else?
The only two operations that have access to spending benefits dollars are finance and HR. And neither of us use those accounts for spending. What we do have access to, so when we distribute down to each of the departments, the salaries and benefits detail, they cannot spend out of it. All of those distributions come into a large central charges account. That large central charges account is taking all of the transfers in from each of the divisions that we budget down. And then that final dollar amount is what we actually pay the benefits providers with. That single line item is fed from each of the departments. That line is a spend that goes through Sarah and through HR. When payroll happens, we have additional controls in place that do not allow third party, myself, someone from outside the departments to spend into that fund. Into that line, I should say.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's the summation of budget 202 and getting you ready for the next step, which is 303. And that 303 is how do you spend 2026 and how do you look at 26? And we'll get to that when I do the preliminary budget presentation to you. Next up is the finance teams. Oh, I wanted to share also one more thing because it leads into the finance. And that's the charts, Megan.
Okay, sorry.
You're good. I think this is the first time you're getting a view of what our spending and revenues look like aggregate based on our budget.
Oh, Megan.
You're all. Oops, sorry. Sorry, I'm doing minutes and this. Okay, so the charts.
Yes. So zooming in a little bit, you can see that these are our expenses. On the left side of that chart, you'll see the general fund. Those are each of the funds that the county manages. Then the next are the budgeted appropriations for expenses. Those include the additional supplemental that was completed. Then you have our year-to-date expenses per fund. And right now, overall, we're at 54%, and that was on August 25th when I pulled this.
So
54%.
I had a question about that. It's already, okay, so you did this in August.
Correct.
And do you suddenly spend a lot more in the last quarter?
Depends on the operation. So what I will come back after I complete the review with each of the departments on their submissions for 2026, I'll come back to them in a separate conversation. In the past, we've been using it as part of the regular budget conversation. I will come back to them and say, okay, how's your pace? This is what I see you're spending at. What are you going to be spending through the end of the year? Yes, there will be operations that have large fourth quarter. We will also implement some transfers in the fourth quarter, whether or not transfers between funds. Those all become apparent in October. So I've often talked about with you all the need for a supplemental. There's been conversations with the staff about whether or not they need to come back with a supplemental.
Just 5 more minutes,
Okay. For the budget or just for the finance department overall?
the whole thing.
Okay, I got 5 more minutes, sorry. Those supplementals will come back in October. If we need them. And then the next is the revenue snapshot, and it's at 63%. So we will receive more dollars at the end of the year as well. We do have distributions that come in at the end of the year. So we're at 63% receipts in revenue and 54% in spending. And then I'll hit the finance team really quick. Thanks, Megan.
I'm sorry, if we eat into her time, give her a little leeway. Okay,
We can give her maybe 10 more minutes.
okay, I just have a quick question. So the 15,000 difference in the adopted revenue supplemental versus year to date, that is that's where you're anticipating more revenue coming in at the end of the
So
year?
the 15, the difference, the 63% as opposed to 50% or at pace revenue is really what you're seeing. We're at pace revenue receipts
Okay.
because we did project appropriately last year. And you've heard AJ, Colton and I talk about how we revise the revenue projections to get closer in line with what we actually believe will come in. That number tells you that we're actually, because we're at on 825, we're roughly 60% of the year and we're on track for our revenue,
Okay,
but we're below our spending, which is good.
thank you.
Okay.
And an important distinction there that might cause confusion, when I say sales tax is up, I'm talking about since last year, not against our forecast,
Thank you.
right?
Finance team will hit our big goals. So as a team, we established 2 wild goals. We also, one of those goals includes our partners within the human resources team. Just to give you an idea of how I'm monitoring our work, I've created these larger goals with the team. So by 2030, the state of Colorado, we will be the state of Colorado's model and fiscal management practices. They're supposed to be wild goals. They're supposed to be really scary and hard to do. And so that's why that goal is so large. The second is Clear Creek County will have a structurally balanced budget by 2030. So again, whether or not that is a reality, we could hit it this year, we could hit it next year. If we hit it next year, great. We really didn't go high enough with this being a wild goal. That's the reality of a wild goal. It should be unachievable. So boy, wouldn't it be great if we had more revenue? So we may revisit that. Within each of those goals are these key activities. So reduce duplication, some of the activities that we've been doing. So we've completed a swim lane analysis between HR and finance, and that evaluates which part of a process and bringing somebody on board one is responsible. So we've been trying to reduce duplication. As part of that, we identified that payroll really needed to be in human resources as well. Capital assets and insurance coverage needed to be within finance. So we swapped those activities. We streamlined the grant application process. Erica's done an exceptional job of bringing what was over 100 separate files down to just over 30. Those files now tell us where in fact people have money that's open, where we have projects that are open. It's amazing. And it's also a process that's been pushing through, do you really need this? Have you really thought through the burden of the work that will come behind it? The last part of this is the ACFR and capital assets, as I talked about. We're trying to align within finance, the assets and management of them. The ACFR itself, the annual comprehensive financial report, is not complete for 2024 for a variety of reasons, which I've already brought to the board. We extended that September 30th would be our date for filing with the state and with the federal government of our cost allocations plans. The capital assets, a massive gap, and it's going to take a long time to bring it up to speed. And then my goal is to get it done by January, but the capital asset inventory and the depreciation costs, which affect our positions, net positions within each fund, haven't been updated. So that will be for a significant number of years. Transparency, we're working on improving our transparency. We provide monthly reports to each of the departments and divisions on the R drive. That's why I've asked if you all have access to the R drive in the past. The R drive is where I place all of our detail. AJ pulls that for everyone on a monthly basis, and then on a monthly basis, they can see their spending and revenues. And then we're working on an ERP capital improvement plan submission. Supporting our team growth, our team is involved in the emergency management training that's going on countywide, excuse me. We use new tools for growth and grants management, growth in our assets and insurance. We're trying to implement a method for management between what happens in an asset and whether there was a claim there. And then we're cross-training with our treasury partners. Revenue, we've seen a real gap in clarifying what the purpose is for a grant, and the team is really getting to a great place of understanding that grants are one time, and especially discretionary grants are one time. Right now, we have 38 grants and approximately 9.1. Erica updated that to 9.3 million this morning being managed in discretionary grants. It's a significant amount of money, and we have 8 pending applications for $1 million.
Remind me what ERP is?
Thank you. It is Enterprise Resource Program. It's the larger system to integrate human resources, finance, treasury, the assessor's office, and alignment of all of our information in one location. Right now, we have 2, 3, 9 in HR systems trying to manage just finances and people. Economic development, our team's in support of the CDBG loan program within the county, and then those grants come through Erica as part of the grant management portfolio. And then the Regional Housing Authority, we've been supporting the efforts of bringing that organization online.
Just a little bit, I know we're past time, a little bit of context on that enterprise resource plan. It was presented to late last year, we asked every division to bring us goals. And that showed up on at least finance and human resources. It's my perspective that this is one of the best things that we could do to sort of those investments in technology to improve our operations kind of thing. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, right now, we can't identify how much everything is without hand entry, and it's to reduce hand entry.
Spend a colossal amount of time using computers for work that was done on paper.
Yeah.
We're not using computers for their real tool, which is talking to each other. We need to get everything crosswalked and talking directly with each other.
And that's ongoing?
Will be coming in through a capital improvement plan request.
Big project.
Oh, okay.
So you asked us to give you ideas on what's coming. Capital asset inventory, so I will be asking for an improvement. I anticipate asking for an improvement to an FTE within the team, Sarah's position, to deal with procurement gaps that we have in the organization, in assurance that we're meeting the procurement policy, and that as well ensuring that we're managing our capital assets and addressing the depreciation values that affect our net position. Those haven't been happening. Thank you.
You.
Okay, busted it. Okay.
Back to county manager office and assessor.
So I'm trying to do it this way.
So that's just the first one. It's all in one deck. It's the first one. Oh, there you go. Never mind, it got posted twice. Okay. Okay, so we'll try to catch up here a little bit. Obviously, that's really important context for this meeting, so we should have probably budgeted more time for it. So we're gonna go through this one pretty quick. Go up to the, yeah, okay. Okay, so we're a pretty lean office as far as the county manager's office. However, there have been some pretty big changes through 25 so far. We downgraded a position pretty significantly. Assistant to the county manager was a grade 25 position. That's a 90 to 132 basically in salary. Has been downgraded to a clerk to the board. That's grade 14, 50 to 70. It's also going from an exempt position to a non-exempt position. As a result, certain jobs and tasks, particularly on the website and the community facing side that previous position was doing, have been transitioned to the PIO. As a result, They are going back to 40. That's a 13.5% compensation adjustment. But given the savings from the downgrade on the old position, we're still coming out net negative on salary. Budget optimization, we are really limiting travel and conference expenses now that it's and we're gonna probably hold that going forward. Granted, whoever he or she is, the new county manager will have to live with the budget that I submitted, but at least for 1 year, that's where we're heading. Next slide. So for forecasting in 26, really significantly reducing the travel, maybe down to one CMO employee to one conference annually. Thor budget realignment, we are going to move Thor, which is the internet provider, which is the redundant internet fiber that runs under 70, that is a partnership between multiple counties and cities. We are a partner that has lived in the IT budget. We are going to move that out of the IT budget into the county manager's office budget as its own line item. So there's transparency to the board and the public on that expense. This is primarily done because that is not just an IT thing. That is a community development tool, and it should be viewed that way. It is not a good tool just to be used to connect city buildings to fiber. It should be about figuring out ways to monetize it or get it into the communities and places that that don't have good broadband now. So that will see an adjustment on our budget, but it's a net zero adjustment to the overall budget because it's just moving it from one department to another.
What's GL line?
It's a general ledger line. So the lines on the budget are called GL lines.
Thanks.
And you'll see it'll come out of the IT budget as an outside service and move into one that's just called Thor, basically in the city manager's office.
Thank you.
Employee recognition. So we don't usually spend this budget very well. Usually we save this money till the end of the year. I would like to spend this budget more effectively throughout the year. So potentially moving from one employee appreciation event to two. Do two more modest ones rather than one big one. I just think it's better to spread the appreciation out instead of waiting till the end of the year. So that's kind of a budget neutral change, but something that does affect one of our larger line items. Next slide.
Is that, you're talking about spending more money on it in addition?
No. Just, we don't usually spend the allocated. Traditionally, the office has not done a good job spending the allocated budget amount. We want to spend the allocated budget amount, but we think that would be more effectively done with multiple events, not one. Long-term forecasting into 2030. So the goals here are a little bit of redundant from the previous slides, but FTE stabilization is the number one goal. Then we're going to move into role clarification. We're defining the responsibilities of the directors, the county's attorney's office, and the elected officials very clearly. Hopefully, once that happens, we will enhance communication across the departments to maximize project delivery. This is about us being lean, right? And we're not like having redundant services, right? So an example of that, something we've done in the short term, is the sheriff is nice enough to offer us the old dispatch room to store all our IT stuff when the basement got flooded, right? We want to expand that kind of flexibility across all the divisions, and that starts with good communication, right? Being able to work together, help each other, and not have redundant processes happening across the whole organization. And that's ultimately the goal, which is silo reduction. Break down the information barriers while respecting the departmental authority boundaries. We have electeds and offices with very clear authorities. It's important that we respect those. But where we can help each other and support each other, we need to really make that a priority to help stabilize the budget situation, reducing redundancy everywhere we can. And that starts with a lot of trust between the board, the directors, and the elected officials, the other elected officials. Assessor Donna couldn't be here today, but basically she had a pretty long and difficult year this year with the second reassessment, with the most recent reassessment, 834 recordings on 16,000 accounts, 2,200 sales through that period. She had 767 protest cases and 71 Board of Equalization cases. Right? That's a very lean and difficult amount of work for that small staff. So she is going to request that the position that was removed in the 25 budget cycle be added back and keeping her staff at 32s. Okay.
Her staff likes the 32 hours.
Yes, it was working for them. I'm a little uncomfortable speaking for her directly, but yes, that's my understanding. They like it. They like that balance.
Okay. This is something that I think where we decide to retain the 32-hour work week, we're gonna need to find a way to catch up with the salary increase that went on, I think, or at least it's something that I'm gonna want to be able to understand carefully.
That makes sense. Next slide. Okay, tech IT. So I wanted to save a little bit of the most time for this, but we don't have a lot left. So this has been one of the most chaotic divisions over the last 3 years. We believe we have moved in the right direction now. We have transitioned from having a director, which is a grade 26 position, which is our highest grade, plus outside services. And why this was traditionally, or was the model temporarily, was there was this idea that you can hire a single person to handle all the different things that IT does. And that's really just not the reality. IT has gotten so specific in services that what was happening was you had a relatively expensive director, and they still had to have a very large outside services budget to contract for specialized help. IT, firewalls, cybersecurity, server maintenance. These are all very specific jobs, and it's not something that one person really can do. So we've transitioned to a vendor model where we did not fill the director position, went back to Axiom. And the reason that this works is because they provide that bench. They don't need to then go find someone that knows cybersecurity and go find someone who knows network optimization skills and can fix redundant Active Directories. They have that expertise on their staff and they can just delegate it to the person who knows how to do it. So essentially we're buying time with a company that already has the bench without having to bid each one of those things out separately, which becomes pretty expensive.
I have a question about redundant security. Who do I direct that to?
Patrick or me, and I can bring it to Patrick.
Okay.
Yeah, with Axiom.
Yeah, it's very frustrating when Sophos quarantines things
Yes.
and then I suddenly realize things are quarantined.
Yeah, that is a
Never
difficult
seen that
thing.
before.
We have to have, because of the clerk and recorder's office, we have to have a very high level of
Oh.
cybersecurity.
Okay,
And
thank
so
you.
there's a balance to be had. So that's one of the difficulties of IT is we are trying to centralize everything, right? Which means that cybersecurity requirements that might in larger counties only apply to one office get applied to everyone,
I see.
right?
Yes.
So it's a little bit of a give and take between overkill on some places because the expense of partitioning everything would be
Right.
more expensive, right?
Thank you. That
So
helps.
there's
That's
a
all I
little
need.
bit of that, but that doesn't mean that Sophos can't be better optimized. And so please get with Patrick. And if you're having issues with particular senders.
No, I just have to remember to check.
So we begin, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask colleagues what you think about, this is a topic I would really like to dive into. What do you think about a work session on this topic at our next meeting?
We can do that.
I mean, I don't want to ask you to rush through it here. And,
Yeah.
and I also.
I
I'd love
support
to-
that. So you got two
Sure.
now, so.
When you say next meeting, I just want to confirm you mean Tuesday?
I mean, it seems like you're already kind of prepared to present.
Oh, sure. If we want to talk about just these slides, we can.
We can just dive in then.
Do you want me to just skip the rest of them or do them now?
Your call. If you want to do a quick summary, I'll just save questions or.
Yeah, so basically we've also been looking to outside sources for grants to cover some of this stuff. We've caught up on our ticket backlog that was left from the old director. We also had a pretty big project of consolidating our Active Directories. I don't know if y'all remember, about halfway through the year, people were stopped being able to get a log into their computers and they had to get reset, and it was this whole thing. That's because we had 16 Active Directories that were now like talking over each other. So they had to all be cleaned up. This is all a result of this stuff not being thought about in a long-term way. We have been taping and duct taping everything back together, but we've been taping and duct taping back a very expensive car. Like there's an old adage, you don't see old Cadillacs. It's because Cadillacs aren't designed to last a long time because they're very expensive to maintain. We were in that trap. We were driving a very expensive car and it was past its service life, right? So we started seeing all of these problems, and what IT was doing was just keeping it running when really we should have been transitioning to get us into a Camry, get us into a Subaru, get us into something that works, but isn't overkill and is easier to maintain, right? So that's what we've been transitioning into this year. So next slide, and we'll just do this real quick. We can have more details. So we are going to permanently reduce the budget, the IT director position. We're going to create a new IT management GL line for consolidated oversight. Again, that's general ledger line. That's transparency to Axiom's cost. Right now, they're buried in another line item. We have been reducing phone lines and T1 lines across the county. The big transition we have next year, just to tee y'all up, is Windows 11. Windows 10 in support in November. We have to buy 50 new computers. That is a lot of money. So what we're proposing is a transition to leasing computers because it'll keep them on life cycle and we won't be hit with $100,000 transition costs in 1 year. We can talk about that a little bit more detail in the work session. We also need firewalls replaced and we want to transition from 2 backup systems to a single backup system. So this will all be kind of highlighted in the next slide. This is the old architecture. It had 3 levels of redundancy. There were 4 servers against a bunch of switches that went into SANs. SANs are basically huge hard drives that actively back up the servers. Then it went to a 3rd backup server that was then put on tape, which is kind of crazy considering it doesn't actually help you because the basement floods where all the tape is. The tape's gone anyway, so why did you back it up at all? So it wasn't a true redundant backup. So what we're transitioning to is just 4 servers that back each other up, that go to an offsite, a NAS, which is basically a temporary hard drive that then transmits the backup into the cloud. So we're going from 3 levels to basically 1 level. This is the transition from the Cadillac, which if this is the US, this is the Pentagon, that's great. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have the staff, the time, or the money to maintain an architecture this complicated. We have not done it well in the past. This is a much more streamlined and efficient architecture. Now it does have some issues, like the example of things need to be done en masse, right? Everyone gets the same firewall. Everyone gets the same, because that helps streamline the process and not have this switching going on between the servers. Next slide. And we'll be backing up to the cloud offsite. So if the courthouse burns down, it doesn't burn all our tapes too. And then we really haven't backed anything up. Computer leasing, this is just more detailed. We will get into this on the work session then. I will save this for that work session.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we should be closer on time. Sure. Until our next.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible for people to smile from beyond the grave? Sean Wood is doing it right now. For now.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, that nice one over there.
I might just have you guys.
Yes.
Hi.
How y'all doing?
All right. Would you introduce your crew again?
This is Captain Sept Marple.
Hey, Seth.
Morning.
This is our Director of Administrative Services.
I'm sorry, missed your name?
Holly Nicholson Cliff.
Nice to meet you.
Do a little bit of talking about, what we've achieved this year, what we hope to achieve next year. I think it's important to just remind everyone of response yesterday of the high school shooting in Evergreen. We had almost our entire staff that was available, either at our high school in Clear Creek, either King Murphy, or in response in Evergreen High School. So it's we may not be in quite the right frame of mind this morning, but our response yesterday was exceptional, and I'm really proud of our team and the work those guys did. A lot of guys were out there till really late last night, and are here with us today. So just wanted to start by saying that.
Huge thank you to you and your team. And I sure hope that everybody on your team knows about the resources that are available and feels totally comfortable asking for them. I'm going to be talking to my therapist about that event, and I wasn't even on site.
No, we actually, our undersheriff sent out a message last night reminding our staff of the resources available to them. But thank you.
Thank you for your leadership there.
So on to budget. And on to kind of how we've kind of set this up for this session. We put together a plan of, into 4 buckets of kind of what we focused on this year and what we continue to hope to focus on next year. Technology being one, training, hiring, and staffing. Let's go with technology first. I think over the course of the last few years, technology has been a challenge for us. And our budget for this year and for next will be significant advancements in technology with digiticket, flock cameras. Also it's important to note that our MDTs need to be constantly replenished. I think there was the position of the old team that our computers that we actually use in our patrol vehicles.
That's what an MDT is.
MDT, yes. And so you have to remember, these things are being used around the clock, and I think the IT belief prior was that they were being turned over too frequently. That's not my belief at all. It's this technology needs to be continue to be refreshed. These machines are being continuously used, and so it's important to to put it out there that we're not being irresponsible with these machines. It's just that they're being used at a much more frequent pace than we're going to use our laptops or as well. So technology is a go ahead.
Yeah, and the majority of that 50 computer replacement number is coming from the SO. So they're operating very old machines that are now not going to be compatible with Windows 11.
I imagine it's a problem if you are trying to respond to an emergency and your computer's not working. I imagine that's a problem.
It can be a problem, yes. Comms, and with that, comms is a problem as well. And so we've obviously we have a rural county, we have a large county, and we had a response a couple of weeks ago that just reminded us that everything's broken. We have to do exploration. Our comms on the radio, it gets broken up, and so that please repeat that, please repeat it. That type. And so we need to think about long-term, investing in a better platform, as far as whether that be satellite, whether that be Starlink, whether that be something, because it continues to be a problem for us. And this is what we know. We know that we continue to remain rural and that people continue to come to this county, and people continue to come and find themselves in trouble and hike mountains that they shouldn't be hiking, and have our team and Alpine Rescue continue, and EMS and fire continue to respond. And
Let
that,
alone the criminal element.
well, that, right, I think that's,
As the Wild West, yeah.
well, certainly, right, and we have that, right, I say this all the time, like, we're in a rural county, we have 9,000, 9,200, whatever our population is, but we have, larger county problems. And that's because of our geography.
If you're outside of the main I-70 corridor up 103, Guanella, they're all dead zones. I mean, we were a couple miles up 103 where we had like 0 radio communication.
Oh, yeah, I know.
There's no cell service. So this has obviously been a forever issue, but now there's new technology. So for us to keep ignoring it would be not a wise decision, right? So there hasn't been that technology for us to invest in prior to the last couple of years. So I think it's definitely.
Yeah, even texting won't go through in some of
Right,
those.
yeah, it's a major officer safety thing.
Right.
The MDTs, it's also a lifeline, right? Jeffcom tracks where our guys are through those MDTs. If they're down, we have no ability to track where our guys are.
So that's do you want to add anything? Okay, Matt?
The MDT is super important because that's where all the Jeffcom do for everything specific to that call. So when we hit that area and we don't have that, we lose those updates as well. So it's pretty much an officer safety issue. Like when we look at our budget, I think what we prioritized was officer safety and safety to the community. Not having radio and not having cellular service for our MDTs puts us at a huge disadvantage because they're basically black as that. So they rely completely on what Jeffcom's being able to supply them over the air. But then if they're having the communication back and forth, then we have limited radio frequency traffic to be able to hear each other, then we're really kind of set up for failure on those situations. And really, it's more and more dead spots is what we found in the
Yeah,
traditional too.
it's an interesting challenge for sure.
Well, yesterday they were using Starlink and that's how they got access to communication for the
Yeah.
bit on Guanella Pass.
Right,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like for example, Alpine has a piece of equipment that they can deploy if it's like a long call out and they're setting kind of an incident command.
Mhm.
But for us, with officers acting individually, right, everywhere in this county, we gotta have something rather than something they can set up. There's other platforms that you can put on a patrol car or on a radio pack set or different things that we're looking at, but obviously it's new technology and none of it's cheap, you know, so.
Yes. Just want to gently remind us, we've got about 20 minutes for this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sure. We'll move on. But I do think it's important to just, you know, in the incident that we had yesterday, you know, in Evergreen, right? And the national incident we had yesterday, it's a reminder of the importance of having technology to help solve crimes. And that's in our investment in Flock is paramount. And that's why we've put so much time and effort into trying to fund that program. Right, because we have any type of crime or any type of incident in this community, we want to be able to solve it quicker and more efficiently. And so Flock is a big part of that. Our staffing plan, you know, I'm going to actually ask Captain Rubin just to give an update of where we are on patrol, because I think that's really kind of where our staffing issues are right now.
Yeah, we continue to have some challenges in patrol. We're authorized, you know, officially 10 positions. We have 8. That includes our school resource officer. We are 2 down from what our authorized is. However, we are also attempting to hire because we know that routinely believe the other positions, and then we never really catch up. So our desire is to, of course, fill up our regular authorized positions as well. So ideally, number of hires would be at 13. The Georgetown contract ultimately swings our way. We're looking to hire 3 additional people on top of that. So the recruiting effort and the hiring effort will be going along in full strength mode to get that accomplished. But the lack of personnel, of course, and we're also down a sergeant in patrol as well. So that means we can't always have a supervisor 24/7. That's a concern as well, because we have deputies out there with minimal in terms of experience, in terms of years of service. They're out there without supervision, having to make decisions that really would be helped if they had a supervisor immediately available.
Well, which could be massively expensive in liability if
There
that
can be some
happens
expensive
again.
litigation. Now, they have an on-call system where we can certainly call a supervisor at home, and we do that. But that certainly is not as ideal as having one who's immediately available on patrol in a car, mobile, who can assist them.
Right.
So we have some work to do, but I can tell you that being down as much as we are, it impacts our ability to efficiently provide services. And I think it impacts potentially the safety of this community, not to mention the safety of the deputies themselves. So we are working hard to get that accomplished. At the same time, I must tell you that, you know, we get a lot of applications. That doesn't mean we get a lot of really truly qualified applicants. So we screen them, and a good number of these folks just really aren't up to where we want them to be. So we're not looking to hire just a warm body. We want to hire the right person for this job, because there's just so much at stake.
And, you know, if I could, the emphasis on the comp plan, it's been a big help. It's been noticed, it's been noticed here, it's been noticed outside the county. And so appreciate that, Carol Ann, and your team for getting that done. That's a big push for us. And I always said that it's a 2-pronged approach, right? It is the compensation plan and it is the retirement. And moving forward, we're gonna have an FPA presentation in CRA here in October. Our budget includes for next year, implementation of that as well. I think that's a game changer. I've said it before. I think that is what's going to help us get out of this endless cycle of hiring new inexperienced people and bringing people with experience to help train our new people and having a good combination of young, energetic, young women and men and experienced deputies as well. And so that is our goal. And I think if we're able to get that, I think that's a game changer for us. the jail's always going to be a challenge, right? Even in sheriff's offices now where staffing is better on patrol, the jail is always going to be an issue. And it continues to be an issue. It's not specific to Clear Creek. But that's a big challenge for us as well. And that it does prevent us from bringing in more on that marshal service contract. Because, our ratios of supervision of, inmate to deputy decrease when we have less available deputies.
I appreciate
Go ahead.
the early heads up, because what I'm hearing is an overhiring program, which will have budget impacts. I think I'm hearing additional FTEs being requested for supervisors.
We'd like
And-
at least one more patrol, is that?
That's right.
And I'm hearing a budget proposal for the implementation of FPPA.
Mhm.
And so I appreciate the early heads up, because it's gonna be tough to figure out how to fund all of that.
And for whatever it's worth, just as anecdotally, the place I came from had FPPA. It enabled me to have a lengthy, successful career and be able to retire from there with a defined benefit, knowing that I could come out of this and be able to, have the ability to pay for my needs in retired life. So I came from that kind of an organization. I can assure you, it's important. It's a draw. And if we get that here, it'll be quite the accomplishment.
And to the point, George, with the extra FT, right? One of our concerns continues to be young folks who are inexperienced and need training. And it needs supervision. And so if you're bringing people on and you're not giving them the training and supervision that they need, that continues to be a liability. Been a liability here for many, many years. And one of the things that I've said from the get-go was that we needed to have as close to 24-hour coverage supervision as we could possibly get. And this would help mitigate that, if we were able to do that. Right now, we're funding it in different ways. And so, but I think, we need to put it in the budget. And we need to do it the right way and put it in the budget.
But what's your opinion on keeping the jail versus leasing jail space in other jurisdictions?
And I've said this, I don't really have an opinion on it. I'm not in favor of getting rid of the jail. I'm not in favor of keeping the jail. I'm in favor of letting the RFP and the proposal and experts analyze the good, the bad, and the ugly.
And is that out there already?
It is, yes. Yep.
Thank you.
And so I don't feel strongly either way. And I think let's let the research and the data drive the decision making. And that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and it's not unique to your division. We're gonna have to get really creative to figure out how to afford this, because the new dollars aren't there.
I think it's important to add too, that some of these positions we had in place prior, they were already been cut. We had a captain in investigations. We no longer have that. So what we have is Joel Burley as a sergeant in that role. So investigation needs some sort of midline supervision for that piece, but what we're asking is basic law enforcement to have supervisors on a coverage of 24 hours, as close to that as possible, because we avoid situations like we've had in the past. So what we're trying to do is an innovative. It's just trying to break with the norms of what most law enforcement agencies our size are doing. So-
And if I might just comment about the supervision, Clear Creek, as small as it is, it's not immune to the critical incidents. As we saw in Evergreen, an officer-involved shooting last year, earlier this year, in the homicide and missing individual that turned into a homicide. Preparedness is expensive, and having to have a supervisor in investigations, supervising those investigators, the decision was made to take the one patrol supervisor to put into investigations, because these are critical that they're solved and that the community stays safe while they're being solved. And a supervisor in investigation was really the only way to do that. And so therefore we're missing the supervisor on late nights and so forth, when we have a deputy out there all by himself, a young deputy sometimes, so.
Colleagues, you may not have, in your rapid introduction to all of the complex things in this county, you may not have been delivered the KRW report, which is kind of old, maybe still relevant. Is it unreasonable to ask maybe the SO provide that report maybe with some notation about kind of some of it may not be relevant because like you've done it, right? You talked about reducing your deputies, but is that an unreasonable ask? Just so that we can try to understand the operation a little better.
Well, sure. I mean, I think what would be beneficial is if we could have a separate session and we could go over that. And I'm willing to do that. Because I think there's some things in the KRW report when I first got on that I disagreed with. And being here longer, I certainly disagree. There's some great points in it as well. One of the issues that they had identified was an issue in investigations. And as far as Kate, right, which where you're looking at caseload per investigator, and then you look at the span of control for supervisory work. And so we have, as we continue to expand our investigation division, we want crime solved in this community, our average number of cases per investigator and our detective have increased. And therefore we need increased supervision and a case management system eventually on and looking at these investigations. And so it doesn't need to be a lieutenant or a captain the way it was in the past, but we certainly need a first line supervisor to oversee investigations.
Colleagues, what do you think about a work session dedicated to just understanding sheriff's office operations, going through the KRW report?
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
I think it'd be great. You guys, it's a big shop and you do a lot and we should understand.
We're willing to have full disclosure and have a conversation. And I know the other two commissioners are still fairly new and kind of learning kind of how we operate here. And so I think the more we have dialogue and exactly how we operate and what our needs are and, what we've cut and where we can cut and where we can be responsible. And I think we've done a really good job of being responsible and saving money where we can and looking at old contracts and so so it's time for us to, put forward a plan for sustainability, not just survival.
For what it's worth, I'm not very new and I definitely can understand more better. Your transparency is refreshing. I'll just say that.
So just to clarify, a work session regarding sheriff's office operations in general, when would you like to have that? Like, when's that available time wise?
Maybe we can figure that out
After, but you're not looking for Tuesday. I just want to confirm.
if there's space on the budget on Tuesday or on the agenda on Tuesday. I just don't know. Like, that's why I don't want to try to solve this now because I don't know his availability.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Agenda.
Kind of short notice. We might be better
Yeah.
shooting for
30th.
October 7th.
That's the FPPA.
Okay.
So the 16th, so it's not,
16th is Tuesday. There's no meeting on the 30th.
okay. I mean, we could schedule time on the 7th. I mean, it'll be a busy day.
We could schedule a meeting on the 30th.
No, we cannot. Respectfully, we have interviews all day long.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, you're not available.
Most of the leadership may not be available.
I'm happy to just let that be figured out, the timing of that be figured out.
Okay, I just wanted to I don't want to pressure them and I want to make sure you didn't get next week.
No.
Okay, thanks.
And then the other thing that we just did mention was to look forward to be a proposal for increasing our training budget as well for 26. And so that's something, it's been a challenge. We reduced our training budget for 25 because we were so short-staffed in 24. And so we couldn't get to training. We expect to be in a better position at the end of 25 and going into 26. So therefore what ends up happening is overtime and the work takes away from our training. And so last couple of weeks, we've been pretty busy. We had to cancel some training. But we're hoping to be in a better position in 26 with our staffing and therefore training would need to increase because we're able to actually train. Right. And it's one of the things that we haven't addressed, right? When we look at, prior to my arrival at the end of 23 and 24, we did identify tremendous training needs, right? And the ability to actually look at our training program and saying, okay, what does post require is the minimum, right? That is the floor. It's not the ceiling. Which we should be doing is what push requires, but how are we growing the organization? How are we growing training? How are we growing our people? What leadership training are we offering? And how are we developing our future leaders of tomorrow? And how are we also working more on not just, CIT, but that next level, the emotional intelligence. So I'd like to bring somebody on board to actually really assess. I mean, this is through contract, and that's what this, and we'll get to that at another time. But actually holistically look at our training program, look at where our deficiencies are, look at how we should be doing things better, right? What we have done is we've done really well with what we have. But that is just, answering the mail, so to speak. We need to grow, and we need to grow our people. We need to grow the organization professionally. And that's an investment in training. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Especially the high liability areas.
Good
Driving is
point.
a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, we do a lot of in-house training and have instructors in-house, right? But we can't just train in a bubble. Sending people out and getting other points of view and seeing how the other agencies are training, those aren't cheap. We would like to have other agencies come in and host some trainings, but that also isn't cheap. So we haven't really been able to do a lot of that in the past. It's always, we have in-house trainers, right? And we just kind of train our own staff the way that we see fit, right? But to be able to send them to other places and really get those trainings to enhance outside of that very base level is going to be important.
We always, say it's, diversity of experience and diversity of thought, right? If we're all in a bubble and we all talk to people, regardless of any in the world, right? Everyone who thinks like you, acts like you, the same training as you, right? What about different perspective? What's going on with, in other states and other counties and other, how is our profession growing? And that's
Okay,
that's what Captain Marquardt is saying.
The one red flag is travel budget.
Right.
If you can do it in state, that would be
Sure.
better than going.
No,
to
I understand. I think, we would like to have our ability for a few to potentially, I don't want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on training. We don't have that. But what I'm saying is, there might be something out of state where we may send somebody to. But what Seth is saying is not even that. He's saying we need to get training out of the county. We do everything in-house. Like,
That-
There's a ton
that's-
of great
I
trainings in
understand.
the state that our agencies offer.
but I understand what you're saying, Rebecca, right? No, our goal is not to send everybody all over the country for training. But it's to have the ability to say, to send one or two if applicable. So, and then try to do more training outside the county with other counties, with other police departments, and continue to modernize and professionalize.
One of the questions I will have, maybe I don't need to answer now. I'll be curious to hear how projections of increased revenue, like one of the things I appreciate the most about this sheriff's department is your willingness to write tickets. I know you don't do that for revenue, but I know it has a revenue impact. That would be helpful for us to see a breakdown of, and I don't need an answer now because I think we're over time, but
Okay.
I'm just trying to solve this puzzle. I hear a big increase coming in a proposal and I don't know how we're going to fund it. And so just throwing that out there.
Right. And I think what we want to do, George, is be responsible and say, okay, this is what our needs are. Last year, we cut our needs behind the curtain. Okay, I don't want to do that this year. I want to put it all out here and say to the public and say to you all, this is what we need, and then have an honest and open dialogue of where we could, trim the edges a little bit. We trimmed the edges before we had an open dialogue last year, and I don't think that was in our best interests.
Agreed.
Okay.
And we do have a budget line item for mobile ticketing. That there's limitations on where we can put that, like a trailer that we set that up. It has to be by school zones, construction zones, but a lot of sheriff's offices are looking at that, especially like where schools like 103 happens to be by Carlson, like that's one of our main speeding areas. So we did put that in our budget to be able to look at that because it would also bring revenue as well as the enforcement issues because that's a high level of complaints that we get.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have that in Denver by schools.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're only 2 minutes over.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Because of my questions, right? Those 2 minutes of that.
That's right.
We have next EMS and T chat.
In my day.
I wanted to say.
There I have.
Wow.
Now we know who to do favors for. Colleagues, I want to grab some coffee while EMS and CPAC come.
Okay, great, little bio break.
Can I grab you hard coffee?
Yeah, I'll get some tea.
But I just want to. Okay, next up, we have Aaron Crawley, Emergency Medical Services and CChat.
Hello. I'm gonna try and get you back on track a little bit, because I don't think this will take super long. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about year over year, where we're at from a budgeting perspective, and then some numbers year to date compared to last year during the same time frame. Last year was our busiest record, every year on record, for the most part. And then just some major budget needs for next year. Did y'all get the packet?
Yes.
I sent? Perfect. So the year to date kind of budget comparison really just shows that last year we were almost right on target with budgeting, and this year we're predicted to be in the same spot. We only have one more large purchase this year, which is a remounted ambulance that we should receive at the end of this month, which we welcome. We definitely have need for that back in service.
Is that call volume number normalized? Is it like last year we had 1,375 all year, and this year we're already at 1,375?
No. So yeah, so we could just skip straight to that. So yeah, if you're looking at the EMS numbers, so this is as of 9/2. So on 2024 through September 2nd, we'd run 1,375 calls. In 2025, the exact same amount of calls. So I laughed when I pulled that number. So last year was by far our busiest year on record, and we're going to match it this year. It likely on December 31st, when we run our last call, it won't be the same as 2024, but just to show you that we're remaining busy. I just put the resident versus non-resident number in there because it seems to be something that's always interesting, but that ratio doesn't change very much, and it'll change throughout the year too, right? We're kind of in a little bit of a historical lull season right now. Kids went back to school. People aren't on vacation as much, but we'll see a lot more tourists, obviously, when the ski lifts open. Kind of
And the leaves.
And the leaves change. Yes, that's coming before the ski lifts open. Our time on task hours are super interesting. Through September 2nd of 2024, we were at 3,712 hours. And we're over 300 hours ahead of that this year, 4,092. The reason for that largely is an increasing backcountry request volume.
Mountain bike park?
No, actually, we've not been in the mountain bike park as much as we thought we would thus far. That'll change. It ebbs and flows. There will be times when we're in there and we're sick of going in there. We're in there so much. This year seems to be Tories. We've been on Tories. Oh, yes.
And important to note that Blue Sky is closed.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Part of the theory is that we took the Noob Mountain down, and people are going to Grays and Tories, which is not an easy mountain, and they don't know that. So we're getting way more inexperienced people on that mountain.
Yeah, it is. It's a tough mountain, and people don't recognize that. But if you've ever hiked Kelso Ridge, it's you can't misstep. And unfortunately, that happens, and then we get called, and we're gonna be in there with multiple people for hours and hours. And so, in large part, the reason for the increased time on task hours this year is because of the backcountry call volume. Gilpin Ambulance Authority standbys. So last year, for the entire year, we requested them 106 times. And through September 2nd, we'd requested them 67 times. So we're projecting about 84 times that we'll request them. Now, these numbers aren't perfect. This is not just how many times we requested them. This is specifically how many times they were able to. I can give you an example. On Monday morning, I left this room from a leadership meeting. And we dropped multiple calls at the same time. And so all of our ambulances were out. I requested Gilpin to stand by, and they couldn't because they didn't have the availability. So the numbers are actually larger than that. So it looks a little bit better this year, but projecting 84 times to ask one agency to stand by for us is way too many times.
Can you follow up with information about how many times this year and last year they were unable to? Do you have that data?
I don't. And that's not reported, because if they can't, then no chart is written and there's no way to backtrack and figure that out. It was just radio traffic that was forgotten about as soon as they said no.
So
But I
what
can't-
happens if we can't respond to an emergency?
So, for example, on Monday, they told us they did not have the ability to send us an ambulance to stand by for us, but they can run a live call. And so what happens, and that's not an infrequent problem. What happens is, if we do drop another call and we need an ambulance to respond, Gilpin, Evergreen, or Summit County respond from their station.
Okay.
So depending on who's responding and where to in the county, we're talking about an extremely extended response time.
Right. Okay, so if Gilpin can't do it, then it's farther away.
Correct. This is an interesting number that I've been tracking in regards to PTO taken. So in 2024 through September 2nd, our paramedics and EMTs, so this excludes myself and the couple of 40-hour people that we have. These are shift workers, right? 3,009 hours. In 2025, 3,380 hours of PTO taken. So this is PTO, sick time, bereavement, right? The interesting thing here is that a full-time paramedic works 2,912 hours a year. So if we're fully staffed, we have 6 people on, right? We have an ambulance here in Georgetown with 2 people, an ambulance in Idaho Springs with 2 people, and then we have a captain in the center of the county in Dumont with an extra paramedic so they can make a 3rd ambulance. But through 2/3 of the year, we're already down well more than 1 FTE. So most of the time, even if we are fully staffed, we're not really fully staffed. So I like to say that we don't have 3 ambulances, we have 2.5, but it's really probably less than that. And so I just show you that number because the major ask that we'll have on the 2026 budget request is going to be 3 more paramedics. And between the time on task numbers, the Gilpin Ambulance Authority standby numbers, and the PTO taken, I think that the proof is there that we need it. We can't handle the call volume demand that we have with the staff that we have, and we haven't been able to for a long time. And then the last number that kind of plays into that is our below minimum staffing days. In 2024, I went back and counted. I consider minimum staffing 5 people, a captain in the center and 2 full ambulances on each side. If we're below that, it means that we don't have the ability to do the base level things that we do, right? We have 2 ambulances on, but no captain in the middle. How do we handle our blood program? Because the captain has to deliver that blood, but we don't have someone in the middle to do that. That's a big problem for us, and for some of our mutual aid partners that potentially depend on that product as well. 36 days we were below minimum staffing last year. Now I worked some of those days, but I can't work all of them, right? I wish I could.
So when you talk about the captain, is that you?
That's not me.
Oh,
It sometimes is me. If staffing is tough, yes, I work as a captain. I worked 3 weeks in a row on a 48-hour shift in August. But I can't be available to do that always. I'm not always in the state. My kids have to go on vacation sometimes, so. This year, it's a little bit better. We're at 16 year to date, which still isn't good. So again, just those 3 FTEs that we're going to ask it's a bag. Please.
It's on the ballot.
Yeah. Any questions about kind of the state of EMS thus far this year?
When you say drop from Wakefield, that was your prior electronic pay? Sir?
No. So yeah, just a couple of points here. We're also from a revenue standpoint, from a billing standpoint, we're trying to the insurance industry is constantly evolving and constantly moving the target, which makes it difficult to collect appropriately timely. For example, we had to purchase a contract with an electronic pay vendor because we've done everything via paper. Now insurance companies are stopping writing paper checks. And so as a matter of fact, the insurance company that we carry here in the county is one of them that did that. And so they had $40,000 in reimbursements being held which forced us to go ahead and purchase a contract with an electronic pay vendor so that we could collect that.
Wow.
Yeah, I just put that down just to show that we are trying to evolve constantly to make sure that we're collecting as much as what we deserve as possible, which is, you know,
What percentage of what you expend you actually recover?
low 30s.
Wow.
Yeah. I spent yesterday for half a day, I was down in Denver at a Centers for Medicare and Medicaid supplemental reimbursement workshop. We do that every single year. Not all EMS agencies do, and they definitely should. And because throughout the year, as we transport Medicaid and Medicare patients, we're reimbursed by Medicare kind of pennies on the dollar. And the state has a program to help us recoup. It doesn't make us whole. But for the state's fiscal year 24, we expect a supplemental check of $290,000. So I was down at a workshop yesterday to make sure that we can collect as much of that as possible for fiscal year 25.
Great.
The process will start next week. And then we were dropped from we have a collection service that we've worked with in the past for billed amounts that aren't paid by anyone. We were dropped from a service because we were too small, essentially. We didn't do enough business. They deal with much larger organizations than we are. And so we signed a new contract last month, I believe, to be able to hopefully collect a little bit of that as well.
Do you have anything on CChat?
I do, yes. So chat's going great overall. They're fully staffed right now with 4 FTEs. So director, who also is a clinician, 2 other clinicians and a community paramedic. And so they're on staff 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. They overlap on their days as well. So several days of the week, we actually have the ability for them to split into 2 teams, which is great. Chat was able to secure the GROC grant to fund them for 2 years. So thank you to GROC times a million. And that grant goes through August of 2027. So for 2026, they're almost completely grant funded. More than 700 contacts year to date, which proves the necessity for that program. 700 is a lot for that program. And then each of the last probably 6 months, we've been waiting to see if we were going to break into the triple digits, and finally in August they broke the record. And they did 111 contacts in August alone, which again, necessity. The major ask coming out of chat that is really the only thing that won't be grant funded in 2026 is a second vehicle. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, they have the ability to split into 2 teams, but they only have 1 vehicle. And so right now, with the demand obviously increasing and that program being used, we're missing about a call a week. And so that doesn't sound that bad when you say it like that, but I think when you say we're missing about 52 calls a year, or canceling appointments, right? That's a problem. We don't want to cancel appointments because we need to maintain trust with people who we're trying to keep in their homes safe and not lean on the 911 system for all of their healthcare needs. Right now, chat tries to reserve one of the county vehicles, which is good when we can get it. It's not great. We can't always get it because other people need those vehicles. One of the things that a specifically designed chat vehicle does is allows them to secure transport. Not all of the people that they contact need to go to a hospital via ambulance, but they do need to go somewhere. And so those vehicles being outfitted so that we can transport those people in a secure way is very important. The work that Colton has done on the leasing program would allow chat to have a fully outfitted vehicle for just over $12,000 for next year. Yeah, which is incredible because that vehicle otherwise would be like a $60,000 to $70,000 vehicle. So that will be on the chat budget request. That piece would not be grant funded, but it would allow chat to be able to operate at full capacity.
Wasn't there's an enterprise or something that was created in the last couple of years that's supposed to be coming online and supporting EMS services? I'm gonna find information and get it to you. I'll be interested to see if we think that'll impact our revenues this coming year.
And that's something from the state?
I could be completely misremembering because he's drawing a blank and he tracks this stuff probably closer than I do, but
The Sustainability Task Force?
was it just a task force? They didn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If I find something, I'll follow up.
Please. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I would say in Aaron's, that for EMS billing, I mean, but there was a bill in the State House that would have been really helpful to normalize our billing to insurance companies that got vetoed. So anything we can do to help with that stuff, where we're not getting 5 cents from one insurance company and another company pays $7, would
Is
be.
that what you're referring to?
No, I remember that bill being vetoed and to my frustration.
Yes. That, EMS as a whole in the state of Colorado was extremely frustrated. In other states that went through
Oh,
this year. And that had full support from both sides until it was vetoed. And essentially what that was is but like I said, when we transport someone who has Medicare, we're reimbursed pennies on the dollar.
Right.
The state of Colorado says that commercial insurance companies actually owe us 325% of the Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement rates. And that bill would have required commercial insurance companies to pay that. Even if they pay that, that isn't what we cost. But it would have helped a ton. And yeah, and it didn't make it through, but it'll be back.
okay.
Before I send you away, the sheriff's office mentioned that they were on site yesterday. I assume your team was also on site in Evergreen yesterday or
Yes.
providing coverage. I'm sure you're impacted by that. Want to thank you and your team for it. And I hope everybody on your team knows what kind of resources are available. Feel very confident going for them. I know I'll be talking to my therapist about this and I wasn't even there. So I hope your team does the same.
It was my team didn't transport any of the victims directly. They helped on scene with some of the reunification efforts. Despite that, it was heavy for them. I spoke with all of them yesterday, and I'll be speaking with them consistently. But they do know what the resources are and that they have full access, and I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Clerk and Recorder Office.
She is unavailable today, so we're going to skip that.
Good.
We should be on break.
10:20 break with internal services starting. Colleagues, what do you think? Do you want 10 minutes or can we do 5?
5 is fine.
Catch up a little bit. Okay, so we'll start with internal services. We'll just say at 10:35. We'll do a whole 7 minutes. Next up, we have internal services, Matt Taylor.
Morning, Matt Taylor, Internal Services Director. Megan, would you mind pulling up my
Yes.
packet? I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to start on the last page of mine. I thought Commissioner Lloyd, a couple weeks ago at a retreat, you mentioned something about not being extremely familiar with internal services. So I wanted to just throw this in there and, make sure you guys were aware of what internal services is and kind of what we do. So internal services includes building maintenance, facilities, GIS and mapping, and special projects and water resources. I'm going to talk a little bit about changes in 2025. So in 2024, we actually had another department under internal services, which was archives. But changes in 2025 included 3 FTE cuts. One was archives. There was 1 position in there. One was facilities maintenance in our building maintenance team. And one was a GIS technician in the GIS and mapping department. And the reason I mention this is because my discussion today is really about staffing concerns and staffing levels within internal services. So 2025 has been busy. There's been a lot of stuff going on. At the beginning of the year, our facilities team implemented a new CMMS, which is a computer maintenance software to track and take work, manage our assets and that kind of stuff. And as a result of that, this year, we've completed 363 work orders. 114 of those work orders, we've received 363 work orders. 114 of those were from the jail. So that represents basically 1/3 of our requests. And a lot of those work orders are not simple, hey, we're out of toilet paper, there's a light out. A lot of them are like clogged toilets or leaking pipes or we're flooding. And so a lot of our requests to that area take a lot more time than other work orders to replace paper towels or toilet paper, that kind of thing. Prior to 2024, we didn't actually service detentions and the jail. In 2024, we were fully staffed and we had a very competent team, and detentions approached us and the county manager at the time and said, hey, can we start including detentions in the building facilities work? And so we said, yeah, we'll try that on a trial period of a year. So near the end of 2024, things were going well. Again, we were pretty well staffed. In 2025, like I said, we reduced a position. And then on top of that, we reduced our staff hours from 40 to 32. So it's kind of a double whammy where we're taking on additional responsibilities, but also reducing staff levels. I didn't include this in my report, but I did a little bit more digging yesterday. In the 37 weeks of this year, we've had 3 weeks where we've had no work orders submitted by detentions. We average 3 work orders from them a week, and the most we've had in 1 week is 10. So a lot of additional responsibilities there for detentions.
I should know the answer to this. How was the sheriff's office funding and performing repairs prior to that?
It's a great question. They were outsourcing.
So they're calling like Blue Sky Plumbing or?
Yep, you bet.
So can you talk about your savings?
Yeah, so that leads into the savings. This year up through July, because John and his team, mostly John, has such great capabilities and experiences, he's able to do a lot of this maintenance and work himself. So we were scheduled to save over $60,000 just out of two line items, his outside services and repair and maintenance line items. And so our intention was to try and utilize those savings to, in 2026, request another FTE. So at this point, what we're looking for, what we're hoping to do in 2025 is actually bring two of those building facility team members back to 40 hours. The other thing I want to mention is also in these 37 weeks, John, 28 weeks has gone over his 32 hours. So he's consistently being requested to, or come in on either on the weekends or stay late to accomplish some of these tasks that need to be done. We can't let toilets stay clogged all weekend, that kind of thing in the jail.
And his inflated hourly rate.
What's that?
And his inflated hourly rate. That has budget.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So in 2025, later this year, we would like to move 3 staff in internal services from 32 hours to 40. That would be the facility supervisor, John. It would be Dennis Horton, the maintenance tech, and it would be in GIS, Megan Ovenden. So as a result of all this, the facilities team being short-staffed, I've had to step in happily to help meet some of the needs for that department. So you might see me out there doing some shoveling. You might see me out there doing some mowing.
I see you doing everything.
I'm downstairs meeting with vendors. And so that's taken away from my GIS responsibilities. And so Megan from my team, who's the only other GIS person, has been lifting a lot of the weight recently this year. So I'd like to get her back to a full-time 40 hours as well. So.
You haven't even mentioned the flood. You got through that
Yeah.
whole thing and you didn't mention the flood.
Yeah, so I was going to mention a few things from this year, and I was going to start with special projects because I feel bad because I'm not talking a whole lot about special projects. But just yesterday, so one of the big projects that Special Projects is working on is the shooting range and getting that going. We just heard some really great news yesterday. A grant that we got approved for in 2024, the funding is finally coming through right now. So big sigh of relief. Yeah, so we'll be able to hopefully accomplish a little bit more than we were anticipating.
That's the one in Dumont versus Devil's Nose.
Yes, ma'am. So that's really exciting news. We just finished the sanitation line there. We've got a few things to just kind of button up and get that CO, but for that facility.
Targeted opening in the spring?
Hopefully, yes. The building may be usable before then. And then, yes, we had the flood downstairs here in the courthouse in July. That's really added to a lot of our responsibilities and needs. And just an update on that, I guess, in October, October 20th, we're slated to start the asbestos abatement on that. Once that's completed, we've got a contract to do foundation repair because after we had the flooding in there and we had the drywall exposed and we could see the concrete foundation, we noticed water seeping in just during normal rainstorms. So we want to tackle that while the drywall is all exposed. So starting in October 20th, they'll spend 10 days doing the asbestos abatement. And then shortly after that, hopefully we can get the foundation repair done. That should only take about a week. And then we can start buttoning things back up and rebuilding, putting drywall back up and carpet back in and go from there. So those were some unexpected costs. Asbestos abatement is not included in our insurance policy. We, at the same time, went ahead, the foundation repairs, not included in insurance policy. And then at the same time, we went ahead and did some gutter work because we noticed some of our gutters and downspouts were directing water right to the foundation instead of away from the foundation. Some of our gutters were just not working at all and water was overflowing. It was on our list, but we decided to ramp that up this year. So those were some unexpected costs that we're incurring.
So we don't have an emergency fund for something like that? It comes all out of your budget?
Yes. It's all coming out of facilities budget.
Yes, but we can appropriate out of the emergency fund. It just needs to be a board action.
Thank you.
Right. So
Rachel.
yes, we burdened the expense, the division. October, I'm supposed to come back to you all with a supplemental, just a reminder, that includes the staffing concerns, that it will include the emergency. And before I can even come back to you, I have to see if we need to do a supplemental. Our spending might be in so allowance that we do not have to ask for more funding or ask for money out of the emergency reserve, which is available, of course, for this.
Okay,
So the answer is yes, we do have an emergency room.
Yes.
okay.
We're required to maintain one by our state
Okay,
law.
so you don't have to shut down the mapping department or to
No.
pay for the
Right.
basement.
Okay, right.
So you said that you were on track to save the 60,000. Was that because of flooding and what pushed you over, or?
Yeah, previous to the flooding, yeah, we were on track to save about 60,000 out of our outside services and repairs and maintenance line items. So, and those, I mean, those are, repair and maintenance. It's kind of one of those where you never know what, what things might arise.
But you have to expect it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it did to supplement that a little bit, when we reduced the maintenance line items in the sheriff, it wasn't a one-for-one transfer back to internal services to take on those responsibilities. We have transitioned to a model where we are trying to use a very efficient and well-trained staff to do this stuff internally because it is way, way, way cheaper. The issue is that they're understaffed. And so we are not able to maintain that level of throughput through that division doing the work internally, right?
Mhm.
So there needs to be a strategic decision made on kind of pivoting in which direction, right? Do we go back to the older model, which was a lot of outsourcing, which is very expensive? Or do we staff to appropriately to where we can catch the majority of these things in a relatively sustainable way? Because the workload that's going on in internal services right now is not sustainable. They're consistently working over their time. They're always here, weekend.
Well, and overtime costs more money too.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
we will, if we need the budget supplemental or not, that discussion about bringing them back to 40 will get in front of the board at probably the October meeting from me to make y'all aware of why why we have we're thinking about making some of these decisions in 25.
And then to look at 2026, we would like to also ask to return that maintenance tech position that we reduced in 25 to bring it back and add that. And some of the justification for that is we've got a really lengthy capital improvement projects list from facilities for 10 of our 18 buildings that we manage. Everything from roof repair to generator install. So a lot of projects that need to be done. And with the current staffing level, it's going to be very challenging to get those projects completed. And if we don't complete a lot of those projects, our buildings are going to continue to deteriorate. Things are going to get worse. Things are going to get more expensive to repair in the future.
And these buildings are on the assessment list for, okay.
But the majority of them are not slated to be reduced. We can reduce maybe 4 of the 18.
All right.
The rest of them are equipment needs to be on the east side of the county, right?
Right.
That kind of stuff. So that becomes more challenging.
Thank you.
Are you maintaining the wellness center or is that still being done via contract?
That's still under contract, but we do a lot of work there still, even though we have a property management group there. For example, one of the quotes we got was to put in a handrail in the back. And John was able to take a look at that quote and he acquired the products, put the handrail in himself and saved the county
$3,500.
Yeah, $3,500 just on that
Wow.
one little project. So we do, even though we have property management group down there, we do end up doing a lot of work there as well.
Colleagues, this is a heads up. You'll hear me talk about how I think we should be doing that in-house moving forward. Possibly ad nauseum.
Okay, well, that makes sense to me. I mean, historically, the buildings department was the one who would send the guy over to fix things. And, all this contracting out is really expensive.
Yeah, I mean, we still do the elevator servicing there. We pay for that. We do other things there. We were just about to prepare new signage, for the new units there and some of the new people that have gone in there. We've, moved equipment in there, desks, chairs, for the new staff that have gone in there, recently. So
I'm sorry, gone in where?
the health clinic.
Oh, thank you.
And I don't know, there's a community pride element. I'm wasting too much time, but there's a community pride element. We've got trash cans at the wellness center that get full, and then I get phone calls, and I end up calling some consultant who calls some contractor and I more than once have gotten frustrated enough that I go down there and I empty them.
Wow.
And I think that we could get better at it, team. And I'm not trying to like add expectations without asking the resources you need to meet them. But that's just one example. And then when Carl's up here, we can talk about snow plowing. Because I think we're driving a snow plow past that building and then contracting somebody else to plow it. And I think the same thing happens here.
Yeah, and that was one thing we actually started to for a brief period. We did for maybe half a season our own snow removal. Again, that was back when we were fully staffed. And we made an agreement with the sheriff's office. They had a plow that was sitting down at the animal shelter. And so we said, hey, if you allow us to, maintain and manage that vehicle, we'll plow down there and we'll plow the courthouse and the annex building and some of our other facilities. And so that worked okay. But certainly not a possibility now with our staffing levels. Yeah.
Okay. I'll stop ranting about hobby horses that I have.
The Pinecroft contract will go back in front of the board, and I think it's the time for the board to assess the real cost benefit there, and it should expire later this year.
Okay.
Now, there is another side that isn't maintenance, and that's running the leases, running the collecting the rent, like marketing the building that we are not staffed for in finance.
Okay.
It's a larger conversation, but yes, the property management side today, I think absolutely of that contract, I believe can be more effectively handled by us.
If we support our ability to.
So if you get your ask, bringing those, three back up to 40 hours and then bring back the tech, you would be staffed enough to be able to handle or would that be another ask?
To be able to handle the health clinic?
The snow plowing, the stuff.
And minor.
I don't know about the snow plowing, to be honest with you. Right now, we're still plowing the animal shelter, so our team is doing that. But I don't know if we could pick up here. We did, the year that we did that, we had a rather large event, and it was challenging. We had people like myself who were stuck at home for a couple days, couldn't get in, down here. It took us a while to dig out. So I have concerns and reservations about, us taking that on. And I'd love to have that conversation with John, maybe after we're fully staffed, to see if that's something that we could do. I certainly think though that with these staffing requests, we could take on the health clinic.
Okay.
Particularly if we reduce some of our building further through the facility assessment.
Right.
If they get down.
May be good reasons, and I'd love to hear them, why the road and bridge team wouldn't take this on.
Is that because it's a small?
Well, there's some fund issues we would need to work through about what they're actually funded to do. And then two, yeah, their snow plowing thing is like in its count, right? But they have helped in the past. It's more of sidewalks, stuff like that. They're not equipped to do that, right? That's a very manual job.
Do we have sidewalk snowplows? We did in my hometown.
We have sidewalk what?
Snowplows?
No, I don't think so. Matt? We don't have sidewalk plows, do we?
We have, we've recently been utilizing an ATV that the sheriff has, and that is retrofitted with a plow. And so we've been using that at the courthouse here to help us do the sidewalks at this facility, at this campus.
Okay. Getting into the weeds is fun.
The only other thing that you might notice once you get internal services budget is we're trying to keep everything on an even keel, from this year to next year's numbers. But the GIS, we've we're bumping up or we're requesting to bump up our outside services basically a little bit for further developer hours to assist us in catching up on some projects that we're very behind on. And we just need some assistance with. So also we have a project that we do every other year where we collect aerial photography with Dr. Cog. So small increase in the GIS budget for those two items. But other than that, budgets are pretty much stagnant across the board.
Thank you, Matt. This division and your role sure has changed a lot over the years, many different times. And I just want to thank you for being one of our longtime people here and rolling with the changes and always doing what you can.
Thanks, Matt.
Okay, human resources.
I'll try to catch you up on time. My budget's not too complicated. So I'll start by introducing the HR staff because as Rachel mentioned, we're back at the house, so you might not have had a chance to meet all of them yet. So,
And you're in that White House by the courthouse entrance.
yeah, you came there for your orientation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I knew where everybody was.
Yeah. So we have Kate. She is our HR analyst and she handles payroll, compliance reporting, data analytics, and benefit billing. And she's only about 25% of the way through transitioning training with other duties as assigned. We have to accommodate payroll, which means we can only do every other week training. And right now, every other week training is focusing on the payroll conversion, which we'll talk about. So that's Kate. We have Jess.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
She is our HR generalist. She handles all of our onboarding and leave management for all types of employee leave. She handles the benefit management and really a lot of all of the data entry and all of those systems that we currently have everything dispersed in different systems. And what else do you do? I can't read my own handwriting. But Jess is like the catch-all. She does a lot.
She helps newbie commissioners navigate all the ins and outs.
She's been here the longest, right? Yeah, on her team. So she's our veteran. And then, Peggy, she is our HR specialist. She handles our strategic recruitment plan, policy development and review, and she's now the safety committee chair. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Okay. So just a high level overview of our 2025, where we're at, and then, giving you some context for what we're going to ask for in 2026. We're maintaining service levels right now under an extremely heavy load. We're still at record high turnover rates, even though it has gone down slightly. It's an average that we're giving you. It's a moving target. It goes up and down, but we're really never below 30. 30% is extremely high, especially for a government. This year, we've had an incredible spike in employee leave. So that's FMLA requests, work comp, short-term disability. And we are also, we took payroll over from finance. So we've had that conversion, and we're also moving from Springbrook to Paylocity right now. So the one ask that I have for 2026 is going to be moving the HR specialist, Peggy's position, the recruitment, back to 40 hours. And I'll explain a little bit more about why that ask is coming. So looking at, go back a couple, please.
Sorry.
That's okay. Right, one more forward.
Oh, forward. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This one?
No, right before that.
This one.
Yeah. Okay, so what's going well, our progress and our pain points. So right now, what's going well is payroll alignment. Having payroll in HR, I think makes a lot of sense for our organization, for our values, for synergies. It's consolidated a lot of the time that we were having to work through communication failures because it lived in two different departments, because HR has a huge piece in payroll, which is all the benefits and leaves and all that. and then finance was handling the money part. So having it all together was really, it's really created a lot of efficiencies. It's also helped us with reporting, which, I mean, every time Kate sends me a report, I send her something back. I'm like, I'm so grateful for you. Because this has been such a pain point for HR, being able to pull information because we have all these different systems. We have to like pull them from all these different systems and then find a way to get it all together and still meet our compliance deadlines, which is complicated and arduous. And then another progress point is just what's going on right now with Paylocity. I mean, this is consolidating a minimum of 9 disparate systems to one. And the efficiencies that this will create, we haven't realized it yet because we're still in the transition phase. You know, for all of us, but especially for Jess, and not having to duplicate entries in multiple systems, having a cleaner onboarding process with packets, tighter position and employee data for reporting, better use for our employees' experience. This is something that I've been hearing about since I got here is the UKG, the system that we had when I got here, was a Cadillac, but we weren't using it like a Cadillac because we didn't have all of the training or the expertise in-house at the time. And so when I got here, the decision was made to move to Springbrook. And it was like going from a Cadillac to a Pinto, and our staff were like, what the heck? This is not a pleasant experience. And so we've been receiving a lot of complaints, have received a lot of complaints from staff about how difficult it is for timesheet entry or access to information like their benefits and what they're enrolled in, because there's this system you have to log in for that. And then there's this system for that. And they have to manage all those logins. So this is going to give us the ability to improve the employee experience too, because one system is going to hold all their information for timesheets, benefits, and we're also going to have, you know, payroll, community resources in there, which is not something we've had before either. That was something we were working with IT, and it just got dropped as not a priority to get our intranet up and rolling, and the HR team did many hours of work to prepare for that intranet, to get a skeleton ready so that we could be the first guinea pig to launch a page. And so we have that ready to go for Paylocity. So we're excited to be able to have a system that can hold data, forms, all of it in one place. And then the other progress point for HR this year is the safety committee. This is something that we've been talking about for quite a while, but it's just, you know, very difficult to find time for, you know, these types of extracurricular activities, even though safety should be one of the paramount activities of the organization. We don't have anyone in charge of it. It is just like an extra duty as assigned.
Oh
So
my
Peggy,
goodness, I didn't realize that.
yeah. So, and each department has their own kind of safety things that they do for their departments that are specific, like road and bridge and EMS, but for the
We don't have
entire,
a health, safety, environment department.
no, not for the entire organization. What?
You're talking about workplace safety. I think you might be hearing something different.
No, I'm talking about
Yeah,
workplace
workplace
safety, workers' comp and
Yes.
OSHA. and
Yeah.
all that.
Maybe it was the environment phrase that threw me off.
Yeah. Yeah, environment, workplace, we work in, yeah. So Peggy is the chair of that. They've met a couple times, I believe, and the goal there is to have this cross-department team that will come together to make decisions on policy, on reducing hazards, trainings, near misses, how to report those things, and how to get the training out to staff. So update on the 32-hour work week and how that's going. Jess, the HR generalist, and Kate, the HR analyst with payroll, are maintaining service as well at 32 hours. I think that we're going to realize some more efficiencies once we get Paylocity up and running. However, there were service cuts that we did make and articulate last year during budget when we, you know, went to 32. We presented the things that we were going to have to cut. They were nice to haves. Employee experience, definitely. Onboarding experience has suffered because of it. But these are things that are, you know, in an organization, when you have lots of resources, you get to do those things. And when you don't, you have to start cutting and getting back to the essentials. So there are some things that were cut, but, you know, with those cuts, they're still maintaining the level of service at 32.
Is it appropriate to hear that as you gain efficiencies, you'll be able to get some of that?
I believe we will, yes, especially with Paylocity, because I mean, if you think about entering the data in 9 different systems and now only having to enter it in one, I think there's going to be a lot of synergy there. Can you move to the next slide for me?
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay.
Comment?
Yeah.
It's not just about efficiency. It's about being able to rely on a single source of truth.
Oh, yeah.
When you have.
No, I understand. I get it.
One place to look, and this is the source of truth right now. Just the error rate of human beings mistyping, things across 5 systems. It's literally, I cannot emphasize enough. It is using computers like they're paper. It's not using them
Right.
for what they are good to do, which is that automatic reconciliation
And it's
Get us
not
centralized.
staff incompetency
Yeah,
at all.
it's not.
Oh, yeah, no, I hear you.
It's,
Yeah.
the workload is extremely heavy. So moving into the pain points, recruitment capacity, the ask to move Peggy back to 40 hours a week. So as I explained, turnover continues to hover around 30% countywide. And a 200 employee organization, that's roughly 60 backfills a year, not counting the really difficult, hard to fill roles in the executive recruitments. Those are even more difficult, complicated, and time consuming. At 32 hours, Peggy's been working very hard and to keep pace with everything that is coming at us. But realistically, it's not sustainable. And this includes screening, scheduling, background checks, references, offer logistics. And we did try, as part of our service cuts, to hand some of those responsibilities back to our hiring managers. And I think Peggy can attest better than I can how difficult that has been. And it's because what we were doing is robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? We were taking a duty that HR has had since I got here. And we said, here, hiring managers, now you do it, who also had cuts and also had resources taken away. So, and they weren't trained and the experts in that process. We gave them the information they needed, but it just wasn't a realistic ask. It wasn't sustainable for them. So Peggy's been having to she's been taking it back. And the expense of that is having to juggle, how do I get this into 32? And it's just not possible. And she is also at an inflated hourly rate. So anything over 32 is costing a lot more budget wise than it would if we just brought her back to 40 and paid her at comp. So that's why that ask is in there. Next slide, please. Talking about Paylocity for a second, as I explained, we've got this transition that we're going through right now. We're hoping to have this up and running by the end of October. This is going to help us with so many efficiencies, but it's also creating such a heavy workload for us right now. I mean, everything is focused on this, and we don't get to say, well, we're not going to do open enrollment this year because we're in the middle of a Paylocity conversion. We're not going to handle employee leave when they come up, even though they're so time consuming because we're doing Paylocity conversion. We have to manage it all. And that includes training all of staff once we get it up and running, continuing to train our staff, because even though we have an implementation team, they're not doing it for us. We have to do it all ourselves, which means we have to take data from 9 different systems and figure out how to get it into this one system and have it all be, like Colton said, that single source of truth and be accurate. It's a lot of work. Next slide. So the leave management spike, the only thing I can say about that is, this unfortunate that the year that we formed the safety committee is the year we have record numbers of medical leave with our employees. And this is very time consuming because I'm not sure if you're aware, but every single case is unique and has to be handled sensitively, and it has to be handled as its own unique situation. So there's no pattern that we can follow and just say, oh, just apply this, apply this process and it will go smoothly. It's not. Every single case we have to work on together. We have to spend time going through it, figuring out what's the process, how do we fit into what applies to this scenario, because it's not the same for each person. Next slide. So we're going to talk about 2025 actions in flight. What are we doing about what we're going through? So recruitment process tightening. We've got Peggy's been working diligently in the midst of doing all of the work of going to all the interviews, which she's missing one right now to be here, is she's actually forming all of these standards, these operating procedures, interview guides, rubrics for scoring for when we get together after the interview happens. Hiring toolkits for the managers so they understand what to expect throughout this process for scheduling, for references, for background checks, the entire workflow. And then we've got the leave triage and tracking that, I explained with moving to Pinnacle for workers' comp. We have had an extremely improved experience from our perspective and from our employees' perspective, but it doesn't make it any less time consuming. It's just more of a partnership where we can actually engage with people that know how to give us support to get these leaves properly handled and communicated with staff. We have better tracking, better handoffs, but again, the leaves are increasing, which increases our workload. And then the last thing is just the recognition program. I'm sure you've seen it on our emails that we've been, I asked the leadership team to put them on the bottom of their signatures. We've really been trying to push this. We've had great engagement. Unfortunately, we've missed a quarter where we were supposed to be having quarterly all staff meetings where we would announce for that quarter who got the recognitions, and then we give a PTO day. We pick out of the hat and give a PTO day. I think that's going very well, but we want to improve that. That's something that, 2025, looking into 2026, we want to continue to prioritize because it is having a positive impact on our staff. Okay, next slide. Early context for 2026. Like I said, I only have one request. In order to meet the needs of the recruitment requirements of this organization, in order to get postings on time put on our website, in order to have fewer vacancy days, in order to improve the candidate experience. I'm talking about from the time they click apply to the time they get contacted by someone in our organization. Those things matter. They matter to when we have good applicants and we just don't have time to reach out, we lose them. And we can't afford to be losing good quality candidates. So that's the reason for the ask. Obviously for 2026, we're going to keep going with Paylocity. Savings will happen once we're able to retire the legacy tools that we're using now, all the different systems. And, that's about it for 2026 outlook and what I'd be asking for. The 3 to 5 year outlook, we've got, as Rachel mentioned, the county ERP system, participating in that. Decided that's going to be a group effort. That's not going to happen in a year. It's going to take several years. And really understanding what that means for our staff too, for their experience in a different payroll system. And I know our staff have a lot of whiplash because we have gone through, I think, 5 different payroll systems in the last 7 years. So, we're going to be handling this delicately, but this needs to be a priority over the next 3 to 5 years. The handbook rewrite, that was something that was talked about during my recruitment. And I was like, oh yeah, I've done that before. But it's going to have to be policy by policy because there really isn't going to be, I can foresee time that we're going to be able to just take that whole book and redo it all.
Right. And you do work with council on that.
Oh yeah. Every policy goes through
Great.
the county attorney's office. And then
A
we
lot of
bring to you-
landmines out there for employee handbooks.
Yes, there are. They all cost money. So the resources to help with them is what I mean. So compensation and classification, this is if, obviously we're going to do another comp analysis at some point in the next 3 to 5 years. And, fiscally when it's responsible and when it makes sense for us to do it. And then retention strategies, we really want to focus on training. That is something that we have the ability and the staff to do it. We don't have the time, but it's really lacking. And it's something that our staff are hungry for and they want, but it requires a lot of focus and attention. And then the new hire experience. That's something that I was very passionate about when I first got here. I've always been passionate about in my career is, you can make or break an employee's experience in their first week, 30 days, 60 days, and how you treat them and how you onboard them, how you acclimate them. And that is one of the things that we kind of had to let go because it's a nice to have. But I'd like to ramp that back up and really get going with improving the onboarding experience and involving department heads and division directors in that too. Next slide. So the risks if we don't act, longer vacancy times, which service degradation and higher overtime, backfill costs, compliance exposure and leave administration and payroll during system transition, and burnout, right? I think we're all facing that, but that's a risk if we don't actually take some action now that's going to be experienced sooner rather than later. Okay, last slide. And again, just to reiterate, the only ask is restoring the specialist position to 40 hours. And the other things I threw in are nice to haves, like Rachel mentioned, we're back of the house. We don't necessarily get a lot of face time with you. And so recognition of efforts, understanding that it means a lot. We're humans, we don't necessarily always get a call when things go right. We get a call when things go wrong. Just like IT, just like finance, So it's nice when things go right to be celebrated. And then just support as we bring things to you, policy revisions, comp plans, things like that, that we have standardized hiring practices, standardized trainings, things that really help us do a better job for our staff. So that is it. Do you have any questions?
This was an excellent slide presentation, but as the day has gone on, I'm trying to mentally think numbers.
Yep.
So going from a 32 to 40-hour full-time FTE or FTE, redundant, like how much will that cost?
I don't have that number on me. I think it
Per your team or
Yeah.
in aggregate?
specifically for the HR specialist,
Yeah.
I think it was somewhere around 18%. Because that is the difference in where the market was during the last comp analysis in 2024 versus where that position had been in 2022.
Okay, so that budget wise, how much more money is that?
Yeah, I don't know that.
Well, you'll get all of that on the October 15th budget that'll
Okay.
come to you with
And I,
requests and the costs associated with.
okay, good. So we'll include the requests that we've just
Yes.
going over today
Yes.
and we can cross-reference.
There's-
Okay.
This is just to make sure this is not the request conversation, so.
No, this is just
This is the overview. Okay.
To give you the team was asked to make sure and highlight things that would be coming towards you and some of that justification as to why, so you're not surprised.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That would be a same across the board too, right? For everybody that
Yeah.
asked to go from 32 to 40.
It,
would be about
they would,
20.
well, no, because it would depend on where their market rate is. What
Right.
their market rate
Yep.
is. The comp plan pays someone at market. Some people might be paid at market now. Right? So it's a complicated equation. So you will see an itemized by position, how much each one
Yes.
costs.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
When you moved from CTSI, I know there was a contract savings. Do we see that in your budget or we see that kind of spread throughout?
Central charges.
Thank you.
I wish. I'd like to have it.
Just a quick response on the injuries or, the workman's comp claims. Is that randomness or is there something systematic that we need to be focused on?
I mean, I couldn't give you that assessment off the top of my head. I know the two biggest divisions where those come out of the sheriffs and road and bridge. And the ones that I know of are, they're all legit work-related things that just the nature of the work is.
I mean, if we had a safety department or something, they would be training on best practices and.
Yeah, they'd be reviewing not specific claims, but what were the outcomes and were there near misses? Were there things that we could be training on to eliminate or not reduce the risk of those things happening again?
Right.
But, some of these things are just the nature of the environment we're in and the work they're doing. And
There's ice in the winter.
yeah.
Insurance does offer those classes for free though, don't they?
Yep. We never had a consolidated place where we strategically applied the training to anyone. So it was once a year. We had someone from CTSI come in and do driver training, and that was pretty much the extent of our safety training.
Yeah, that was a big deal in oil and gas and training was going on all the time.
Yeah. And I mean, our staff do want that. It's just a matter of getting some place where we can consolidate all of the attention and focus on it and make a plan. And since we don't have one person in the organization to do that role, we formed this committee and hoping that we could get some traction on getting that started.
I mean, I personally got called on evacuating during a fire drill and not using the handrail because I was concerned about COVID germs.
Can't small.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very much for your time. And to the team.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the animal shelter. Sue.
Hi, Sue. I got slides. Yes, I've got them.
While Sue's getting ready, you can feel relieved or excited or whatever, because there will be pizza.
Oh, Sasha got back to
There
you.
will be pizza. Sasha's at the Alpine is awesome.
Okay, we'll start with the next slide. First, I'll just do a real quick overview of animal shelter operations for people that might not be familiar. We are governed by state statutes, local ordinances, and the Department of Agriculture at the state. The Pet Animal Care and Facilities Act comes and inspects us once a year and sets down a lot of rules for us. The budget for 2025 was around $305,000. Gilpin County contributes 20% of the operating expenses, and Friends of Charlie's Place supplements an additional 72,000 plus. We operate 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, with currently 3.78 FTEs. And this level of FTEs does not allow us for 2 people to be at the shelter during those hours. We really need a minimum of 4.6 FTEs. Lately, there's been a lot of paid and unpaid overtime to cover shifts for people. We've got 2 people with kids, and so we have childcare obligations. We have people take vacations. So there's a lot of filling in, particularly for me.
I just want to clarify, unpaid overtime, she's talking about herself as salary. She's
Yes.
not eligible for overtime. She's just saying she's working a lot of hours.
Yes.
Over 40 and not being paid because she's salary. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, thank you.
You saw maybe like.
No. Yeah, like for example, Stephanie, our assistant manager, took a vacation. I worked 11 days in a row.
Oh my goodness.
Not all 10-hour days, but enough to make me tired.
Thank you for doing that.
Not something that I really feel I can do all the time.
Quick question before you go to the next slide.
Yeah,
You talk about Charlie's Place, Friends of Charlie's Place supplements.
Yeah.
$72,000.
right,
That is not included in the $305,000.
correct,
Correct.
right. They pay medical bills, training.
I think one of the goals we had was to try to sort of report more transparently
Right,
how those expenditures were taking place and, right?
right. Yeah, we're working on that. Okay, next slide. Our primary function is that of a holding facility. We take in strays, surrenders, abandonments, law enforcement holds, EMS holds, bite holds, dangerous dog holds. All of those come to the shelter. And caring for those animals, we have to take care of their medical needs as well as behavior needs. The Department of Agriculture requires us to incorporating enrichment programs into the daily care. It's not just feeding and walking dogs. It's getting them mentally stimulated as well. Next slide. I'm going to focus on our primary goal for this year, next year, is to increase and maintain adequate staffing to operate the shelter efficiently, effectively, and safely. Next slide. October is looking kind of grim. We have 1 part-timer leaving. She does 20 hours a week. And 1 person is going on medical leave for approximately 6 weeks. That's going to leave us with 2 days a week with only 1 person. And that's not including if someone gets sick or, an emergency comes up. So we're going to have to do again more overtime, filling in, doing split shifts and things. Some people have said, how come, you can't do 8-hour days? That's been done. And there aren't any 8-hour days. Those 8-hour days are really 9 or 10-hour days. It really takes 10 hours to do all the things that we need to do at the shelter. Next slide. And to illustrate why we need more staff, I'd like to address some common misconceptions about working at the animal shelter. First one, working with animals is easy and fun. Sometimes it's very rewarding for sure to take a homeless animal and place it into an adoptive home. That's why some of us have stuck around so long. But
Next slide. Reality is, it's very challenging on a number of levels. It's physically demanding. We're cleaning a lot of the time. We're walking and moving strong dogs. We're standing, lifting, bending, carrying supplies. Virtually no sitting unless we're filling out our timesheet. Mentally challenging. It requires multitasking, setting priorities. It's a dynamic environment. You've got to use your judgment, and you have to be aware of your surroundings at all times. It's also emotionally taxing. Animals come in that are all beat up, been neglected. Euthanasia, even though we're no kill, we still have to euthanize occasionally. We just did a couple weeks ago for a dog that bit a volunteer. And the outcomes are not always what we wish for. Some of these animals go back to homes that we don't think are appropriate, but because of the law, we don't have much of a choice. There's lots of hard luck stories there. Next slide. This is my favorite one. Another reality is that every shelter animal is ultimately attached to a person. And because we deal with law enforcement, we're dealing with criminals, mentally ill people, and drug addicts on a regular basis, if not daily. It is really not safe for one person to be alone in their presence. Another misconception is that, well, it's not really a misconception, this is a reality. The shelter is isolated. We're in the middle of nowhere, and that makes our staff very vulnerable. We are literally sitting ducks out there. Random people come to the door multiple times a day. Some are nice, they bring us supplies. Some aren't nice. Like, for example, yesterday, a pit bull came in, animal control wasn't available. Our staff person took the dog to Wheat Ridge Animal Hospital, couldn't take him to Evergreen because of what was going on in Evergreen. So that left 2 shelter assistants by themselves. And the irate customer comes to get his dog, to the point where we had to call 911, get law enforcement over there to help protect the staff. This is also not an unusual occurrence to have a hostile customer because we're holding their animals. They don't think they should be held sometimes, and then we charge them money to get the animal out. And I personally have had to privatize some of my information because of threats. So we're not always dealing with just friendly, happy people. And we
statute, I know several changes to statute have been made to allow us to anonymize people's information. You're covered by that?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Like if you go to Clear Maps or whatever, you don't see my name on my house. I don't want people, there's no way you can hide it anymore, really, but I don't want it to be that easy to find me. And it doesn't happen a lot. I can't say it's like they're always, but there have been times I've been threatened for not adopting a dog to someone. Just yesterday, I was threatened by the owner of this pit bull who's at the animal hospital, and he was going to report the shelter to the authorities. And I was like, good, report him and by the way, the authority you should be speaking to is David Straley, and he'll take care of you. So that one worked out, but I can tell you the staff is pretty shook up by this person. So yeah, we're sitting out there and we're very vulnerable. Next slide. Another misconception about shelter work is that anyone can do it. McDonald's, it's an entry-level job. Anyone can do it. Next slide. In reality, to be safe, working with animals, it takes about 6 months to a year to train people properly. You've got to be able to handle the dogs and cats. You have medications that we're dispensing, cleaning and disinfecting. We had one volunteer sent to the ER because of improper use of a disinfectant. We've got to deal with customers, like I just described. We have to think on our feet, use judgment, work well as a team member, deal with hostile or emotional customers, be compassionate yet pragmatic. We have to be physically fit, and we have to be emotionally resilient, and we have to be flexible. So that's not something everyone can do. Next slide. Another misconception, one person should be able to take care of 12 or so dogs. What's the big deal? And I put this in here because that was a county supervisor that said that. Next slide. And the reality is animals are unpredictable. And I maintain that even if we had just one animal there, it's not safe. Here's an example from a couple of weeks ago. We got this stray husky in. Seemed like an average husky, no big deal. People that found the dog was abandoned over at Echo Mountain. The people that found the dog said there was no issues with it and they wish they could adopt it, but they had other dogs. So I didn't think much of it, you know, and one of our experienced volunteers went to walk the dog the next day. And we had the leash around his neck because he was a door dasher, like a lot of huskies are. And the volunteer reaches down to pick up the leash and got nailed in the hand. And there's the lovely photo. The bite went all the way through the hand. He's lucky it didn't hit a bone or a tendon. And he had to get 12 stitches. He was literally in shock. I was sitting at the desk, which I normally am not sitting very much, but I happened to be at the desk and I heard crying in the kitchen. And I go in the kitchen and I look what's going on. He's washing his hand. He could barely speak. He was almost in shock. And luckily his wife was there to take him to the ER. But what if it was one person, you know? We take as many precautions as we can with these animals, but like I said, animals are unpredictable and anything can happen. One of our employees got locked in a dog kennel, a glass dog kennel a few months ago because the lock didn't work, you know, and luckily I was there, let him out. But, you know, we had a volunteer walking a dog, tripped and broke her ankle and was on the ground for, I don't know, 10 minutes before somebody discovered her. But that could happen to anybody. We deal with snow, ice, all the stuff in the environment. So there's a lot of safety issues with it as well. We've had more than one person slide and fall in the parking lot. Next slide. Another misconception that we have all sorts of adoptable dogs and cats for people to come visit and pet. And why can't we have open hours so that people can do that? The reality is, next slide, that those adoptable animals really make up a minority of what we have. We have dogs on these holds. You know, right now we've got 3 huskies on a dangerous dog hold for attacking livestock. They look all nice and friendly, but it's all tied up in court now. And, you know, where are these dogs going to go? And is the owner going to be able to get them back? So they're there for an extended stay. You know, we get the dogs from anytime there's a car accident, DUI, felony warrant. In addition to the bite holds, they're pretty much at least a couple times a month. And the strays, we have dogs that come in from domestic violence situations, abandonment, hoarding cases, in addition to surrenders. I would love to have more adoptable dogs at the shelter that I usually bring in from other shelters, but we just don't have the resources right now. So I do almost all of that off site. You know, people tell me what they want and then I find a dog from another shelter and match them up and the dog never sets foot in the shelter.
So does that help you? I mean, obviously it doesn't help with your population at Charlie's Place, but do you at least get some recovery fees for that?
Adoption fees.
All right.
And it helps me psychologically to have something positive to do. I really enjoy matching people with dogs, cats. And so that's the only way I can do it. We have room for 1 or 2 occasionally on site, which is good for new volunteers. We don't want to set them up with dogs that have, you know, killed things. So it's nice to have these friendly dogs, but with the reality of the staffing, we can't do more than 1 or 2. And right now we don't really have room for me to bring any in. So we have fosters that do that for us. And yeah, I don't have to do that, but I don't want us to be just a holding facility either. I'm hoping we evolve into more of a full service animal shelter. So I don't want to cut that out and have people think, oh, they don't have anything there. They just have dangerous dogs or own dogs. Okay, next slide. Misconception, volunteers can fill in the staffing gaps. Next slide. Volunteers don't have the training or the skills to do the job. They can help fill in at times, but during COVID, we asked them to do work shifts. We had, you know, hey, can you do the dishes and the laundry and this and that? you know, from this time to this time, help us get dogs out and clean and feed and all that. And so we created these little jobs and work shifts for people, and they all burned out. They're all like, you know what? I'm a volunteer. I don't really want to be working this. So we kind of gave up on that, and we just have the volunteers do more of the fun stuff. We do have a few volunteers that don't mind getting into the nitty gritty. We've got a volunteer that does most of our taking care of our cats. He also happens to be a handyman, which is super handy, but he's an exception, not the rule. Most volunteers want to do things that are enjoyable, and they don't really have to either. So, and they also have lives, and they're never as regular as what you need for the job. So although they help us out, they're not a substitute for staff. So to summarize, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the good, we have some really good staff and volunteers that are very committed, a core group. We are able to perform basic functions for now. We've been able to remain no-kill, and we have a lot of support from Friends of Charlie's Place. The bad, we're not going to be able to keep doing this. Something's going to break down, you know. It's just not sustainable. And the ugly is because of this short staff situation, it's going to lead to fatigue, injury, burnout, which will ultimately lead to something more expensive like workman's comp, lawsuits, and actually closing the shelter. We can't operate. We're just barely able to operate right now. So that's my pitch.
So when I read this yesterday, that was my first thought, was the Peter question about the county being sued if someone gets injured because we knowingly left them by themselves in this situation.
Are you asking me to comment on liability right now? Because I would rather do that in an executive session.
Thank you.
I have a question. So your staff does not include the animal control
No.
part of it.
And that's another thing I should mention is they have become much less animal control now that they're community enforcement and much more parking ticket. And so, for example, this dog that came in yesterday was in Georgetown, and John found it, maintenance John, and he called animal control. We said, I'm off today. If it's not dangerous, can you just bring the dog to the shelter? So in addition to John's other duties, he's bringing the dog to the shelter. And it should have really been investigated on the spot, you know, who owned this dog, what's the story here? And someone else, I think, other than the shelter staff should have been taking the dog to Wheat Ridge Animal Hospital. But that's how it all went down because there was nobody there. So it seems like now that they're doing a broader scope of activities, it's much less focused on animal control.
Yeah, I know when shooting has been reported in my neighborhood, it's animal control. Sometimes it shows up. So
Shooting.
yeah, shooting because they're in the area and that's who got dispatched to, that's who showed up. So I was wondering if that was affecting, you know, the ability of the, I don't know, the dog catcher role doesn't really exist so much anymore.
Right, it is because it's just sort of being left, like we have these dangerous dogs and well, they're not really they're dangerous to reindeer, but you know, to people, they're nice. But that particular dog owner has been frustrated by the communication he's received from community enforcement. They're short-staffed. And so not only are they short-staffed because they went from 2 to 1, but now they've got all these other responsibilities. So he feels like he hasn't really gotten the answers that he's deserved for his case.
I'm curious, did I hear you say this happened inside Georgetown?
Yes.
What happens when there's a law enforcement need inside a municipality?
Usually it's the officers of that municipality, like Idaho Springs has ISPD and they do that. But Georgetown, as far as I know, contracts with the county. They don't have a police department anymore. Used to be they would, you know, it would have been their job. So that's always the first thing we ask is whose responsibility is it? What's the municipality? Whose jurisdiction?
Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, we've noticed a difference since they become community enforcement and focused on parking tickets, that we're not getting as much animal related service.
And so those folks are in the sheriff's budget now.
Always have been.
Right.
Yeah, we got.
Except for they used to be part of the sheriff too.
We're the hot potato of the county. Everyone, you take them. Nobody wants us.
You heard Matt's presentation.
What's that?
You heard Matt's presentation,
No.
right?
No.
Oh, well, Matt Taylor is another place where, as we try to innovate and become, a county that innovates, changes happen. But yeah, anyway.
Are you putting us under Matt?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just,
We're gonna go.
what you just said reminded me of what Matt was saying.
Yeah.
Because, we're an organization that's trying to digest a loss of a third of its revenues.
I know. And I'm conscious of that and trying to think of things, but this is where we're at.
Yeah, of course.
So where do you want to be?
I'd love to be at the 4.6 FTEs and.
Oh, right. No.
What?
Under what under what department do you work best?
Boy, it's hard to say. My choice would be Donna G, but I think she's a little busy. But that's been the history of us, is that they built the shelter but didn't build in the budget operating the shelter.
Oh, my.
So the sheriff, when we were under the sheriff, he was always trying to cut us back. And why can't you do it with 1 or 2 people? And then we get inmate workers, and then they would steal drugs and put contraband on site. And then that didn't work, and we've gone through so many different iterations. And, it's a headache for the sheriff because we're not part of their strategy. The county, nobody knows where we fit. They don't know
Where do other dog shelters fit? Animals?
Well, most of them are nonprofits, and we'd love to evolve that way, but that's going to take some brain space and someone's going to have to put some time into it. And I think that would be a good thing if we could become a nonprofit. Friends of Charlie's Place, they also only have like a couple people, so they're not really equipped to take it over. Plus Kathleen, who's the president right now, doesn't really want to. She wants to continue in a supporting role. But I'd love to see a nonprofit take over the shelter. The other comparable one to us, Summit County is comparable, but they're under the sheriff's office.
Okay.
But they have a whole different budget and
They have more money.
population, income sources and things like that. So yeah, we're kind of we're an oddball out there. But it's always been a struggle with where we fit and how to fund us ever since I've been around.
We'll be trying to live up to the promise we made to Helen Buck. For a long
Yes.
time.
Thank you for remembering Helen Buck,
She owned Charlie, right?
Charlie, and she had the land that the shelter sits on.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted it to be a sanctuary. And so I used to visit her when she was in her various homes at the end, and she would always ask me, is the shelter full? Is the shelter full? She always wanted it full of animals that we were saving, so that's one of the reasons we're no kill, is just to honor her legacy. That makes us unique as well.
So to
Thank you.
summarize, you are you at 32 hours a week, or your team, are they at 32? And
No.
what changes are coming in your budget? Are there any changes that you're proposing in your budget
Yeah, she's asking
in
for,
additional FTE?
yes.
Yeah, I'm asking for more, and it's really a 40-hour job.
Okay.
There's a couple of capital.
And then,
Recruitment, things that it helps us because we struggle to find when they have a vacancy with they have in October for a 20-hour person. Those are much more difficult to fill.
And we'd like to have our, one of our part-timers go to full-time and then get another part-timer is what we'd like to do.
I colleagues would welcome seeing an increase in the adoption fee in next year's budget. I believe we charge about a third of what our neighboring agencies do.
What is it, about 75?
It's 100 and then it's 75 for seniors, senior dogs.
And so colleagues, just as a heads up, that's been a little bit of another hobby horse of mine is I learned that our neighboring shelters are charging around 300.
Oh, wow.
And
At least.
I think this could be one of the ways, and I know we want to, just like with the transfer station. I know we want to subsidize this service and.
How many adoptions do you think you have a year?
Well, that's really varied over the years. We used to do a ton of them. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but well over 100, approaching 200, and now we're well under 100. You know, I would say monthly. Well, it depends on how you look at it. You know, if it's the ones that come from the transfers that come in that actually don't actually enter the shelter, we're probably doing four or five a month, and then maybe one shelter dog a month.
I also just, I continue to, and I say this knowing that you work really hard to do the core services. So this is like, I say all this, but like with broader team support, I think there are revenue solutions that can be explored. Whether it's talking about helping members of the public train their dogs or selling dog food, or I continue to be curious about potential for stuff like that. And I'm not trying to give you a homework project. As I think about how to solve kind of the structural issue at Charlie's Place, those are some of the things that I come up with.
Well, we are offering free training.
Right. And I'm talking about charging for it.
We can't even get people to come in.
For free.
I know that there are a lot of people in this county that probably are paying somebody somewhere a lot of money to get their dog trained. I'm thinking about doing it. You know how my dog acts when he sees you.
Yes.
And I could pay a lot of money. And I could be paying that money to this county. So, but I don't want to
No, I'd love to go that direction.
Because I know how hard you're working, but.
No, it's fine. I want us to do more than just hold drunk driver dogs. I want us to be more than that.
I think that's the path back to there for what it's worth.
And also with our vaccination clinic is extremely popular. This one really killed us the other day. It went on for our veterinarian missed one clinic because her father passed away, but normally she's there twice a month. And so this last clinic went on for 3.5 hours. And poor Matt, my coworker, was at the shelter for almost 12 hours that day. I was there for over 10. Close to 11, you know, and those are killer days. And if somehow we can get money for that and get extra staffing for that, that would be really, really helpful. Because I think that's the best thing we do, honestly, for the public is our low cost shock clinics. People come from all over the place to get their dogs vaccinated, which is really important. So if we do one thing right, it's that.
Okay, thank you. I'll get off of that hobby horse as well. Thanks for indulging me, colleagues. Anything else?
This is more of a personal pitch, but when we get our dog licenses, if you could get it for like 5 years, so you don't have to keep remembering to do it, is that a possibility?
That's our policy, I think.
Our policy is 5 years or one?
That's our ordinance, isn't it? I'm sorry, you could answer the question, but.
Well, you need to have up-to-date rabies to get the license. And so that's a 1 or a 3 year.
Okay.
Maybe certificate.
Yeah.
But we could possibly coordinate it more with the rabies certificate. So, you know, we could make the license good for as long as your rabies is good for, and then when your rabies expires, you get a new one.
Because I know I haven't been back with her because, you know, to get her updated license, just because I never have any time and,
Yeah, we can look at that. And I know we've also had problems with people in Evergreen find it inconvenient to go to the shelter to get their license. And we've had licenses at like Evergreen Family Vet, but then the whole transaction process is difficult because they, you know, do we do a credit card or cash? And nobody does cash or check. And everybody wants to do it electronically, you know, can figure out how to do it from the vet's taking the money and so on. So we end up not doing that. But yeah, I think the license structure could be changed so that it goes with the rabies certificate.
Yeah, that would help.
Peter, maybe a way to support this conversation, if Commissioner Lloyd has interest, is can you send us the dog ordinance that we approve?
Sure.
Thank you. Or the animal ordinance?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if that's an easy fix, then you'll get more income from me because I'll remember
Right.
to do it.
But our licenses are pretty cheap too.
Oh, I
so,
know they are.
You know, it's not gonna be the answer really.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have
Yeah, thank you.
Health and Human
Thank you.
Services.
Hey, Sarah, not to put you on the spot, but you are between us and pizza. Just saying.
Perfect. That my department's paying for it, sounds like.
No,
No, your
We're
commissioners
buying
are.
pizza. I did threaten you, though. I did threaten you. with
Oh,
having-
that was you? I thought it was somebody else.
It was me.
Was it? Oh,
Well, we were both offended that we didn't get coffee.
yeah.
Oh.
Anyway.
Sorry, she likes me better.
I,
Well, I can understand that.
she's wearing a lion's shirt. Anyway, yeah, please proceed.
So first, before I start, I think you all know Tracy Troya, our Human Services Financial person. So she's here today just to help answer any broader questions that you all might have about if it's specific to numbers. Go to the next one. Sorry. No, you're okay. Thanks. So like our IT director, or our I thought a lot, Commissioner Lloyd, about your feeling during our retreat with you all. That there was maybe a lack of just like a baseline understanding of services provided in some of our departments and what.
At least for me, George, sorry.
No, it's complicated.
And what it would take to just maintain services in our different program areas. So in outlining our presentation today, I really wanted to highlight our different program areas and what happens in those areas. But first wanted to just talk about our department kind of values and vision. I think in our department really feel like if we can't take care of each other and take care of ourselves and our own family, then we would have a really hard time to our members. And so we try really hard to be there for each other, to support each other, and to make sure that we're all able to do what we need to do to take care of ourselves. And so that's our priority. And I think that allows us then to be better service providers when we're working with some of our most vulnerable community members. So Human Services oversees child welfare, adult protection. CMP is our collaborative management program.
What does that mean?
I'll go through that.
Okay, thanks.
Our child support enforcement worker, veteran services and eligibility. That's it. So last year, child welfare, so state fiscal year, so obviously different than the county's calendar year. We had 130 referrals. Six of those referrals were just sent out to prevention. We conducted 45 assessments. Had four.
I'm sorry, what's prevention?
So prevention is if a call comes into the hotline, that there's a group of caseworkers and a supervisor that will meet. We'll kind of review that call and the details in the call and decide, does this meet criteria for us?
So like if a neighbor says, I see my neighbor hitting their kid.
Sure.
Is that a prevention call or?
That call would probably warrant us opening an assessment and meeting with the family. If a call comes in and there's just maybe some concerns that, hey, my neighbor kid seems like they're really hungry and I'm worried that maybe they don't have access to food. We might first send that to have one of our workers reach out to the family and just talk to them about services around food insecurity. So talk with them about SNAP, talk with them about the food pantry at the Idaho Springs, Loaves and Fishes, our Idaho Springs office. So prevention is really for those cases where we don't have any concerns for safety or risk in the home.
Okay.
But we still think it would benefit the family to connect them with other services.
And families can call you and ask for prevention services without having to have like a child protective services referral, correct?
They can, yep. And that actually happens a lot with Dr. Gillingham, with families that maybe she's closed out. We've closed out our case with them and they don't need services anymore. Then maybe a year later, they're feeling like, I want to reconnect with Dr. Gillingham and I feel like my family's maybe on the verge of having another referral made on us, then they'll oftentimes call Dr. Gillingham and kind of get ahead of that. And that actually just happened to her the other day where she's opening another prevention case so she can start working with a family that we closed our case with them like a year ago. So when we're looking at those calls that maybe come into child welfare and they can either get screened out and go to prevention, get screened out and there's no contact with human services whatsoever, or get turned into an assessment, where then a caseworker would go and have contact with the kids and have contact with the family. And then there's, from there, they don't have safety concerns after that kind of contact. And we would just close out the assessment and be done meeting with the family. Or maybe then from that assessment, send them over to a prevention case if there's some possible risk in the family, but not safety concerns, or it can turn into a case. It's either a voluntary case or a court-ordered case where we're providing services to a family that's sometimes overseen by our district court. So those are just kind of our statistics for the year and our write-up for today, the narrative. I don't know if you all had a chance to look at it, but it's pretty impressive. We just had an audit with the Administrative Review Division of the Colorado Department of Human Services, where they reviewed our referrals and our assessments and said that was the best review that the state has seen all year, and that our county.
Congratulations.
It really speaks, I think, to our child welfare caseworker supervisor, who's been with the department for 8 years. She's incredible.
And who's that?
Kaylee Walsh. Yeah. She is supervising 3 new caseworkers and carrying a caseload. So it's incredible that she's carrying a caseload, doing the work that a caseworker would do, and training 3 staff, making sure that the work that they're doing like meets the standard that we hold ourselves to in Clear Creek. So it's so impressed with her and our newer caseworkers. Yeah.
I want to check in on this because there's historically been something really special happening in Clear Creek County. The average time that someone sits in one of these positions is 6 months. Is that correct?
The last I had heard it's 8 months. It might be different now, but
Statewide, right?
I think it's across the nation. Yeah, 8 months burnout rate. Yep.
And we do a lot better than that.
So much better. I mean, Kaylee's been with us 8 years. We do have 3 newer caseworkers that are all maybe right around a year, a little over a year.
And a half, almost 2 now.
Yeah.
Let's thank the party.
Well, we've got to celebrate this and celebrate our amazing emergency services and yeah.
But I think it goes back to what our values are within our department, right? Like we try really hard to support each other. So if something's going on with one of our caseworkers or with Kaylee, then we do our best to make sure they can have their own needs met and meet the needs of their own families, so they can come in and do this work that's sometimes really hard in meeting with families that aren't always so excited to see us. Yeah. So adult protective services kind of blends in with our CMP only because our adult protective services supervisor / caseworker is also our CMP coordinator. And that she has a background in child welfare and a background in working with at-risk adults. So it's a nice kind of position that she's been able to blend, especially because our adult protective services allocation is underfunded from the state. So without the CMP, her being our coordinator for CMP, we would not have, we would really struggle funding that position. So she does both, and so much like our child welfare work, she does a really good job in our timeliness response to referrals and our timely contact each month. She's at 100%. So she's pretty incredible in her knowledge background, and then the work that she's doing with at-risk adults, which I tell her all the time, I think in so many ways it's harder than doing child protection work. going into a home where adults are living in conditions that I wouldn't want my parents to live in, and but people have their right to self-determination, can be really hard to see that and want to make changes, but know that we have the right to tell people.
Plus, they're bigger. I mean, they can be more
Yeah.
violent.
Yeah, and they have the right to say, I want to live this way. And so unless there's a cognitive reason for us to override their right to make that decision, they get to decide how they want to live, which can be hard.
Yeah.
So now getting into CMP. So sorry, I said, oh no, I'll get into that later.
That's all right. I saw it coming up.
So that APS supervisor caseworker is also our CMP coordinator. So the collaborative management program we started 4 years ago, 3 years ago, we applied with the state to be a CMP, to have a CMP program here at the direction of Commissioner Marlin, which I am so happy now that we did it and that you kind of pushed our department to do it. I think there's only 3 other counties that don't participate in CMP. So the purpose of CMP is really to provide, there's 10 mandatory partners within the county. It's like judicial and probation and public health, human services, our victims advocates, our community mental health. So it's the idea that working with youth that are at risk to be involved in multiple systems. So maybe they're at risk to be involved with human services and with the juvenile delinquency system, will do better if those systems all come together and provide intervention together instead of kind of compartmentalizing the services that they get. So last year, she served 14 youth through 10 family engagement meetings and carried a caseload of 6 for 6 different families. So connecting them with services, providing funding for those families for things like rent or transportation to make sure there aren't any barriers to these kids kind of getting the services that they need.
And you probably just told me as I was typing up what you said about the collaborative group. What are FEMs?
So there are family engagement meetings.
Thank you.
Yeah. So she facilitates meetings with family members and then at least 2 other partners. So it can be the school district and public health, or human services doesn't have to be involved. That's just the kind of model she uses to conduct these meetings with families.
Maybe I'm just expressing my passion for this work, but there are some kids, some families that have complex needs. They've got severe needs that instead of what this does is instead of having to try to figure out how to talk to 5 different agencies to have your needs met as a family, they form a team and they figure out how to put all those services together for you. It's a really important program.
Yeah.
And I'm really
Sounds
grateful
like
that we do it here.
I am too. Thanks for pushing us to do it. And it's an incentive-based program. So at the end of each fiscal year, our coordinator sends in a report to the state, and then based on the work that she's done the year prior, then we receive funding for the next year. So I think this year we received 85,000. So part of that goes, our IOG has to decide, it was only 80. Okay, yeah, so 80,000. So part of that, our oversight group has to decide how we use that budget, and they just agreed to use some of it to pay for our coordinator's position. And then the rest of it we use to provide services to families.
So when we were talking about childcare investments, and we had a couple smaller childcare investments we were talking about making, and Sarah said, actually, I don't think this has to come from lodging tax, because if there's a need, IOG can let me pay for it. This is the program that she was talking about, being able to tap.
Yeah.
Okay, IOG.
That's our interagency oversight group. So that's those 10 partners that I was talking about. It's human services, public health. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you go to the next one? Sorry.
No,
thank you. That's a good. So our child support enforcement technician we just have 1 employee in this area, and she works for us. And then 40% of the time is also working for Gilpin County. I think it was 2017, we pulled this service out of Jeffco. So prior to that, our community members that needed child support enforcement had to go to Jeffco. And what we consistently hear is that now that they're able to receive this service in county, it's just easier to interact with child support enforcement. So they get quicker callbacks. They feel like their cases are just more personable, of course, right? If you have one person that you're contacting and that's always the same person, it's so different from calling Jeffco and leaving a message and then getting a call back 3 days later, maybe from a different person than you talked to last time. So those are just her statistics, 961 cases. 793 of those have court orders.
In this county.
Wow. Yeah. Okay, so our veteran services officer, actually, and the number he gave me is a little bit larger than 450. He thinks there's about 550, I think he said 557 veterans in Clear Creek County. But he's currently working with 80 veterans, just getting them connected with benefits. If they are denied a benefit, then he helps them with the appeal.
And he being Troy?
Yep. He can help family members of veterans. So if family members need to apply for benefits, he can help them do that. So he is very busy with veterans that we have just here in Clear Creek. And we only get reimbursed a small amount for each hour that he works from the state. So I think it's like $10 an hour ish that we get reimbursed. Okay, I saved all of the best for last. I know. So as you know, there's a ton of changes with SNAP and Medicaid because of HR1. So I'm just looking at our data for SNAP, just from January until August was our most recent kind of data pull from the state. We had 189 SNAP applications. And just a reminder that we only have 1% in the county that's able to process applications. So she had 189 applications just in SNAP from January until the end of August. And then in Medicaid, sorry.
Just less than one per day?
Is that
Way
right?
more than one per workday?
That's math I can't do in my head yet. Yeah. So these are our kind of countywide numbers. So when we're thinking about,
So we're 10% of our population are on Medicaid. If we have 9,200 people in the county.
is that right? Yes.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
Yeah, maybe a little more.
Yeah.
So can you go to the next one?
But what's health first?
Oh, sorry. Yep. That's just Medicaid. That's just what we call Medicaid. That's just
health first.
You can call
Also
yeah.
Medicaid.
Yeah, they don't, it's not really. Yeah.
Okay, that was on my. I
Um,
didn't know.
So the attachment that I sent you all, there's a lot of changes happening with SNAP, but these are the changes that I am most kind of worried about. For our county, but also just kind of overall. When we talk about the expanded work requirements for SNAP recipients, that will definitely increase the workload in terms of figuring out who then needs to have those work requirements, and then how will we implement that? And then some of the other highlights are just obviously concerns that I have for our community members. And then the last one is just the administrative cost share. So I think there's about 35 million that the state will have to figure out. How are we going to fund?
Yeah,
admin.
Talk about an unfunded mandate. You having to check all your recipients if they're working or can or cannot work. And
Yeah.
It's in addition to this, it was Snap that had re-verification was doubled, right? It used to be once every 12 months, but by the next year, or toward the end of next year, it's every 6 months.
That is Medicaid.
That's Medicaid, okay.
Yeah. The administrative costs, we just don't know yet how the state will make up for that and how they'll divide that between the counties. But last year we had 114,000, a little over 114,000 allocated to us for SNAP and adult financial, and we went over that, and that's just to administer SNAP and adult financial, and that was underfunded for us. So if we lose funding, then that will be obviously.
You've been in human services for long enough, what happens to these programs during a recession?
I don't know. I would have to.
I think my expectation is you'd get a bunch of new applicants.
Oh, yes, I thought you meant like, what does the government do in terms of funding? I don't know. But yes, I would imagine, right, that anytime that there's unemployment is high, then we see more applicants come in. I mean, during COVID, there were so many more applications, so.
I only ask, one of the things I say most often, colleagues, to just folks when I'm talking about everything that's going on that counties might have to pay for is I speculate about the kinds of decisions we might face if we find out that our food banks are going belly up, or if we find out that there's a recession. Just sort of sharing that anxiety with you for a
Well, it's
moment.
gonna snowball, because then it's gonna go into the child support enforcement, and you're gonna get more calls, and people are gonna be more stressed, and a lot of it's gonna land with you guys.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, thank you.
And as Commissioner Marlin, you mentioned, the redetermination to occur every 6 months and the work requirements will obviously drive up our workload. And it won't be manageable with one worker. I mean, the work that our one worker is doing now is barely manageable. She worked 260 hours of overtime last year. It won't be possible for her to keep up with this. And when she doesn't keep up with it, then that will impact the timeliness of our processing applications, which will then increase the state's share. If that's happening statewide, then it'll increase the state's share of SNAP, what we need to put into SNAP.
Yeah, so right now the manager is doing the majority of the work that her position should be doing, because we can't keep that one filled. And even if it was filled, we probably need a second one. Because we've essentially doubled the workload overnight, and our existing model wasn't sustainable as it is. So we're gonna have a real challenge with this group. And so you'll probably hear some creative solutions from us potentially on that front.
Yeah, which is the next slide.
Yep.
Actually. Oh, no. Oh, I slipped CCAP in this spot.
What are you looking for?
We can just talk, no, it's fine. We can talk about CCAP super quick.
Yeah, just tell me what
okay.
that stands for.
So it's just our Colorado Child Care Assistance Program. And last year there were 9 kids receiving CCAP funding. And we had 6 fiscal agreements.
And correct me, we're one of a handful of counties that isn't on a freeze right now.
Right, because we're
Provider
a
doesn't.
lot of money left over from, I mean, not left over, we don't get it this year, but we tend to not spend all of our CCAP funding.
And that's because we don't have the providers.
Typically.
I have a question. What all does Gilpin coordinate with you guys?
Just that one? Or do they help you with any of the eligibility requirements? Or I had just heard somebody that said that
their disabled son, adult disabled son, they were having trouble with, getting some paperwork done in time, and somebody from Gilpin came over and helped them.
I probably need to know more about that to see for sure. There have been times when, and just recently, Tammy took the first vacation, our eligibility worker took the first vacation she's taken in 4 years, where she hasn't worked on vacation. And so Gilpin covered that short amount of time.
That must have been what it was.
It might have been, but there have been times where there's and a conflict. And so if there's a conflict for some reason for us, we'll ask a neighboring county to take the application or to provide case management in any service area. That happens in child welfare. Sometimes it happens in APS. So it could be that also. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, it was something that got resolved. They were happy when, I don't know, Gilpin figured it out or whatever happened.
I mean, Gilpin is amazing. They have a smaller population and they have a case manager supervisor who doesn't take cases. He doesn't process applications. He just supervises 3 eligibility workers. And we have 1.
3 eligibility workers in Gilpin.
And we have 1.
Are they getting subsidized from the?
No.
Huh.
Not in a way that's unique to how we are, because we get, is it 80% of that position is covered by the state?
I mean, it depends on which program area so those, they have to time track each time, like I'm working this much in SNAP, I'm working this much in Medicaid. So it's not always the same, right? Percentage, depending on which program area they're touching.
I was just wondering if the casinos were helping them out.
Helping them have low tax rates, that's for sure.
Did you want to add anything? So to Colton's point on the next one, so we have been trying to hire that second eligibility case manager position, and we've struggled to hire. And then when we have hired, it takes a long time for that worker to get certified in all the different program areas. And by the time they're close to getting certified or newly certified, they end up leaving. So we've really struggled to fill that position. So we've talked with HR and county manager's office and legal about the idea of hiring a fully remote position, as long as that person obviously lives in Colorado and is already certified. There's a couple counties that their entire eligibility department is remote, and it seems to be working well for them. So we are advertising one of those positions, or that position, to be fully remote if they're already doing the work and they're already certified and they can jump in and they don't need training and that close supervision. But our request is to hire another person, another case manager.
But you already have the FTE, right? It's just you keep losing people.
So we are hiring an FTE, but I would like to be able to hire 2.
Okay.
I'll be very curious about just like the market competitiveness of the salary.
I mean, we just did that 2 years ago and they did receive like a increase in pay. I think it would be, I don't want to say a specific county, our hotline for, just for example, for child welfare and adult protective services is based out of Prowers County. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the state pulls from Prowers County because they don't have to pay as much. So I think if there's an eligibility worker that's living in a smaller county where maybe they don't have to pay as much because the cost of living is lower, easier for us to draw somebody from a smaller county. More pay, but continue to live in that smaller county. Maybe.
For what it's worth, I know we do market analyses and like anything else, it's an imperfect tool. I take a position being chronically vacant like this as direct evidence that it's underpaid. Not like, what are we, right? Like the indirect evidence is what is somebody else paying? The direct evidence is how long has this job been posted and who's applied? And so I'm just making a case, colleagues, for paying that position, paying what we need to for that position to be filled. It's as much of a crisis as when I was making the same argument around our CDL drivers and our transfer station and its chronic closures. And I really want to encourage that this budget have more in that salary than what we thought we could hire that position for last year.
In lieu of the remote?
Not necessarily in
No.
lieu of, I mean, no, I'm not arguing against it though.
I mean, if that's a position that can be easily done remotely, if the person is, has the education, training and experience to do it. I don't fundamentally have any problem with that.
How long does it take somebody to get certified?
The workers are analyst workers, I mean, they have to get certified in each of the program areas. So Medicaid, SNAP, adult financial, old age pension, all the different program areas. And then even after you're certified, it takes a long time of working in those systems with our supervisor, who's also working, to oversee the work you're doing, to make sure you're putting in the information correctly. So we're finding that it takes a year and a half before somebody's, but even then they're working at such a slow pace compared to somebody who's been doing this work for 25 years.
Those computer systems that she's talking about, that's CBMS. You've heard other counties at CCI and CCAT talk about CBMS, the benefit management system.
Yeah,
It is a disaster. It's a workplace hazard. It'd be like trying to do your job on a computer from the 80s.
It's so nice that bigger counties, Larimer, or, not Larimer. Oh my gosh, the one I always get confused with Larimer. Not confused, but the one that's up there with Larimer County.
You're talking about Weld?
Yes, thank you. Gosh, for some reason those seem interchangeable to me. I know they're not. But Weld is so great in having some of their workers track how many times CBMS is down. Because we have to process applications timely, but if CBMS is down 30% of the time, and then counties are being faulted for that time, then it's not very fair. And that is it. Questions?
Do you want pizza?
You answered all the ones I had. so
No, I
thank
just.
you.
It is good to go right before lunch when people are hungry.
Right.
There you go.
I feel like I got a couple of good rants in there, Not trying to respect anybody's time, that's for sure.
So do we have to go pick it up or does she deliver?
I'm going to.
Thank you.
All right. Pizza it is.
Pizza.
Thank
you. Thank you very much. Good to see you both. So are you?
Okay, so we're taking lunch a little bit late. Colleagues, we had 45 minutes scheduled. What time should we be back?
So much.
Do we want to continue to take
Could we-
45 minutes?
Jody, do you need more time to go?
I wouldn't need more than 45 minutes now.
Okay.
Well, we'll do 45 minutes just to err on the side of caution. Be back at 1:15.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We're back on the record. It's still September 11th. This is a special meeting to go over, hear from departments about their finances and their upcoming budgets. Next, we have Public Health / Mountain Youth Network. Dr. Tim Ryan. Tim?
Afternoon. I meant to make a slide deck yesterday, but as most people in Evergreen's life went sideways yesterday. So public health is comprised for the two new commissioners, primarily of three different areas. The first is our environmental health, which is responsible for septic permitting, septic inspection, and really anything else that falls under the environmental. Complaints about your neighbor flushing their septic system into the stream, that sort of fun stuff as you finish your meal, Mr. Marlin. So the second piece of that is in environmental health. We have 1.5 FTEs. The other half of an FTE, and that is in emergency preparedness, which is funded through the state, preparedness, which is through the federal government. That program is somewhat sustained by fees for septic inspection and septic permitting, not 100%. The emergency preparedness position, half-time position, part of it is funded through the grant through the state. The second part of public health is Mountain Youth Network, which has 3 FTEs. The director or manager of the program, and then the 2 individuals who carry out all of the different programming that Mountain Youth Network does. They have a variety of students who are temporarily or seasonally or part-time employed. Mountain Youth Network is entirely grant funded and has been since its inception back in 2017. Recently received GROC money to fund them fully for the next 2 years.
Oh, wow.
So they're on pretty firm ground at this point, at least for the next 2 years, compared to any of the other pieces of public health.
Can we brag about Rose for a minute?
I would love to brag about Rose. Rose Morris, who's the manager of Mountain Youth Network, she has been with us for 2 years now, is absolutely phenomenal. She goes above and beyond every day at work. She has oftentimes carried Mountain Youth Networks singularly. And before the 2 recent hires, she was doing that for about 6 months. Trying to juggle not only managing the program, but carrying them out simultaneously. She's worth her weight in gold.
And specifically what I had in mind, agree with everything you just said.
Yes.
The GROC made a mistake in tabulating the scores for this application. And so initially it didn't make it in. And Rose went and looked at how it was scored and noticed that there was an anomaly and it got reconsidered. And so it did get the funding, but that was because of Rose's
Wow.
diligence.
Her follow-up, yeah.
Given the amount of work she was putting to your point, Commissioner, the amount of work that she was doing at that point when she submitted that application, she was absolutely determined to find out why and figure out why. And her and our Emily Roderick, who's in public health as well, between the 2 of them, figured that out and circled back. So yes, she doesn't let anything go, which is a great thing.
I'm just going to throw something out there, even though it wasn't solicited, but she's also an excellent manager in general. From the legal standpoint, probably I would think HR would agree. Her ability to document and keep things in order and really be a receptive manager is pretty exceptional.
I would concur, 100%. Yeah. Unfortunately, she's out of the country right now and not listening to this, but she will probably hear it when she gets back.
It'll be reported.
I will make sure. So, Mountain Youth Network also secured additional funding in addition to the GROC to purchase a brand new van. The 2 that they have now are hobbling along, I would say. Thank you to Road and Bridge and the Roundabout for donating those to Mountain Youth Network, which has gotten them through the last year and a half anyway. But they have secured funding to purchase a brand new one. So there's no more side of the road emergency repairs or anything like that. In addition to fund the furnishings that are going to go into their new space at the Health and Wellness Center. So she is endlessly looking for additional funds, additional opportunities, and sort of always pushing the bounds in a good way. The third piece of public health is the clinical piece. We have in that 3 FTEs. We have a registered nurse, a nurse practitioner, and then the administrator, Emily Roderick, who manages basically everything else. Over the last 2 years, we have switched from pencil and paper and an inability to charge for anything. We have stood up a electronic medical record system that we no longer use pen and paper for. It has also allowed us to charge and recoup some of the costs that we incur as a department and as a county. Vaccines are free, but the time for staff aren't free oftentimes, particularly if they're from the state or other sources of revenue. So we don't charge individuals necessarily for the vaccine, but there is a $20 fee for certain things and things like that. So it has helped us to recoup a portion of our costs, and that is picking up with steam each year. So it was one of the things the last 2 years that we stood up. In addition to that, family planning. We now have the full spectrum of family planning available, which includes STD testing and treatment. We also now are a registered pharmacy, and we have a consulting pharmacist who helps make sure that we have all our ducks in a row, who we meet with on a quarterly basis. We do chart reviews, all that sort of thing. So we've really expanded our ability without expanding the number of FTEs. We've actually lost FTEs over the 5 years that I've been here. In addition to that, we've also stood up in the last 6 months a diabetes program. The CHIP, the Community Health Improvement Plan, for which you received copies when you started, and I'll talk about that at the next Board of Health meeting in terms of what progress we're making on that. One of them was about chronic disease, and the first few years we were dealing with infectious disease primarily, but have now added that chronic disease element to it. So it is basically a diabetes education program. Whether you've been diabetic for 20 years or 2 days, the program is for you. It's about informing and educating what latest information is out there, how to best take care of yourself as a diabetic. It's a program that's covered, supported, not financially in any way by the state, but supported by them from a technical perspective. And it is covered by most insurance. If it isn't covered by insurance, it's free, like everything at public health. We have received no money for behavioral health. In the last 3 years, we've been a part of the Behavioral Health Alliance here in this county. We were the ones that started it with a number of other entities here in the county and continue to do so. That group meets monthly and has begun to really start gaining momentum in terms of what we're doing with no money. One of them is the Do Talk Dinners. It is beginning next month. It's going to be a monthly event in Idaho Springs at the hotel there, the newly renovated hotel.
Club Hotel?
Yes, the Club Hotel. We've gotten several businesses to donate food for this. The entire program is, or the entire program is to get men to recognize not only their own feelings, but begin to talk about them. It's meant to address mental health issues and other issues that can lead to substance abuse, et cetera. So through volunteer work of everybody, the businesses included, we're getting that off the ground. And we recently submitted for $5,000 through CDPHE through other things that we're doing to help support that. Unfortunately, we can't use the money to buy food. We're trying to figure out creatively how we can use those funds if we do receive them to further support the Behavioral Health Alliance and to support, in this case, the Do Talk dinners.
Peter, did you hear that?
Yeah.
So can we put that on the website then, or
This specific, yeah, you can actually.
that was,
The Do Talk dinners?
Yeah.
Because it's coming from the,
County.
yeah.
Yeah, if it's coming from the county, we can. That was the discrepancy.
It's a behavioral, so the Behavioral Health Alliance is comprised of everyone you could possibly imagine in this county who has anything to do with behavioral health. It includes obviously public health, it includes human services, it includes Common Spirit is on that call, law enforcement is on that call. Jefferson Center for Mental Health is a part of that. I know I'm going to forget everyone because it was a very long night last night. So there's probably 25 different organizations and entities who are part of the Behavioral Health Alliance who are promoting and getting this up and running. There are 3 individuals who have volunteered to be the facilitators for these groups or for the Do Talk dinners specifically. So we're very thankful for them and their efforts in helping.
Can I have direction from the board on that? Just because if the board is not a party to the large consortium of entities, I've been advising Megan not to promote non-county functions. We did do a CC4 connectors advertisement and it is on the webpage, but I just think we need.
That was through the library.
Yeah, that was through the library and I justified it.
Well, if this one's through public health, can we?
But it's
It's
not.
not through public health directly. We have been a part of it and will continue to be a part of it. But we're not sponsoring it directly, right? The businesses are volunteering or donating food. The hotel is donating the space. Facilitators are donating their time. Everybody is.
I will say that the organizer of this did reach out and indicated that she has more than enough avenues in order to publish it, that she understood the county's policy of not promoting something that the county is not officially a part of. But I will defer to the
Well, that's
action of the board.
I thought it was a public health directed thing.
No.
And my next thought is that would open the door to a lot of things and then we'd have to argue with people whether or not we thought it would be.
That's exactly why I advised not to promote it on our website.
it's just for information, it's the Front Range Area Health Education Center that's putting it on. I don't know if this is an organization that we have vetted or what historical practice we use to that.
That's the issue, correct.
And I mean, I would say here I have a lot of confidence and I don't know if it's like if vetting involves an email from someone saying, yes, I know this organization or what that looks like. What I don't want to do as a board is direct, if that vetting process is extensive, direct that it be undertaken.
Well, and for every single person that wants to post on our.
But it seems like this is going to be an ongoing thing, so we would have time in the future.
Correct, yeah,
And want to submit in the future, I'm fine with that, and that's as well, but I have to tell you, I don't want to commandeer this discussion for public health. I just want to say that, my advice is, we cannot spend all our time vetting and confirming. We simply don't have the ability to do that. And so unless it's county endorsed, usually with a county seal or county participation, I'm going to encourage against it unless there's some advance notice. Maybe we could address it that way.
Okay.
We have time. Much of the other things that we do in the clinic, obviously vaccines, the WIC program. Currently, we have 124 WIC participants. We historically have not received enough money to manage 124 people. Just the way it is, but we do so anyway. About 20% of our participants come from Gilpin County. We take anyone who walks through the door. That's the WIC program. So whether you're from Jefferson County, Gilpin County, or Summit County, if you walk through the door, it doesn't really change the reality. You're going to get services, you're going to get everything that we have to offer. We've come up with some creative ways to get folks in. Getting eyes on mom and baby is critical. Having those conversations over the phone lends itself to not quality service and not necessarily reality. So creatively, we have partnered with WeCycle in Denver, and we get free diapers, wipes, and a number of other things that we go down and pick up quarterly, or not quarterly, monthly, and bring up, and we provide 50 free diapers, 50 free wipes, and a variety of other things for free to every child in the county that needs it. So if you have 3 kids in your family, you get 150 diapers per month. We have also been a huge part from the very beginning of GROC and our harm reduction program. We don't receive a penny other than what Mountain Youth Network has gotten for our time that we have committed in resources to opioid abatement in this county. If I had to guess, I spent probably 90 hours in the last 3 months on GROC alone. So we're committed to that. We put out, as you have seen, the Narcan that we get for free from the state, fentanyl test strips, and we create a harm reduction bag kit that we provide to the sheriff's office for when individuals are discharged. They can give them one if they'd like. There's additional things in there like condoms. We're all about prevention and different information. We've recently added the Advocates for Recovery, who are now in the county. In a lot of their literature, hoping to connect individuals to the actual services that are now here in the county. And we'll continue to do that.
Did you say, I want to make sure I heard that number right, 93 hours in the last month?
No, the last 3 months, I would have to, all the RFP reviews and yes. If I had, it's a guess. It's actual.
It was the month that I was like, wow.
No, it's not COVID. So we do a lot that we're funded for, and we do a lot that we're unfunded for because we believe all of it is important. And just because we're unfunded in the realm of harm reduction and in the realm of behavioral health doesn't mean we shouldn't care and we shouldn't do things about it. We have historically, and we will continue to do so. The shifting to 32 hours that happened here in the county was impacted my staff, with the exception of Mountain Youth Network, because Mountain Youth Network doesn't operate on Monday through Thursday. Much of their programming is done on Fridays for the kids, which are off school, which is why they do it on Fridays, and or weekends. So it has involved or impacted them significantly less than the rest of us. The 32 hours my staff currently likes. They like having a 3-day weekend. The number of hours went from 40 to 32, and getting things done in those 32 hours is doable, but it is more challenging, as you might imagine. It's squeezing more into less, or squeezing the same amount, I should say, into less space. Any questions so far? Any of this?
Impressive. Thank you.
I have I took a note on this is a while back, but public health septic fees, when those fees for the septic inspections, does this board approve those fees at the same time we approve like building permit fees, or is that a separate fee schedule?
I don't know if you approve them at the same time. They're approved by you.
Right. I wonder, I just am curious if it's the same resolution, if it's the same process, or.
I don't remember. Was the septic fee and the building fee? Septic tanks and the building fee? I think they are.
Is it all one package or?
No.
Yeah, we can find out and get back to you.
Okay.
But like the building, I guess your point, like the building fees, you can approve an increase. You can, right? It's as the board, you have that power to decide. It currently does not cover the permit fees that we have, do not cover that 1.5 FTEs. Other programs that we have. So we received $2,700, I think this year, $2,700 from the state of Colorado to investigate any child fatality. whether the child is from Clark Creek County or not. We're actually doing one next month. This particular individual is not from Clark Creek County, but they died here, so we have to do this anyway. Historically, we have done little with that money other than this investigation if it happens. So to be clear, it's under 18 years of age, 0 to 18, or however that works. We have to investigate whether they fall out of the sky, which happened in the past in an airplane or a car crash or whatever the reason is, we need to investigate. So we historically have only done those investigations and the reviews. We 2 years ago decided to do a little bit more with that money, a little bit more meaningful things than just investigate these fatalities. So we also realized that there was no one in this county certified or qualified to do car seat inspections. So when mom and dad, who have more than enough on their minds because they just had a baby, really don't have any idea how to put this car seat in a safe and appropriate way, they now have somewhere to come to get that certified and verified and making sure they're doing it correctly. We also partnered with the Children's Hospital here in Colorado, and we buy discounted brand new car seats from infant to booster seats. And we turn right around and we offer those at a severely discounted rate of $20. If you can't afford one, it's free. We make sure that everyone who needs one has one. And we walk them through how to install it, make them install it and uninstall it and reinstall it. And it turns out that the people who need car seats the most, or the most number of car seats, are the people in most need. Why? Because they have grandmas, grandpas, aunts and uncles, neighbors, friends, anyone they can possibly get to help them transport kids to and fro. And so buying 3 or 4 car seats is extraordinarily expensive at $200 or more per car seat. So to get one for free or to get one for $20 is a big thing. So we are continuing to do that. That $2,700, we've managed to stay ahead of it. We do have some people who pay forward, who give us $40 instead of $20 and help us cover our costs. The same is true with our sports physicals. One of the things during COVID that we tried to establish was building that trust and building that relationship with citizens in this county, particularly and feeling that they have a trusted adult that they can go to and tell them anything. And that is the clinical staff. They're in a separate private room where they can have a conversation about anything they want. And one of the ways we've helped facilitate that is through the sports physicals. Most kids in this county play a sport of one sort or another, and to provide that service for $20, which is a fraction of what they pay at their physician's office, it's a way to begin that conversation and build that trust. So that went from, I think, 18 kids the first year to over 45 last year. So really trying to build that trust and also offer a service that we know many people need and probably can't necessarily afford going through their physician's office.
Do we have any bandwidth to also provide dental care? Or subsidize?
That's a great question, Commissioner. We tried. The initial plans and thoughts when I walked through the door 5 years plus ago was to have a pediatric dentistry office in the conference room at the Wellness Center. Logistically, it didn't work out. So we pivoted about 2 years into being in that building, a year and a half into that building, and said, what can we do to actually provide dental services here? So we reached out to a mobile unit, a dental unit, and they, for about 4 months, they came and they provided dental service to dozens of people at a highly discounted rate, from general hygiene to, I think one person even had dentures at one point and cavity fillings, all those sorts of fun things. Unfortunately, that relationship, they were unreliable, I'll just put it that way. And so after several months of being completely unreliable, we found it to be deteriorating our relationship with citizens. When you show up for your appointment and the dentist doesn't show up for 2 hours later. So we parted ways, found another one, and they were as unreliable as the first.
I mean, it seems like a great idea, but.
Yes. We've reached out to every county in the state saying, hey, do you guys know of another one that is not like this, that we could use? And the short answer is no, not yet. We also bring in the mammogram van once a year. It's a bus, RV, into the parking lot. Last year, they were not there because it was in disrepair. And so they were not there. They have promised us that they're getting it repaired and they will be there this fall. Fingers crossed, and we're hoping that is reality. So we are trying to bring in, to your point, different resources, whether it be mammogram or dentistry or other services, into that parking lot that is an opportunity for individuals to come and receive those services. We're open to ideas if there's a need out there that we could fill. And it's difficult because a lot of these services, the mammogram is the exception. Once we identify a date and time, it fills up, like it's booked. The dentistry was less so, and that was part of their thing was, where's all the people? We have 5. So it's difficult to create that demand regularly enough to have them be reliable.
Any budget needs that,
Yeah, so we're slowly getting in numbers. Just yesterday, we got our maternal child health, and the state has combined it, maternal child health and the child fatality numbers yesterday. So we're trying to plug as we get them and make as best guess as we can. Our emergency preparedness, for instance, was funded at 75%, what it was last year, but with the caveat of, hey, we are hopeful we can give you that extra an additional 25%. We don't know yet if that's going to be true or not, but for now, you're getting 75%. So it's difficult for me at this moment to say, these are the needs I'm anticipating when we don't yet fully know. I wish I had answers. I wish I could shake the tree and all the nuts would fall out, but I don't have that ability. So,
But you're suspecting that your emergency preparedness will need shoring up.
potentially, it's 75% funded right now, with the possibility. I'm not trying to guess what the government above us is gonna do, or the government above them is gonna do on any given day, with any certainty.
And is it currently funded by federal money?
I would be a fool. Yes, the emergency preparedness is funded through the state, but by the federal government. So many of our grants they're either federally funded. Title 10 is an example, right? It's federally funded, but it's passed through the state.
Okay.
And the state pays us. Same with emergency preparedness, the same with a whole host of other things. The Medicaid and Medicare that Director Casano was referring to, those are going to affect us, of course. We don't know how yet. The governor who passed his executive order, which results in a standing order, that's how clinics operate. We need a standing order, meaning what was an off-label use for COVID, for example. If you're 55, prior to the governor's signing his executive order, which then resulted in a standing order, it was an off-label use to give someone under 65 a COVID vaccine. But because the governor did what he did and the public health department did what they did, we now have a standing order. However, that only affects Medicaid and Medicare because the state has a little bit of control making Medicaid and Medicare pay for that. They don't have control over United Healthcare or Kaiser Permanente or any of the other insurance companies. So when asked how many people are going to come in who want a vaccine whose insurance won't cover it, I will tell you, the first person to tell you, I don't know. I wish I did. So I guess to your point, what are our needs? We're hopeful that they're going to be as little as possible. And making sure that we have as many bases covered as not. Mountain Youth Network is going to need potentially, it's a conversation for another time, not necessarily right now, some funds to cover the renovation or the space that is there. We just got the bid back and that conversation. Environmental health, we have a good sense that we're going to need, as we have historically, to cover some of that 1.5 FTEs. And the clinical staff, we did get reduced funds in Title X, but we also received a 95,000 and change grant this last year to help bolster Title X. So it was incredibly good timing. So as far as Title X is concerned, it's possible we need nothing. But again, I don't have a crystal ball. For those
The risk
who
of
weren't here during the
dumb, remind me what Title X funds.
Title X funds the family planning.
Thank you.
It funds prevention, has absolutely nothing to do with abortions.
Yeah.
It's preventing pregnancies, not terminating them in any way, shape, or form.
Family planning prevention. Got it.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions?
Do you have the new COVID vaccine?
We are ordering it today. We decided to order 10 doses at this point, which is the minimum amount that we can order. And we are, we're going to do a test run with me because I'm not 65 and I don't have any underlying conditions. And I'm going to submit it to insurance and see what happens. And so as the director, I'm happy to be a guinea pig.
Thank you.
Not to get the vaccine, but to see if insurance pays.
Yep.
Just to be clear.
But there's no restrictions if somebody wants to come in and they're 20, you want the vaccine,
Well, except just payment.
if they'll pay for it.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. That hasn't happened yet. No, restrictions on availability of vaccines hasn't happened yet,
Okay.
but who pays for it has happened and is
Do
happening.
you have an idea how much they would be?
I don't off the top of my head. No, yeah. Vaccines, some are extraordinarily inexpensive and some are extraordinarily expensive. I can tell you shingles is by far our most expensive one. And it's why we don't carry it, because if we know ahead of time that you want it, we'll order it. But we're not going to stock it because we don't have money to stock things like that.
Yeah. Price for COVID, I saw an article saying that it's all over. It could be 100, it could be 300
Correct. Yes.
if you pay for it
It's like an MRI. Go to 4 different places, you get 4 different prices for the same thing.
So will you let us know how that turns out?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have people that have somebody that had cancer in their group of, and they all want to get vaccinated.
Yeah.
They're 20 to 40 years old.
So I can tell you this, we have flu vaccine in stock, and we are ordering COVID. We'll have it probably next week. Fingers crossed. But there are a number of places because of what the governor did. Now pharmacists, his executive order and now resulting in a standing order has allowed pharmacists and nurse practitioners and others who are not medical doctors to administer vaccines as they have historically for ever. That standing order now allows that. So you can go to Safeway, you can go to Walgreens, you can go to Walmart, and they will have COVID vaccine and flu vaccine and RSV.
But we always did that. Did something change where somebody wanted only medical doctors to give you a shot?
Yes, the federal government did that.
I missed that one.
Yes, the
Okay.
CDC and yes, by recommending the Vaccine Review Board, which used to be comprised of 15 individuals, was just cut in half and replaced by others. They only recommended that individuals 65 and older get it. Because of that single action, if you're under 65, you're 50, 40, it is considered an off-label use because it is not recommended for you for your situation. That's how this country's medical system works. And so in that situation, you would, had the governor not done what he did and resulting in a standing order, in order for you to get the COVID vaccine as an under 65-year individual, you would have had to gone to your physician and gotten a prescription and then gone to a pharmacy or somewhere else that could then dispense that vaccine to you. The executive order resulting in standing order has eliminated that step. It's allowed thousands of more people to actually administer the vaccine. Physicians, if you've ever noticed, they don't actually give you vaccines. It's not them that are doing it. It's somebody else. And it's only through that
order. Okay.
that order that allows that to happen. So yes.
Sorry to take time with that, but
It's
that caught me by
it's a
surprise.
very important piece because it seems quite simple, but it makes things extraordinarily complex. Yeah, a
Thank
single
you.
action.
Thank you. In closing, I know you have high school age kids. Thank you for being here. Had you decided not to be here, we all would have understood. I'm sure you're having hard conversations at home, so thank you.
Yes, last night was extraordinarily difficult.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
next, we have the coroner.
Oh, Public Works?
Oh, sorry, the word public caught me. Next, we have Public Works. You guys have a preference?
Not at all.
No. Fine.
All right. Well, thank you for giving us the time to share our presentation today. This will be the 2026 Public Works presentation. I'll try to be as articulate and exciting as Dr. Ryan wants to share. We'll see if we can engage you as well as he did. You find us there, Megan?
Yep, is this it?
Yep, you can go right to the second page. Let's stay on this one.
There we are.
Stay on this one for a little while. So Public Works Division. I'd like to do some introductions here. I did bring some of my staff to help with the presentation today. You know most of us, but people out online may not. Stoy Streepy is our Public Works.
Assistant Director.
Assistant.
And County Engineer.
Public Works Director. He's also the county engineer and our floodplain administrator as well. Sorry for that. And Stoy joined us in 2019, so he's been here a little more than 5 years. Julie is our admin specialist who pretty much all things through the office from all departments in our division go through her and her team. She's been with the county since 2011, so just over a decade. I'm the Public Works Director and then therefore named the Road and Bridge Supervisor. My name is Carl Schell, and I have been with the county for 20 years. So that said, the picture here is just a picture of our crew. We had a retreat or picnic here not too long ago and the board joined us. The only one missing in that photo, I believe, is Colton because he's behind the camera.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But no, we like to try and get our crew together at least annually. Sometimes it happens more than once a year, but we try to at least get them together at least a year. And it was nice having the board and interim county manager with us for the day. We are not at work, as you can see. We took a little break and gave everybody some time off and gives them a chance to meet each other because we cross paths quite a bit throughout the year and don't always get to know everybody on staff. That said, just an overview of who we are at Public Works and what growth and what changes have happened over the years. And having been part of the department for 20 years, I've seen a lot of change. The Road and Bridge Department, operations, admin, and fleet all operate out of the main shop in Dumont for the most part. We do have 2 locations for Road and Bridge where we've got a supervisor on the East District with 6 operators working directly underneath him.
And where is that one on the east side?
It is on Yankee Creek,
Oh, right. Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
1139 Yankee Creek.
I should take a drive up there and say hi.
Yep, it's a nice little shop, kind of tucked away in the Evergreen area. And then the West District is out of Dumont. We've got a supervisor there with 8 operators on his staff. We are still short a couple operators, but I did want to mention, I heard the sheriff mention it earlier this morning, but the compensation plan and the work that HR did with us has helped us stabilize numbers as well. over the last couple of years. We've had a lot of influx in that over the years that I've been with the department. We also house engineering, capital project management, permitting, and the transit department out of Dumont. And then we also have the transfer station crew on Soda Creek, and our site development admin person works out of the annex in Georgetown. So on to a little history of that. Having started in 2005, if you guys had time to read through our presentation summary, we touched on some of that, but also Colton did an FTE study this year that showed just where things looked like back in 2005 and kind of what has happened over the years. The department has changed quite a bit. So in 2005, it was basically a road and bridge operations. We did not take on the name of Public Works until 2016. So it was road and bridge operations, admin, fleet. We did have an engineer at some points during that time. We had safety officers. We had noxious weed management and seasonal FTEs there. And we numbered out at about 40 FTEs. That's fluctuated over the years, as I said. In that time frame, the mine productions were pretty high. Money was flowing. The road and bridge budget was pretty sound. We did have that mill levy dedication in 2008 for about 9 projects that were voted on by the public. That sunset and ended in 2015. We were able to knock out about 7 or 8 of those 9 projects. There are still a couple that got sidelined or were not funded by the end of that time frame that we do still hear about in the community.
Saddleback?
Yes,
And
one of them.
that's the one I hear about a lot.
Yeah, that's probably the most prevalent one. We did get some work done out there for certain with guardrails and some different things and some road improvements, but there's instability issues with slopes on that stretch and just other items that came up prior to me and this team being in office that just didn't allow that to take place. So that said, things looked pretty good then, but if you look at the time frame, 2016 comes along directly after that, and we start talking about production changing at the mine, and the budget changed quite drastically. Up till this point, our department worked 5/8 and pretty much always had. We had trouble staffing just because of wages at that point in time. We did switch to 410s, which helped out with some of the morale and just how things were going internally. But that was also a time where there was hiring freezes, wages were held the same, and we were no longer receiving cost of living increase for, I think, potentially about 3 years during that next couple in that time frame. So we backpedaled a little bit. We did not do as many projects. We have not purchased as much equipment, which has put us in a spot where we've got to move forward with that in the near future. And we also at that point went to the voters with a sales tax initiative, which was voted on in 2021. So that helped with the budget, but it still didn't get us back to where we were years prior to that. It has put us in a situation though where with the staffing changes and like I said, the comp plan has helped us at least with operations and with the transfer station kind of get back on track. But shortly thereafter, the transfer station was actually added to our group in 2016, but we also took on site development, transit, and project management just in the last year. So even though our FTE counts look quite a bit different, it's a little deceptive because we've added basically 4 different group crew and about 7 more FTEs in that group. So we sit at about 35 right now, but if you looked at our numbers from 2005, we'd be closer to that area of about 28 FTEs. So over the years, we've been able to stay in budget. We have kept a fund balance that we are still dancing with today, just seeing if we need to dip into that or not as we move forward with staffing and whatnot. But that kind of gives you an idea of where and how the department has changed in the last 10 to 20 years. We are not fully staffed at this point, but we're definitely seeing applications. Some of the things we need to look at moving forward with are definitely recruitment and retainage strategies. We've got lots of plans moving forward in the future just to help move the road and bridge department and our projects and just our efficiencies. We'd also like to make some changes at the facility to update our aging building there. But that said, I think we'll move forward and just start talking about the functions of the group itself. You guys have anything before we move to next slide?
No, it sounds great.
All right. There's some fun pictures of our roads, some snow removal on Guanella Pass and our transfer station facility.
Carl, before you
Yeah.
move on to that, I had some questions. What do you use a bus for? It says purchase of a new bus is desired for next year.
Our transit department is the roundabout.
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course.
Yep, and we'll
Yep.
get to that. As we get further into
Got it.
the all right.
As you said, you're not just road and bridge anymore.
Yeah, we've got a fair amount of things going on ourselves, but
Where do you want me to go?
no, you're on the right one.
Okay.
Yep. Just looking at stuff there. So talking about the transfer station, and that's gone through some changes here in the last several years too, since COVID. We were down to 2 employees there and we actually closed to the public to where we were only open 2 days a week. And that was hard, I think, for the community and everybody to take for the time frame that happened. But in reality, with 2 employees, they could be open to the public for 2 days and then they spent the other 2 to 3 days of that week transferring products and moving everything back and forth from Denver and the locations just to keep us on track to open those other 2 days. We have stabilized that staff somewhat. There's a seasonal position that we have not been able to fill. And that is one of the few, if not only asks we have for this year's budget is to take that half FTE and actually mirror our cashier labor position and add a half an FTE to the transfer station budget to try and keep that running more smoothly. And every time somebody takes a shift or a day off over there right now, we have to move somebody from road and bridge over there to cover that position. Typically, it's an operator that can run the roll-offs down to Denver. We've got 3 or 4 guys on our operations team that we've cross-trained to be able to run all those items down to Denver and know where all the stops and the routine for that is. So that's something that we've been dealing with consistently here for at least the last 5 years. But
and just to add out to that substitution effect takes a machine operator off the road plowing snow and grading to go do this different job for more money than it would cost to have the normal person do it.
So you're talking about adding a half an FTE to make that position year round, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Full-time.
It's
Yep.
full-time in the summer currently. But do you want to?
It is. It's a seasonal. It's listed as a seasonal position. We'd like to just change that to year round.
Benefits and the ability to earn time off, because that's always some of the issue when you have seasonal or, that.
Yeah, I think that's truly is why that is a hard position to fill. They don't get PTO, they don't get holiday pay, and they don't get benefits.
Yes.
Yes, so this does change that budget somewhat, but we just think it will round out that staff and allow them to function without having to pull people and pay overtime to our other division.
We don't need to get into it now. I want to respect time, but I'll be really interested to see how the fee increase has affected revenues and affected volume and all that.
I have just actually pulled that up yesterday, prepared for this question. So we're a little short of what we think we were gonna get. There's definitely been some behavioral change with the fees. Both cell phone counts and revenue are down. You'd expect them to be. So we're definitely had some people with the closures and the fee increase or some combination substitute for private. Maybe they're still going to Gilpin. I don't know. But we're still significantly more revenue than we were last year and much closer to covering the cost of that facility.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I mean, as our road and bridge teams are all over the county, we've got 4 or more sanitation companies working throughout the county now. And we see them everywhere. I mean, they're places that we have a hard time maintaining and they're still trying to run trash and whatnot. So I think that that's probably the biggest shift, but we have seen in visitorship there.
Well, once people get confident that it will be there and that, you know, we have solid staffing, I think you might see more people coming back.
Absolutely.
Because we pay for trash pickup in Evergreen and it's constantly going up in price, so.
I was gonna say, I don't know if they ran deals, but 2 of my neighbors just on my block of like 6, when that fee went in, they started getting trash service.
No, and we saw that, I think, pretty much countywide. But you're right, we're only 6 months into having a new manager and staff there. I think if we can fill this other position and open that up to where are there consistently and continue with the slash program and stuff like that, that we'll see.
Well, and also the electronics, you allow us to dispose of old computers and such, which our trash company doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, I think between that and still the recycling, even though we put a fee on that, we're still moving a lot of that product in and out of there for sure.
And that recycling is not free. That cost of running those trucks down to the recycling, whatever facility it is, some are in Commerce City, you know, and some are a little bit more on the west end. That's operator at their wage, and that's the cost of running a truck, and those trucks are not cheap to run if you break it down to an hourly rate.
Do I understand that fee right? It works as a minimum, right? So if I'm showing up with trash and paying for trash, I don't pay anything for recycling.
Exactly.
But to enter the site with anything, if you're not
$5. So if you take a 30-gallon trash can, pay your $5, you can.
And I think
on through it.
I remember hearing we had somewhat of a behavioral problem where some people were using someone else for their trash, but then like compiling a bunch of recycling and bringing it to us for free, right? And I was kind of trying to solve that problem.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen behavioral changes there too with short-term rentals, kind of stuff. It all ends up there at some point. So just some changes there. And that's one ask that we'd like to put in front of you. We'll probably bring it up here again with our goals at the end, but just wanted to put that out front. Road and bridge, you know, we're maintaining the routes. We've got, we're short 1 operator on each end, but summertime work, that's not as critical as it is during the winter. We've had some interesting weather this year. We've been tied up with a lot of work on Floyd Hill and certain areas that we're seeing these microbursts. But for the most part, they've have been working hard and keeping up on a lot of that. We've got some projects underway that we've worked on. Stoy can touch on here in a little bit, but we are pretty proud to have the work just about complete on Fall River Road, which in reality has been about a 10-year project because we've done 5 different phases on that road in the last decade, and we're finally at the lake. So it's good to see that coming together.
And that was the most positive reception for Stoy at the St. Mary's Town Hall. They really appreciated that information and the fact you were doing it. So.
Yeah, well, we've produced some struggles for them through the project, just with weather and timing, but they are happy with the end result. We're just about there, and we'll get things back to normal here going into winter. I'm trying to think of what else I had with road and bridge.
Oh, Jody.
The Dumont Bridge, is that still gonna be happening?
That is. You have notes on that in your?
Certainly, yeah,
report?
yeah, I'm happy to speak
Yeah.
on that.
I think, well, we got the next one here. Yeah, we're moving into that right now. So I am going to turn this over to Stoy at this point and let him talk about the stuff he oversees throughout the department. And then we'll circle back, talk a little bit about fleet and the admin's work with all of us, and go into goals and then questions and answers after that.
Yeah, so thank you, Carl. I just yeah, I wanted to touch on these few areas for site development, engineering and transit, and really just describe because there's often unknown or misunderstood what some of these departments do. And so really just kind of wanted to get a quick overview of kind of some of the functions that are provided by these departments. Site development is really part of the development permitting group. As Carl mentioned, you know, that department is housed out of the annex here in Georgetown. And we have one FTE that's staffed there at the annex. That administers most all of the site development permits, which include the access permitting. So the county requires that any new access to a road in Clickery County be permitted.
Can I add something quick?
Yeah, please.
We talked about it earlier, but just wanted to mention again, our entire staff stayed at 410s. However, our tech for site development is a 32-hour. One person in our department that works the 32-hour week.
And does he like it?
He does like it, but it has been a bit of a strain on the department as a whole, which is already a bit strained. You know, just to kind of continue just what their function is there. That is, you know, they're doing the access permitting. And the site grading permitting is the vast majority of kind of the permitting functions that they're doing. They also permit retaining walls, and we do all of the floodplain administration for the county out of the site development department. And our engineering technician, Dustin Bertelson, who's been there, you know, a year and a half, I think now, maybe close to 2 years. Came on as an engineering technician there, and yeah, he started with a 40-hour work week for site development, and has since, you know, with a lot of those positions, his hours were reduced to that 32 hours. And the site development department plays a key role in the development process. They're kind of first in line. The way that the Clickery County has set up our development processes. They come first to the site development department to get access to their properties. And so it just, by the necessity of it, are first in line in the permitting process oftentimes. So it's often that kind of first interaction a developer or landowner has when they come to develop a property in Clickery County. And so it's a pretty key role, and it requires a lot of collaboration. So they work really closely with the building and planning departments and environmental health in their permitting functions. And because of the access permitting and all of the impacts that can come from these driveways and new connections to the county's road system, they need to coordinate a lot with Road and Bridge as well. They, you know, again, it's primarily the permitting of the access and site grading, and it's often overlooked in the development process. You know what those is. People are pretty aware that they need to pull a building permit when they're going to build a home or develop a property or something. Sometimes you know, less experienced developers or builders don't realize, you know, the amount of earthwork and site grading it takes to develop a site here, especially in Clear Creek County, just you know, mainly due to our topography. We've got a lot of steep areas here, and can be really challenging, a lot of earthwork and a lot of expense and challenges that come along with doing that earthwork. So they play a key role in that, but often get a hard time because it's, you know, another step in that development process. That's their primary function there. Dustin has been doing most all of the residential permitting for the department there. We supplement that because of the strain on that. You know, in years past, it was staffed, you know, with 2 and even 3 individuals oftentimes. And it's just along with many of the areas in Clear Creek County departments in Clear Creek County around 2016, you know, we saw that big staff reduction for the department there, and ultimately led to the county engineering position being created, which at that time was split half and half, you know, half for public works and half for site development. And so at that time, that position was just an half FTE, kind of providing all those permitting services. It was not really sustainable. You know, we got by for a little while, but we weren't providing the level of service that really needed to be there. So Dustin has come on, and with that 32-hour position, can accommodate most of the permitting functions out of the office there. But it's still supplemented from Public Works with my position in the floodplain permitting. I'm still acting as the county's floodplain administrator, and do all the permitting on behalf of Clear Creek County for working the floodplain, and as well as a lot of the commercial development. I still oversee the permitting for site development on commercial developments. Engineering is really something else that's kind of evolved over the past several years. Again, partly with the creation of this county engineering position, and the transitions that Road and Bridge and Public Works have gone through. There was a dedicated engineer, public works engineer. I think it was titled before some of those staff reductions that Carl had mentioned at the Road and Bridge level. And in that position, really, you know, did many things, but one of the key things was manage the capital improvement projects on behalf of Road and Bridge. And so we've kind of this engineering department has emerged because it's not only doing that now, we're still doing all the management of the capital improvement projects for Road and Bridge, but we've also kind of expanded the services we're providing to incorporate more of the projects, more of the general fund projects from the county. There's just a need identified where there was a lot of different areas that were managing development projects. And just to provide for some more efficiency, you know, for the most part, we've tried to consolidate that into one process and kind of one department there that's kind of overseeing some of that development. So it's really, you know, that capital project development, we kind of play a role in that. Certainly a large role for road and bridge projects, and then a smaller role for other projects that are being developed in other departments and other areas. But we do consult with other departments for the development of the project, and then have really over the past couple of years has started to play a major role in construction management of the projects. And so once they kind of go out, we have helped through several of the recent general fund projects for the Floyd Hill parking area and the shooting range. We kind of came into that midstream, and some smaller projects for the EMS Station 1A that had some repair projects. And now with the Mountain Youth Network, we're providing some oversight on that, and really trying to step in and provide a more of a consistent process for our purchasing policy, which can be tough to navigate sometimes for these public projects. And so I'm trying to provide, you know, some guidance for other departments as they kind of go through the purchasing policy and put projects out to bid and request qualifications from firms and that sort of thing. And then, again, playing that role as the kind of construction manager on some of these projects as well.
Is that working well?
It's working. There's been some hiccups. It's a challenging process. And so I'm not going to say that that everything's been fixed and it's going great. There's still a lot of challenges to overcome with the development of anything. And so we've been working our way through that, but we've made a lot of progress and we've learned a lot. And that's over the past couple of years as we've kind of delved into more of the vertical construction. I myself was a lot more familiar with horizontal construction, building roads and maintaining roads. Vertical construction, when it gets into building a building or other aspects of development there, we were not as familiar with. And so it's been a little bit of a learning process as we've kind of gotten into that realm. We've, as part of that, we were able to add an additional engineering position. It's not, doesn't require that it be an engineer, but we added this capital projects manager position, which is being filled by an engineer, and Stacy Canada, and she's been the lead on several of these projects and has learned a lot. And we've kind of started as we've been going these projects to document, what comes up on these, and we've started to kind of create this SOP, sort of a standard operating procedure. And how these projects will be managed and kind of defining roles of what our expectation is from there. It's not something that we've shared with the other departments, certainly with the Board of County Commissioners, but it is something that we've been developing and look to roll out soon for comment, to be like, hey, this is how we see these projects going. This is how we feel like, they should be managed and here's where we can assist in that. And so we'll be disseminating that, to the various departments and other kind of project managers around the county that develop these types of projects and hopefully, just be able to standardize that process a bit. Overall, I would say it is going well, but we've got a lot more learning to do. Other than that, the engineering department, I roll into that, our asset management and right-of-way permitting. And that we require oversight and permitting for any work that's done in the public road right-of-way. Most often is utility connections for development projects. And in some cases, there's some other small work that's done in there, but it's mainly utility work that we permit through that program. And then asset management is something that we've done well and at certain times in the past, but we've got a lot of room to improve on tracking and managing primarily the road and bridge assets. It's sometimes hard for us to really fathom how much, and certainly others at times, just how much value and asset that the county owns in our road and bridge infrastructure. And I did ran some reports in preparation for this, and just some of the assets we have. In addition to, the 75 miles of paved road and rec paths around the county. We've also maintained assets associated with 7 bridges that are listed on this National Bridge Inventory list. And to be on that list, it just requires really a span length of more than 50 feet. It's the typical criteria that it gets included in that and then gets some kind of more state and federal oversight on those bridges. We've got some other bridge structures that are smaller than that, but 7 of those bridges that are listed on the National Bridge Inventory.
That mostly because of I-70?
No, those are CDOT bridges. And so our bridges are going to be, the Golden Willow Road that goes over Bear Creek Road. It's going to be the Silver Lakes Drive Bridge that goes over Clear Creek just off of County Road 308. Some other bridges, there's one on Bard Creek south of Empire and various
Alvarado.
Yep, and Alvarado Road, we have the one that accesses the game check.
Right, okay, thank you.
But the ones on the highway are all under CDOT ownership. And so we fortunately don't have to maintain those. The newest edition for
I
us.
wish you did, then they get maintained.
Well, we tried.
Yeah.
But our latest edition that was given to us by CDOT was the Fall River Road Bridge, what I refer to the Fall River Road Bridge that has created that connection from Stanley Road over to the St. Mary's interchange there and up to the community there in St. Mary's and Alice. So that one is our bridge. It's right. It was kind of constructed by CDOT as part of a grant program there, but it's been turned over to us. And so that one's ours. And so those are some certainly larger assets. And then along with that, the things that people don't necessarily realize is 1,500 road signs that we have associated with our road and require quite a bit of maintenance to kind of keep all those, up to standards and doing their jobs. We've got over 12 miles of guardrail on county roads. That becomes really expensive to maintain, especially when we have larger vehicles and any kind of vehicles that are running into them. That's a program that costs us, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year just to replace damaged guardrails in there. But a lot of guardrail across county roads, over 1,300 drainage culverts. And something you just don't often see, but we've got a lot of culverts varying from 15 inches in diameter to over, 6 and 7 feet in diameter. So a lot of smaller 15, 18 inch, 24-inch diameter culverts, and a lot of larger culverts as well. And so that's just some of the stuff that we're tasked with, not only, tracking all those assets, but maintaining those. And that's something that the engineering department is trying our best to kind of stay on top of. And then
I just wanted quick time check.
We're pushing it.
Yep, sorry, I will move on. Just lastly, the transit department, I don't want to overlook them. That is pretty straightforward. Our transit department is providing the public transportation through the roundabout service across the county. They've got a fleet of 3 buses, and we are in the process of purchasing a new bus that we expect to be delivered in 2026. And that's why you're seeing that on kind of the budget request on that for 2026. That is largely grant funded, but there is some county investment in that bus as well.
And were you going to mention Jody's?
I'm happy to mention that now because we may run out of time and I'll get cut off here. But the Silver Lakes Bridge project has been something that earlier this year we did find that bridge deck was corroding and there was some larger holes forming in the bridge deck itself. That is since it's on the National Bridge Inventory Program, the state sponsors a consulting firm to go out and inspect all of these bridges. They provided that information to us when they initially inspected the bridge this year and said this is something that you need to fix immediately. And so we've done that. We've been able to get under contract. The Board of County Commissioners approved a contract award to a company called Abco Contracting, and they have given us a construction schedule that is to begin on September 29th. That bridge closure is expected to start on Monday, September 29th, and our closure is really expected to last close to the end of October. And with any of those things, sometimes we'll run into some delays, but we're looking at 3 to 4 weeks minimum of construction to replace the bridge deck and do some other repairs on that bridge. We did draft up some letters, and I wanted to give a shout out to Megan Ovendine, which I mentioned to Commissioner Marlin earlier in passing, but Megan jumped in and really helped. I drafted this letter up and was a little lost of how to get this out to the community members in Silver Lakes area, as well as some of the residents along the detour route that are going to be impacted by this bridge construction. Megan's been instrumental in taking that letter, pulling all the addresses that need to be pulled in that area, and did her magic and got them all put in envelopes and mailed out. She informed me that those went in the mail yesterday, and so those should be hitting everybody's mailboxes by tomorrow, early next week. And then we've also updated our webpage. Megan Heiler has also been very helpful in kind of disseminating some of that information out to the public as well. So she's we've tagged her alert system in our letter there, and so people will be able to sign up for construction alerts that we'll try to keep updated on. We have put some updates on our webpage and provide that link in the letter as well, and we'll try to continue to get that information out to the public.
Thank you for taking that extra step to write those letters.
Can we get something dropped off at the post office there too?
Yes.
Just because people be going to
Not
Charlie's
post office.
place, or I don't know who else.
Sure.
Right, and Charlie's Place, they're going along that road past Charlie's Place, that's the detour for it.
Yes.
They're on notice about it.
Yeah, we have talked to Sue about it and we will kind of reinvigorate that conversation to make sure that they're aware of exactly when this is coming. We're looking at some additional controls there to kind of shield the animals there a little bit. There's certainly some concern about, just the additional traffic going by there that's gonna,
And have you alerted the nice neighbors down the road that you might have more traffic on your road?
And so, and that is, and that's where we sent the letters out to the Silver Lakes community that uses the bridge for access, but also we pulled all the addresses that are along County Road 310 or West Dumont Road, where they'll see the biggest impact from this detour route. They're not used to seeing a lot of traffic on this one way in, one way out road. And so they are going to see some additional traffic there. So we did try to capture all of those people that live along West Dumont Road there and get the letters sent out to them. And then
Thank
we'll
you.
also be getting our VMS boards out early next week. Likely we'll put our VMS boards. We've got 2 of those. We'll put one at the bridge location, and then we'll put one on West Dumont Road there to kind of notify people. We did hear you with some requests about some additional controls there of trying to prevent non-local kind of I-70 traffic from bleeding over into that and getting lost somewhere back in there and congesting that area. So we have asked our contractor, who will be developing the traffic controls for that to include signage, to make sure that we're kind of minimizing that through traffic that we'll be trying to get through that area.
I do have one other question. So they've been replacing the poles in our neighborhood and I don't know that they're done. Is that gonna be done before?
I wish we knew that schedule. They were behind our building again today and they were down by
Next, we've had
Charlie's
construction
place.
signs on that like almost all summer.
That's-
That would be a disaster.
Yeah, they're all over
Turns
the
out
place.
they're
That's
all
an
over.
Excel project
Yeah.
and they've got several subcontractors working throughout the county. That's what most of the helicopter traffic is too.
Would it be helpful to provide a connection to Excel? They have a local government liaison that we can track down.
That is part of the service we provide through that right-of-way permitting. So Excel and their contractors specifically are required to pull right-of-way permits to conduct that work. So we do have a line of communication with them. It's not always perfect, but because of the contract and just the size of Excel, and sometimes we are challenged with communicating with them, but that is something that we strive to do through that right-of-way permitting program is understand where they're going to be on these various projects. Sometimes that's not always communicated to us as well as but we do have some contacts there. But I appreciate the offer.
Is that good on the bridge? I've got one more question on transit before we move on.
Yeah.
No news is good news regarding federal grants, right? We're not right? We have the grants. We're not worried about the grants.
We did just receive approval for our the state is set up with a fiscal year that ends midsummer at the end of June. And so the grant programs that they administer are not tied to our fiscal year, the county's fiscal year. And so it's a little offset, but we were just awarded the grant for the next fiscal year. So starting, in July and running through next June to fund that project. And then we are still working with the funding that we were approved for previously to purchase these vehicles. And so we have obtained 2 new vans and through that grant program, and the third we just got quotes for and we expect to be delivered in 2026.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, sorry to take up so much time here.
That's fascinating.
You all do a lot. Yeah.
Want to bring us back at a later date?
No, I think if we can just push through.
All right, we'll jump into fleet and admin here quick and then we will move it along. So we do have a fleet department, which is mainly our Dumont shop. We have a foreman and 3 positions, 2 seniors and 1 entry-level mechanic. We are short 1 senior mechanic right now. That crew has had a stretch with these additions to our department. they're managing it fairly well, but it has definitely been a strain with different staff coming and going. We picked up the fleet buses, so we're now doing all of the equipment and vehicles at Road and Bridge, all the wear and tear parts, all the maintenance on those. We do sub out some of the larger graders and have companies like Power Motive and CAT come in and look at the big fixes on those, but otherwise our guys are doing all of that. They've taken on all the SO maintenance from the sheriff's office cruisers, and that has been a challenge. It's and I don't think it's any secret. I mean, we talk about the number of vehicles and the lease programs, and we're hoping to move forward to that. It's been a lot of work on the back end of the house and the front end of the house with work orders going through the admin team up front, and I'll let Julie talk about that a little bit here in a second. But yeah, just a lot of vehicles. I mean, we've got, what's our inventory list? 140, somewhere in there.
It was 148.
Pieces of equipment just at Road and Bridge. We do all of the stuff at the transfer station, all the admin vehicles up here, now all the SO vehicles and the transit buses. So that crew, we had a study done about 10 years ago, and at the time, 4 people in that staff were manageable. That's questionable now. It's not something we're asking for this year, but just looking down the road, a fleet manager position somewhere in the county, whether it's out of the Road and Bridge Department or out of the general fund, once we lump all these lease vehicles and equipment together, would be, I think, a wonderful position for the entire organization to have somebody managing all the fleet vehicles and equipment, regardless of what department they are in. I'll keep that at that. Julie, you want to add anything there about admin and just what some of these changes have added a strain to your department?
Well, just some of the challenges of with the additional work orders that our mechanics do. All of that data, of course, has to go into a computer system so that we can bill out the different departments. And when you have that many more vehicles, it creates that much more paperwork. The office admins, if you will, so my position, and then Robin, and there are 2 of us, and we've taken on a lot of additional work, not only with the fleet and what that sometimes even looks like, because a manager of fleet would be good, because it is hard to keep up with what everybody's doing with their vehicles. But in addition, with no longer just being Road and Bridge, which is where I started, being the support staff of additional departments has taken up much more of my time. So I'm not even that helpful to Robin in some of those degrees. And knowing that some of these departments have managers, but I am also the backup when that manager is out of town. It doesn't matter if it's down at the transfer station and I'm working the window there, or if it's helping out with payroll, should Snorri be out of town. Knowing when's his team in, when they're off, did anybody call in sick, et cetera. So it's just been a lot of an additional work that we as an admin team do. Challenging, we manage it. I wouldn't say the paperwork hasn't been stacked. It's a little high right now, but certainly looking to the future of
Thank you.
how we manage some of the fleet.
We appreciate what you do.
Talk to me about the state of your software, the software that you use.
We use PubWorks. We've used it since I've been there. I think it went into, I think they purchased it in 2008. And what it does is, because when you receive federal funding, as we do through the oil and gas HUTF, we have to report to the state, because they funnel it down like most monies do that come from the Fed. We have to show what work we do on the roads in order to receive that funding. And it has to be broken down, summer maintenance, of the roads and snow and ice. And so we go into a winter season and we separate it by month, and all of that data goes into our software so that I can run reports to give finance the dollar amounts that they need for submittals of those funds. In addition, it also has a fleet component to it. And so once again is a data entry, if you will, of we have a list of vehicles, and then if a work order comes in, whether it's we've done the work on it or we're doing it for another department, all of those work orders and the details, inventory, what parts went in, goes into that database. So honestly, I could pull a report if we've had a vehicle since 2008, and we may still have one around there somewhere. I could pull up absolutely every one we've ever done on them.
Thank you. I think part of what I heard in there is that this is another piece of software where reports are generated and then entered into a different piece of software on the finance side, et cetera.
Right. Yes.
To this conversation we're having about an enterprise software system. Thank you.
All right. Next one. All right, some of this stuff we've already talked
Yeah,
about,
we've
but
kind of gone through some of that.
we can go through these quickly, but just things that we're looking for improving and moving forward with. Staffing's definitely, at least in operations, if not across the board for our departments, is certainly biggest concern. I mean, our staff is aging out, to be honest with you. We need to really look forward. We've worked with HR, over the past year or two, now that Carol Ann's been in-house, and just exploring ideas about recruitment, retention. Like I said, I think the comp plan has helped quite a bit, but we're looking at potentially rewriting some of the job descriptions on our lower level operators and bringing on hopefully new and younger applicants that maybe do not have CDLs, and then we can work through a program to that aspect. It's just a matter of time to train people and to work through the process. We've tried several things, going to job fairs, whether it's at the school or at community colleges. They went to one at a military facility earlier last year, and just haven't got a lot of traction on that yet. But that's one of our biggest things. We need to continue to work towards improving our recruitment programs as far as that goes. Again, we'd like to add that FTE at the transfer station to help things move along there, and just potential stuff moving into the future. You'll see on this as that fleet manager position again being talked about. There's just things, I think down the line, we may, if we're able to, look at adding more operators back to our road and bridge staff, just to accomplish some of the work that we don't get to throughout the year. Some of the right-of-way work, whether it's helping the engineering team with installation of signs, drainage work, the clear zone, where we've got these mountainous roads that don't have shoulders or safe places to pull off. We're just trying to manage some of that, potentially build out some of the dead end roads with an actual turnaround for our emergency equipment and road bridge. We still have probably a dozen or more routes that we've got to either back in or back out of. So just safety issues and things that create liability for our own crew out there and being safe. I mean, we spend a lot of time retrieving our own equipment during snowstorms sometimes. So, I mean, things like that just to move forward down the line. Stoy, I'll push that next one over to you.
Yeah, and I really want to be respectful of everybody's time here. I know we've got people waiting, so I really appreciate this opportunity to kind of come and give an update to the board here. Thank you for that. We've got a lot more to talk about, and I want to express that we're really excited about what we're doing and the services that we're providing, and are really hopeful for the future of the Public Works Division and some of these improvements that we really envision over the next several years. And we'll look forward to another opportunity to come back and kind of talk about some of that other stuff. Some ideas that we have that we can run past the board and leadership here. But again, want to kind of be respectful of everybody's time today. And yeah, unless if you want to express other things, I think you should. But otherwise, I'll reserve any other time that I have for any questions that the board has.
Sure, I think I feel the same. Thanks again for coming to our retreat.
Oh, that was
and
so
getting
much
to know everybody.
Thank
And
you.
if you've got any more questions for us, we'll field those. If not, we'll let the rest of these folks come and present.
Thank you.
If there is more that you feel this board needs to know, I think our regular meeting schedules are at your service.
Yes.
Okay,
Great.
thank you very much.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much. Thank you.
Just want to let you know that some members of the board have a hard stop at 3:45 today.
Okay, Carl.
Executive session scheduled.
We get carried away.
Yeah, so it's likely at least one of those, possibly two, will need to be put off.
Well, then let's get to the coroner, who's been sitting patiently all day. And
Yeah, the county attorney we could talk to later.
Yeah, I can do that. We could actually come back out after if you want mine at that point. That's fine. It won't take very long. Wasn't corrected to
and then planning and building,
Guys,
maybe
do
you.
you want
can
me to
chat with-
share your document or you just want to talk about it? Okay,
Let's
great.
Choose your adventure.
I have it if you need me to refer to it.
Today or punt to another day. That's a choose your adventure.
So we couldn't do it today.
Yeah, it's too big.
Okay, we have here coroner Hagman and Nicole Nelson.
My chief deputy.
The chief deputy. What do you have for us?
I know you're kind of going over. We've spent hours with you all this year. I think you have a pretty good handle on what we do. Our only ask really is to restore my pay that I agreed upon when I was elected the last time around. And to raise our deputies up to deputy 3 status after the review that was done. Or categorize people, they both meet that criteria at this point. Won't really affect them, they're mostly on call, which is a set rate, so this is if they do hourly work, so. But they've been here over 4 years, with only the cost of living increases during that time. And they've been dedicated to our team, and I feel that they should be paid accordingly for the hourly work that they do, because they could easily make a whole lot more if they went to a different county than what we're offering them here, so currently.
Help me, sorry if this is redundant, help me understand, the coroner position, is this like a change in the grade, like within our HR system?
It was just deputy, so we have criteria for education and experience level and time in the current position to raise them up as they stay with the organization.
There was a request they made during the 2024 comp analysis to break it out into 1, 2, and 3 for the deputies, because we don't used to ever have just one level. So we created 3 levels and they all exist in the comp plan right now. But the 2 deputies that they have are both at 1.
Okay, thank you.
To give them some incentives to stay and something to look forward to in the future.
Are you entertaining questions yet?
You guys have any Have you read through this? Yeah.
I did yesterday.
It's not much more than we've already brought to you all, so.
Well, didn't I read that, you were hoping to get a morgue built here so you wouldn't have to drive?
It's an idea that I've been bringing up for 8 years.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Marlin brought it up one of the last meetings we had. So we just kind of.
Okay, so, it would solve problems with you guys not having to transport, decedents to other counties. But wouldn't we have to pay for, forensic pathologists to come in and do autopsies?
We pay for them anyway.
Right,
Wherever they're doing the autopsy, it's a separate.
right. No, I understand that, but would it be difficult to get them to come here to do them?
They originally were coming here when we had the morgue in the past.
They like coming up to us.
They like
Oh, nice. How long ago was that?
29, we're in this building 3 years, so
So it was like 5 years ago or?
3 years ago.
4 years ago. We got Dr. Ben Galloway, who came up.
So it was after the pandemic or?
Retired in 18. We got 2 new pathologists after that were coming up here
Okay.
at the old facility. And once that facility went bad, we couldn't use it anymore. So they also have both work out of Boulder County. That's why we went to Boulder, because we could keep the pathologists that we already had a
Oh, okay.
relationship with.
Thank you.
But
The idea, and happy to, it might be helpful for these two just to send them the analyses you did. The idea at the time, and I think you were looking at the EMS building, as at least as one option, was that if we have a morgue here, we may be able to get counties that are coming down the hill further than us to get there.
Oh, to Boulder or something they would stop
Yeah,
there?
Boulder and Jeffco, we may be able to get them to use our facility. That may help pay for it.
essentially with Floyd Hill, they might not want to sit in that. So it might, around this time, be a good idea to bring that back up with other people, because that could save them.
How much does it cost to build a morgue?
We have to we were told to cease and desist a few years ago.
That was, we looked carefully at it. And
It was because
was-
About $800,000 to
How much?
refit. It was about $800,000 at the time to refit both, was it associated, it was attached to EMS. And then retrofit that part of the building, which they have since done, and then install the morgue and create offices for the.
So it's like $1 million.
At that time. Now, if we went back out, I'm not sure what it would be.
I don't think it would have gone down any.
Right, but in the building that they're in right now, it's unlikely that could be converted into a morgue.
We had done.
Did you do a study on that?
Done, yeah.
Okay, so if that's right now they're in, what is it called? Jordan House. Yeah, and it does have a garage facility and everything, and so.
I didn't think, that got disconnected from the water, right? Does it have septic over there?
Yeah.
It has septic and it has a well?
Yeah.
What did
I think that's city water. Is there?
I think it's connected. I thought it was connected to Idaho Springs water.
I think it's city water, but it's a septic system.
Okay. I must be misremembering. That's good. So anyway, that's that.
Oh, no, it's not city water. They just did the filtration system, so it's not.
So if you built the morgue off the EMS building, then we would sell what you're in now, or you would still need both?
No, we were talking about putting it in this building that we're in currently.
Oh, now the idea is to put the morgue into the Jacob House.
Yes.
Oh, it's not Jordan House, it's Jacob House.
Jordan House.
It could be part of any facilities assessment, though, and I don't know if it's been included in the facilities assessment, but.
I don't think it has. That's why I'm bringing it up.
No, but it could be if we were to look at that as an avenue. Jordan House is an interesting property. It was acquired by the county, but it's somewhat difficult probably to necessarily sell just by the nature of where it's located. Although I will tell you, when we first moved Chris into that building, both the then county manager and I were really angling to have the county attorney's office and the county manager's office put there because it's so beautiful.
Right, it's.
Finance had their eye on it too.
Right. So needless to say, Chris won that one out.
That was because the state took it when they were doing the construction.
Correct.
It was for sale.
I think it ultimately ends up.
Took it for the state.
For the sale.
Yeah. And what?
We bought it.
They bought it for 350,000.
It was bought with the property where the
Right.
Kaiser property that, I think it's Kaiser. Anyways, the stuff that's on the other, PK Kaiser, the stuff that's
Right.
on the other side, and then there's stuff on the other side of the Veterans House. That was all bought together by the county to facilitate it for the state.
Right.
We made it fast.
Okay.
Just wanted to add, it will be part of the capital improvement fund request. They've already submitted it. They also have another one as well. So you'll see the evaluation and all the.
Oh, great.
And this the secondary Dodge that you mentioned, that's the vehicle that the former coroner had outfitted.
Correct.
Right? And so it's built for a very tall man to be able to use, right?
It's built so tall that there is not a current stretcher in the world that will
Go into it.
fit directly without a ramp or a winch.
So we have a ramp that we
Former.
pull out to use. So it's not like the most suitable for snow, rain, most of the conditions even in the summertime.
You knew Don.
I have stories about.
The former coroner was a very large human being. Anyway, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that's the right vehicle we were talking about.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. And you're right. I mean, we've spent a fair amount of time talking about your operations and your budget, but colleagues.
Is there any other questions? We've been working with Erica. Some grants.
Oh, good.
We're working on that.
She's been helpful.
She's listened and said she's looking into stuff, and as stuff comes through, we've been forwarding it to her. And along that line, I heard the radios were brought up earlier. We currently are involved with NCR North Central Region Fatality Management Committee. They have a grant for a few radios or so. There was discussion whether they wanted to go to sat phones because there's always trouble with radios, and so we have to follow back up with them. It's a current discussion right now with that group. So took me 6 years to get hand-me-down radios. Apparently, 800 band radios. People have been bringing up some fantastic suggestions today. I think maybe a radio group or a communication group that used to be kind of housed at the sheriff's. I don't think we have that anymore, but between ambulance, fire, us, it's a lot of radios, and it might be cheaper to have a pool or have that housed in one place rather than each department get them.
I thought since today's the 11th, I thought post 9/11, that was the mission for all emergency services, was to be able to communicate better.
They're all in the same channels. They just don't all get their radios from the same places, like the physical radios themselves. They're
Okay.
all in individual budgets.
Okay.
I think what he's suggesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we just buy everybody's radios in a pool and people can go get them that way.
And it'd probably be less expensive because the sheriff's getting them way cheaper than what, if I order 2 of them,
Right.
it's gonna cost twice as much as if we jumped on their order.
Well, I mean, we've got in that system, the only one that reports through the board is Clear Creek EMS, and I'd love to think that they're a collaborative partner and stuff like that. The rest of
There
it
hasn't been a whole lot of collaboration at all, so.
The Communications Advisory Board maybe doesn't meet anymore after the Jeffcom transition, because it was created under that dispatch agreement.
I'm not sure. We barely use dispatch at this point. So we've been using our phones mostly, because it's some degree easier. We've actually just been calling law enforcement directly on the cell phones. Because I have gotten to the office, picked up the truck, on the way out the door, call Jeffcom. I get on scene, they still haven't answered the phone yet. I have the officer on scene say, can you please call me into Jeffcom? So.
Because we're supposed to alert them when we leave, when we get to scene, when we get back to the office.
And I've been hearing that Jeffcom has been working well.
Every other department, that's what they tell me too, but it's not been my experience.
And you're using a cell phone, not a radio.
Correct.
Yes, we don't have one to do that.
So if you had a radio, that might improve it.
Potentially.
It would go direct.
But again, we still have the same issue. Radios don't work half the time, so.
Thank you.
And that's because they're old or that they can't connect.
Yeah, there's no tower. Yeah, there's so many remote places, and it's unfortunately where we find ourselves quite often as well. So
Does Starlink work? Can you hold your phone up and try to find it?
I haven't tried that too much.
I think this is very reminiscent of the sheriff's office conversation this morning.
Yeah, I that's why I brought it up, because we're in the same boat. We really are.
Okay.
And again, there's a grant through the state for that. Snow plowing was brought up. We've really only needed it once. It is so windy there that usually the snow just blows straight past the building.
It's kind of nice.
But when it accumulates, we did have a 3 foot a couple of years ago, and we weren't able to get the truck out. I called Road and Bridge, and they were able to get to it the next day. But if anything happened that day, so it's an issue for us as well as everybody else, so. But again, it's only if it's a really serious event, we don't need it plowed constantly, but if we got 3 feet, we're definitely gonna need help getting out.
It's only, this is the problem with these snows. It's only when everybody needs it, right?
Yeah.
Right, except for, responders like you all, you don't want
Yeah.
someone's having their loved ones stay in their house for 36 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons for the other truck too. I was up on a call with the sheriff's office. His vehicle died at the family's house. I was in my personal vehicle, but I left and he was saying they didn't have a spare, and they have fairly specialized vehicles. So do we. It's not like we could just, again, pick up one of those 4-door cars out here. We need a backup generally, even for maintenance, if it's in the shop for a couple of days. So it would behoove us to have, again, we already have half the system with the stretcher and everything that could easily be transferred to a new vehicle. So we're halfway there as far as the expense goes. Get the funding for the whole thing last time, so did half. I just got the stretcher side, which could potentially go in a regular pickup truck if we needed to, but we still at least need a pickup truck potentially with a cover.
Right, that would be preferred.
Yeah. So, we sort of planned halfway ahead for that, but again, it's a 2003. It doesn't have a lot of miles, but it's 22-year-old vehicle. So again, you guys asked what we need down the road, what's coming up and what we're looking at. And also for down the road, there's an election next year, and the next coroner might want to know what their salary is. So just something as far as that goes too.
Okay, any other questions, colleagues?
I don't think so.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome. Thank you all.
Thanks,
And I think
guys.
this is great. I hope you guys learned as much as I did today, and it was really nice.
Hey, wasn't it great? I know.
This
I know.
works really well as a format, so
Good.
I would suggest continuing it.
Plan on it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Skipping the county attorney for his recommendation, we've got planning, building and rec.
Go in the order. You might as well start with planning because you're the first one in the middle.
That's what we'll do.
Can we do this in 20 minutes?
Absolutely. There'll be plenty of time for Peter. Okay, hello, commissioners.
Hello.
Is
Oh, nice to see you.
Stratcom, objectively the coolest division name in the county. I don't know
saw
about
that.
the people, but the name. Stratcom is the Strategic and Community Planning Division made up of planning, building, and recreation, open space. We do not have a division director at the moment, so the managers of each respective department are here. I'm Garrett McAllister with planning, to my left.
David Danielson with building.
Martha Tableman with open space recreation. All sorts of things.
Next slide, please. We'll go right into planning stuff. So we'll start with a quick 2025 review. generally, the planning department has been busy. To date, the department has completed about 30 or is in the process of working on about 30 cases, which is roughly double the caseload average over the last 5 years. Lots of different cases, variances, special use permits, minor subdivisions, rezonings. We had a couple of 1041 permits, as you recall, this year as well. In addition to these cases, the department works with operations to integrate planning processes into the GovBuilt platform. We collaborate with building and site development on improving efficiency in the building and development review process. We coordinate with code enforcement on zoning and land use violations. We work a lot with the county attorney's office as well on various issues. We're involved with the road research team. We serve on the Regional Housing Authority, participate in DOLA trainings and webinars, and we attend various CDOT meetings. That's Denise and I. That's our department, the two of us. We run top to bottom, basically. So I'll go one day working with the county attorney's office on some high-level issue. Next day, I'll write a staff report. Later that day, I'll answer a phone call from the public, right? So we're doing all of it.
Are these the only two positions in your budget, or do you have vacancies?
We have vacancies. Well, these are the two positions in our budget, yeah.
They were eliminated in last year's budget, or are you talking about this coming?
Well, and then Amy's position was turned into a public lands manager for rec. So we have two people in planning.
We had a senior planner position that was
eliminated.
Laid off last year. Okay. However, despite the challenges posed by reduced staffing and the shortened working hours, I think staff has managed the planning caseload effectively. We've adjusted public expectations around staff availability. We've implemented concept meetings to do that, where we get a lot of phone calls or emails where people say, what's the zoning on my property? Or what can I do with my property? Or I'm looking at buying a piece of property and yada, yada. And, these phone calls can take time. It takes a little bit of research and they're never straightforward, of course. So we implemented a weekly 30-minute meeting system through GovBuilt where we can actually take some time and sit down with individuals and give them our sort of undivided attention. And that has, I think, helped the rest of our week where we are less sort of burdened by random phone calls and emails coming in. We still handle that and we still, try to provide that customer service, but I think this has helped us manage that a little bit better so we can focus on other things that we need to do. One way in which planning is facing some ongoing hurdles is just with our zoning and subdivision code. Particularly with zoning, we have some process inefficiencies that are in place that can lead to a caseload that is difficult to manage at times. One example that I have in the memo here is just variances. Denise has processed 17 variances this year, and that's just way too many. Partly because most of these are for simple property line encroachments. Sometimes we'll process a variance for like a 5-foot encroachment into the setback. Almost all of these cases generate very little controversy or public interest. They're on large lots, right? So planning would like to amend the variance section of the zoning code to allow for staff to process more of these cases administratively. Right now, all variance cases have to go to the Board of Adjustment, excuse me. And these meetings can take a significant amount of time, just preparing agendas, meeting notes, staff reports, sending notices, right?
Getting the newbies up to speed.
All right. There's just a lot that goes into any public meeting, whether it's planning commission or BOA. So we would like to, so that leads me to 2026 and looking ahead, staff would like to prioritize an audit of the zoning code to clarify, streamline and improve processes. We're not going to mess with zoning or entitlements or anything like that. We just want to look at our processes and see where we can improve those processes without compromising some of sort of the public engagement and public notice pieces that we have talked about in the past. So we estimate the project would cost maybe around $20,000. we're working on coming into compliance with Proposition 123, which is fast tracking review for affordable housing projects. And there's $50,000 on the table there. So we may be able to use some of that money towards this project. Looking further to the 5-year horizon, I think there are a handful of projects that planning staff would like to see completed. I think the main one is just updating the county's comprehensive plan. The last update was in 2017. So by the time we launch this one and get it going, it'll be pushing 10 years since the last update. So I think that would be important. We would like to tie it into an economic development plan or maybe have the economic component be a bigger component of the comprehensive plan, or even have an economic development plan where a land use component is a component of that plan. I think there's lots of different ideas there. But regardless, I think we need to update the county's overall sort of master plan. And then as part of that too, or maybe subsequently, staff has talked a lot about in different capacities, talked about a suitability analysis and just a more data-driven approach to understanding the buildable land that is in the county and what we can do with it. Where we can sort of push for commercial and recreational uses in targeted areas. We can find opportunities for affordable housing or mixed use projects, and maybe even limit development in more remote, environmentally sensitive areas or these sort of backcountry areas that cause a lot of issues, like with the road research team that we've talked about. So for this to happen though, planning would really need a more dedicated long-range planner, someone who can write RFPs, procure consultants, manage those projects, do all that stuff, and then maybe some staff training and certifications as well. That's planning.
Thank you. I'll just say, colleagues, one of my great regrets of my time in office is very likely to be an inability to comment on our zoning code at all. And if they were to bring an investment that we could make for this board to be able to comment on our zoning code, I would be so grateful and such an advocate to fund it.
And you mean you can't comment on it because it's so complex, we don't understand it?
No, I mean,
Yeah.
getting a
Oh.
red line into that code so that we can vote on it and I can comment on that zoning code is something that I ran for office wanting to do. I've never gotten an agenda item or a process or anything. And I'm not complaining about you, Garrett. I really appreciate what you're up to. I'm prepping my colleagues that if you do bring an aspirational vision for an investment we can make to be able to think about our code and how it affects our economy, I would be the most grateful commissioner on this board.
So the variance issue, that is in the zoning code or?
And you may get your chance, at least in a small way. We have redlined our variance section and I would like to try to bring that to the BOA and the Planning Commission this fall.
Yeah.
And maybe the BOCC before the end of the year.
Sometimes I fantasize about redlining it myself.
Yeah. I mean, your proposal sounded good. As long as it's, I can give my opinion, right?
Right ahead.
Okay. I have no problem with simple cases handled administratively. If they're complex, we probably should be brought in.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, so actually the BOCC, just to be clear, does not see variance cases at all.
Well, the Board
Just
of
the BOA.
Adjustment,
Yep.
but we act as the Board of Adjustment, correct?
No.
Do not. We have
Do not?
Nope.
Oh.
You have an appointed board.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, never mind. Oh, well, wanted to help.
But I agree with you in spirit, though. The BOA should see more complicated cases. And I think, so one of the ideas we have is a sort of a percentage threshold, right? If your encroachment is of a certain percentage, we can process it administratively. Once it goes beyond, then we would bring in the BOA.
Thank you. You can do it.
But is he on a timeline now?
December.
Well, he gets to hang out and talk about this stuff for
2026.
years. I'm the one that-
George supports you. You don't know who's gonna
You've got my
replace him, so
support.
might as well get it to him.
Well, maybe they have job openings that maybe you could further your career and.
I don't think we're legally permitted to talk about that. I wouldn't want to repeat any prior experiences, re-traumatize anybody on the team. David, are we moving to you?
Yes, building. So first off, I'd like to applaud the building, the planning and building services and the code enforcement staff for their adaptability and resilience this year. We've experienced a lot of challenges with implementing new rules and regulations through the ordinances and staff training, and a lot of stuff like this. They've done very well to provide adequate customer service to our external clientele, our citizens, but our internal customer service is somewhat lacking at this point in time, unfortunately, to say. We have a lot of responsibilities with the GovBuilt system, with a lot of accountability to planning and Parks and Rec and EH and site development and everybody like that. And we have a lot of requests that come in with that. So we're not quite operating as well as we should in that aspect, not to take away from anybody's efforts whatsoever in those. We are in the midst of our phase one project, our phase one GovBuilt launch, which will come to a conclusion in the first week of October. Then we'll be on to phase two. This is a temporary workload that we have currently, which once we get through, hopefully that'll restore our ability to provide customer service to our internal clients, our other departments here within the county. So that's the main challenge that we're experiencing within the building, planning and building services in the code enforcement department. We're currently training 2 new staff members, a permit technician and a new code enforcement officer. We're making changes and adapting all the time with those individuals. For 2026, our request is pretty simple. We would like to get Bluebeam licenses to integrate into GovBuilt. Those are about $440 a piece. Those licenses would be split up to the reviewers in all of the developmental departments, as I call them. So that'd be building, planning, site development, and EH. So everybody would have the ability to have a Bluebeam.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's a software?
That is a software. It's a PDF review software. It is really miles above the Adobe Acrobat that we're currently using. So it's greater for efficiency in plan reviews. It has the ability to verify digital signatures, scale documents, highlight, take notes, layer documents, compare documents, apply digital signature stamps and seals, and search documents with greater ease. So that's why we're asking for the Bluebeam license for 2026 and forward. Our 3 to 5 year outlook. Our workloads are pretty cyclical and pretty predictable for the most part. We've had some inconsistency in the code enforcement officer position, so we're not quite sure if that's going to be sufficient to deal with the workload with code enforcement down the road. That's just something to keep an eye on. We might potentially need another code enforcement officer depending on the goals and the capacity that we are currently limited to.
So, yeah, so to say that in a different way, but basically this county has an unlimited amount of demand for code enforcement. The only throttle is how much staff we dedicate to it. So if the board has a desire for more code enforcement, then we need more staff, right? The other issue here is the STRs take a lot more time than I think we were expecting. So the one code we do have, and our building inspector and our code enforcement officer are really being bogged down by the STR regulations, which is good because the STRs are operating better now. But when we only have so many hours, it's coming at the cost of other types of code enforcement.
Well, there was a time when STR fees were barely paying anything and we were investing out of property taxes in code enforcement. I think now we're paying STR fees are completely paying for code enforcement.
Pretty close.
And it may be that we decide we actually want property taxes to pay for the enforcement of the rest of the zoning code. If we're eating up a whole FTE just on the STR program. I'm just kind of like, this is a light bulb that just went off in my head.
I'll end that rant.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Your code enforcer still sticking around?
He is. John, he's been a great employee so far. He's eager to learn. He's putting a lot of effort to learn the zoning codes, the rules and regulations around the short-term rental ordinances and everything like that. Currently, he's in the midst of trial by fire for notice of violations. So we're getting him up to speed on to prepare those. Hopefully you guys will be seeing some of those to make some decisions on soon.
Great. What are the two 1041 CDOT cases about?
That would not.
Oh, those
be-
were for the peak period shoulder lanes and the.
In Floyd Hill, and
Floyd Hill.
the board already voted on both of those and they were approved.
Okay. Oh, when he said cases, I thought there were lawsuits regarding it. So
We're planning
Planning case.
cases.
planning cases. Got it. Yeah. I'm like, what do you mean? We're being sued already?
We don't want to pull in Elbert County.
Martha,
You ready?
I think so.
Ready? Okay. So I'm wearing multiple hats here because the trail team is out working on Bard Creek. Let me start with just who we have and sort of the constraint on our money. Our money is not general fund money. It's a dedicated mill. And at this point, it's 60% for acquisition and 40% for management. And management includes maintenance of all the facilities. It also includes if we want to do construction or things like that, that comes out of that 40%. And I will also add, because it relates to something later, is we have had, over the years, we have built up what is called, I think, by the accounts, a contingency fund. I think of it as a savings fund, which is we have money in both accounts. We have an acquisition account that has money in it. We have the management account that has a savings account that has money in it. Over the last couple of years, we have been dipping into that account because our costs for just between salaries, benefits, and just doing ongoing maintenance exceeds what is coming in on the mill levy. So just to put that for background, what we have after the layoffs you did in January, we have one trail supervisor who is, I don't know that he's full-time year-round. He's full-time from like April to October, and I think he's half-time. I think that's what it was before. Okay. And then we have two trail techs who are seasonal for like 6 months. My position is half-time open space, and the other half-time gets picked up with rafting and special events. I oversee those programs, and it's probably not, my salary's 50-50. I'm not sure the time is 50-50, but they get covered. So look at where we are. I would say the reduction in staff that we had has been mostly impacted us in terms of maintenance of the trailheads. As you're well aware, we had issues with the ELUs. We had issues with the restrooms at Upper Dumont and Floyd Hill. And that is directly related to the fact that we don't have that person who was going around dealing with that. And we've tried to bandage it. I hired somebody to deal with the Upper Dumont trailhead, cleans it once a week. I have not had any success at getting anybody for Floyd Hill. And for the other bathrooms, we have porta potties there. And so the porta potty people take care of them. But we need to get some technical help to figure out what to do with the ELUs and how to modify them so that they become functional. So that's where we are here. And it's also an issue for 2026. But I think it's beyond my knowledge level. I need an engineer. I need a sanitation person. I need somebody who works in that world to give us the possibilities.
How are they different from the national forests?
The national forests are vaults. These are composting.
Well, these aren't composting, they're evaporative.
They're evaporative.
And so the problem we had is we really should have always closed them in the winter, because in the winter, things don't evaporate and whatever. And the way the screens, there's a screen in there, and the stuff falls on the screen, and the liquids go down and are supposed to evaporate. And then you're supposed to scrape the screen. And what's happened is we haven't had adequate maintenance to do that to make it work. So one of the questions is, can you take out the screen and make them into, quote, a vault toilet? But as I said, it's beyond my skill set. We need somebody who can help us figure that out. But the Upper Dumont and the Floyd Hill one are actually vault toilets. And so those just need to be pumped every whatever. And our issue there is having somebody clean them. And Logan, the trail team this year has been resistant to doing it. They don't see it as part of what they should do. And when John Butcher was here, he was doing it, because that was part of his job.
I saw them in their hazmat suits one time.
Oh, they were probably, then that's when they, at the beginning of the season, they do power washing and stuff. Anyway, so that's a major problem. That's a reflection of the fact that we don't have, we don't have the bodies, and I've had a hard time finding bodies. I called the porta potty people to see if they would do Floyd Hill for us, go in and spray it and whatever. And they weren't willing to.
Are they being used more than we had expected? Is that part of?
Floyd Hill, and I think I mentioned it in the memo. What's interesting, what we've heard on Floyd Hill is that there are tour buses who are now pulling up into Floyd Hill and using it. So we are getting excessive use more than we were
Using the trails or using the bathroom?
No, using the bathrooms.
Just using the bathrooms?
Just using the bathrooms. So you're getting what, 200 people or 100 people or whatever's on a bus.
Start charging per square.
Well, maybe we go, but I mean, it was built, I mean, it should have been enough to handle the usage that we have. For the mountain bikes and the hikers and things. But so we're getting excessive use because people have figured out that it's there. Anyway, so that's also a problem. And I don't know how we handle that other than, and maybe, I mean, I was in Iceland and there were places where you had to pay and they actually had credit cards and stuff.
We need a TP vending machine.
So maybe we need a TP vending machine that charges, and it would give us some money that would help with the cost. Anyways, that's the major problem.
I know closing them, at least the Dumont one would be a bummer because you have families stuck on the highway and the gas stations are closing their bathrooms now. And you've got some little kids and you see that bathroom and you're expecting it to be open and then they're locked. It's just.
Oh, Or you're expecting them to be halfway clean and that one we're doing okay with. There's a woman here in Georgetown who's cleaning them for us and so that's fine. And that does, I think that gets to use the kind of use you're talking about. But that's not like the buses coming and dumping a bunch of people there.
That's just.
I want to propose, can we talk about, is this a joint meeting with the Open Space Commission conversation?
Yeah, we can get to her. I just wanted to lay it out as an issue, but yes, we can get,
Find a solution.
yeah, we can look for a solution. But anyways, that is definitely a problem and we recognize it and you folks were bothered about it earlier in the year and we have it, we're not ignoring it. We know it's there. So when I had, you alluded to it earlier, I had on my list of notes to ask you about, is there any appetite for changing the 60% acquisition, 40% maintenance to 50-50? Would that help? I don't think that right now the cost, that isn't the issue. We were dipping into our savings. We were paying what we needed to pay. So changing it would would give us more money if you wanted to do construction, or it just means you have less, you're going to dip less into it. At some point, you're going to run out of the savings. So
At some point, we're going to run out of acquisitions too, right?
no, Sean Wood, when he came on, asked me that. And
Acquisition money, or do you mean?
things to buy. And
That's what you were saying?
yeah, and I think that my answer to Sean was that we will never have enough money to buy all the properties that probably should be protected. If you go up like in the high mountain basins where there are mining claims and things and you don't want houses up there and such, we will never have enough money to protect everything that should be protected, which is why we should be looking, and this goes to his end of the world, which is remote zoning or other mechanisms which provide us with a way to protect them that don't require us to buy them.
Got it.
So, yeah. So moving on, the Open Space Commission and the Open Space Program is well aware that we were dipping into money and such. And so one of the thoughts that we've been tossing around and is listed here is that we probably for next year are going to not start doing things like at Alvarado, although that may change because we now have the issues with the glasses, but the Glass family, where they want to work with Alvarado. But we were going to wait to see if we can save our money to see if we can find grant money so that we can use our money to match it. And as we phase doing the Alvarado master plan that we put together, we're going to hold back and wait and be conservative. And we're going to do things like the Geneva Basin, the boardwalk that you guys saw, the area and the discussions of. We're going to do some signage and stuff, but we're going to take a sort of a pause and not go looking for extra projects to take on, being cognizant of the need for money and that we only have that money. I mean, as I said, if you keep going into your savings, eventually, if you can't put the money back in, you run out. So the Open Space Commission and the Open Space Program in terms of projects is kind of being conservative and taking a look and see but doing things that they think is important to deal with the fence because it's getting used and they want to protect it. And then there's some things in terms of interpretation and signage and such that they would like to pursue. We're also looking at getting the sheep keep land management plan done like we did for Alvarado. That's on our radar. Working with CPW because they're the ones who manage the wildlife and we manage a whole lot of land. We also are starting a process of doing some strategic assessment of acquisitions, which kind of goes to the question you just had, which is looking ahead to sort of seeing where is it that we only have limited acquisition monies too. So where at the best place and do we buy stuff that we can strategically leverage with things like GoCo, and we've had a really good history of being able to do that. The Trails team has been, we're going out for a grant again like we did last year. We didn't get it, but we're hoping the CPW will give us a non-motorized grant this year that would help us have enough money for another person. They work on getting the maintenance done on the majority of the trails that are under our supervision. They have to deal with emergencies like when rock fall happens or walls fall down. And that's the unpredictable piece of their puzzle. And they ideally, in the long-term perspective, would like to try to build some new trails that they, Logan gave that presentation to you and he identified things like key places where there should be connections and things. And he has an agenda to try to make some of those things happen. He also would like to do the next couple steps in the ROMP process that, laying out that he looked at sort of the base of what was going on. And he would like to, next steps, once you have the baseline of information, now what are your choices and options of what you can do? One of his comments repeatedly was hopefully the new person who is the public lands manager would take some of the responsibilities of overseeing things that have sort of fallen to him on the trail side, so that he has more time to do trails. The collaboration with other folks, or like the Forest Service guy gave us money unexpectedly and I think it was May, and Amy had, or maybe it was later than that because Amy had left and he had to pull together the proposal of what to do. So that's from his perspective. The other piece, that's the open space trail side of the world. The other two pieces are rafting and special events. And special events pretty much is I'm going to say it's a reactive program. People come to us and say, we want to hold an event. We're not out there drumming up additional events. We already have 10 or 12 that come through the county on a regular basis. I think they were all repeats this year. And they cover the whole length of the county. They're good exposure. We have a system set up where they bring in funds that basically cover the cost of us doing the processing. And when they hire our sheriffs to do traffic and whatever they get, or the ambulance or whatever, emergency folks, we get paid for those services. So I think we're probably covering things, whereas I know a long time ago, we weren't covering, the costs weren't covering it. And in terms of rafting, this is the first year with the new resolution with the increased fee. And we also, had us we're charging people not just for when they have one trip, we're charging them for if they touch county land at the beginning and they touch county land at the end, we're charging them $1 for each. So we shall see how that changes the amount of revenue coming in. It definitely will increase. We were very much on the low side. And then I think the question, and I wrote this in a note to Colton earlier, and Peter's going to have to give us the answer, which are the funds able to be used for anything, or they have to be dedicated to things related to the rafting program?
I have not gotten to that part of my email if an email was sent to me with a question.
Okay. But anyways, that's one of the questions that we need to figure out. I know that Amy.
For what it's worth, I asked you this question a while back and
Did I answer it?
did, and I talked to Ethan Castro about the fact that we can use those for anything. And there's a lot of costs that are incurred by that rafting industry that we may use them for.
So we can use it for anything? I wasn't sure.
Fees that we charge go into the general fund.
Okay, because what I had been told by Amy was that she thought it had to be used on rafting. No, it's fine if that's the case, because it makes it, then it's less restricted and you can make use of it, which is fine. I just wasn't sure of the answer. There are some things that the rafting people would like to see in terms of improvements at various places, but it's probably a very small portion of the revenue.
This is not to say, colleagues, that there aren't meaningful improvements to be made to river access.
Well, I think they got a really good one at the end of Dumont Road.
There's some issues elsewhere. I mean, if you go down by Kermit's, that's not what people paying $100, $150 for a trip might expect. But,
No, but it's progress.
Well, and we have that now, whereas before Kermit's was in CDOT right away. And one of the things Amy did before she left was she negotiated I think it's a lease that we have to use that property. And I think it is in relatively bad condition. And I think we need to have a conversation with Peter et al. On what is it that we need to do in the short run, because that whole area is going to get redone when they redo the road for Floyd Hill. And then they will build us a beautiful access point. But what do we need to do in the short term that covers our liability and those kinds of concerns? And that's a Peter question.
See, I love what happens to your face when the word liability is said. Okay.
But anyways, we need to take Peter down and maybe, I was thinking maybe Stoy, because he can talk about it from an engineering perspective, because it's issues with water running off the road and into the creek and such things.
So we'll discuss all of that offline.
Correct.
One thing I would like to add, Martha didn't mention, but I've reached out to Martha, and have been working with Matt Taylor as well for some guidance to create a portion of Alvarado Park that is dedicated to Christian Glass. We toured the park with the Glass family. They are eager to move forward with a park dedication there. So I just reached out the other day to Martha just to set up a staff meeting to determine who's going to basically essentially design what that might look like and how that would be accomplished.
And that was part of the settlement?
The settlement did require a park dedication. It wasn't specific, so we're trying to at least enhance and make it worthwhile.
And then you asked a question about, there's nothing in the name can be changed if we would like to change it. That is not an issue.
Or can you do like a portion in that?
Well, that's what, we could go either way, it sounds like, but.
The plan is to do a portion within it and make that kind of an area.
Okay.
And we mentioned, that came across my email last night when I was at the open space meeting, and I mentioned it, and there, in the new plan, there is a place that probably would make sense, and we
Okay.
definitely involved Mrs. Glass, because she wanted to be involved.
Great. And just so you know, I will be bringing it back to the board to discuss. This is very preliminary, so just wanted you to be aware.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Anything else? I know we're trying to,
20, sorry.
no, yeah,
But you still have 10 minutes before he said you had to be out of here.
we have 10 minutes for 4 executive sessions.
Yeah.
No, I thought he was speaking until like later.
No, we're good. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. We're fine.
Thank you.
I really appreciate your
Very
time,
much. Thank you.
and your efforts and everything else. And Garrett, Godspeed.
I have an open seat on the planning commission.
He can't do both.
Well,
He can.
in the future.
In the future, right?
I'm just saying, it's like, I'm ripe for a proposal.
Could have Uchi get on the planning.
And then,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we're gonna do a 5-minute bio break.
Don't even.
10 seconds.
Are we doing?
You too,
Peter?
Stoy.
After your turn. Sorry.
I promised you that this gavel would not be used while I was the chair. I want it to be known it was not the chair that used that gavel. This chair will not be using the gavel. And we are adjourned.
This chair.
We're adjourned because the executive sessions are not going to be held.